Joe Bartolozzi memes explained in 4 minutes. How niche do you think we're going to get here? I think it's going to be very surface level stuff. I think it's going to be like the possum meme. I've been in the hills. Fucking what else? Beaver moment, maybe? Like, yeah, beaver moment for sure. Lenovo laptop. I don't even know if that counts as a meme though. That was just from a random Mr. Beast video where he just kept shouting out the fucking Lenovo gaming laptop powered by an Intel Core CPU.
Dead possum. The joke originated about a...
Oh, this motherfucker made it like AI. 6'7". That's not even a Joe Bartolozzi meme. That's just a meme in general. Bob.
Dead possum. The joke originated about a year ago.
Bro. Bartolozzi, you should have paid a Fiverr guy $5 I would have fucking voice acted this for you.
When Joe was yapping about being at a nightclub with friends and said he would pull out the dead possum to throw. It's possible he said this because of his previous rant about dead possums on the side of the road. He used...
No, the dead possum meme originated when me and my friends had an idea to cover one of my friends in deer piss at a nightclub and see how long it would take for him to get kicked out from smelling bad. I know it's LAI, chat, but I still want to watch it. But yeah, originally, the plan was that we were all going to go into a nightclub, and then and my friend would have a diner ketchup bottle full of like deer piss, which smells really bad. And we were going to go into the bathroom and then just cover him in it. And he was going to make his way to the middle of the dance floor and just see how long, like, because how bad would you have to smell or how sweaty would you have to be? That was the hypothetical. Like, kind of panning off, like, how wet would you have to be to get kicked out of a Walmart? Like, there's no real gauge. It's kind of just, like, probably sopping wet. Probably, like, covered in water, right? So then panning off of that, how wet would you have to be? How sweaty would you have to be to get kicked out of a nightclub? Or how bad would you have to smell? And then it was the dead possum.
Uses this phrase rarely when he is talking...
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it up a little. The AI is talking mad slow.
...about being in a public space. Bob. Bob is a boxing dummy bought by Joe about 3 years ago to put behind him.
See, what are these fucking images you're throwing up? What is that picture of me?
Bob originally did not have an accessories, but slowly Joe added some.
Yeah, Bob's wearing the Jägermeister glasses, the Joe Bart beanie, and the TwitchCon badge now. He's got a bit of a persona. He used to be just naked in the back. Now he's clothed. Should I give him a shirt one day? No, I think I like his abs. I stabbed him, though. He has some battle wounds from that Temu review.
This is him present day. Bob is sometimes used by Joe for funny
moments. Yeah, I made out with Bob a few times. We have a bit of a romantic relationship going on. There's some tension.
Moments or channel point redemptions. The Hills. The I've been in the hills. Fucking
the worst
dudes
meme ever.
Comes from a TikTok.
The worst meme ever. Comes from TikTok. I don't even know how it started. I always wonder that. Like, there's a guy that started the I've been in the hills meme, and I don't know who it is. Do you think they think about that? I've said that before. Do you think people that, like, start memes and no one knows, like, breathe in it? Like, if you were the first person that started a meme, I'm not even saying the hills. I'm just saying, like, a viral meme. And you never got credit, you'd be like, nah, this is kind of lame. Like, it would piss you off slightly. So I always wonder about that because I know it was a guy that edited a smile because the original photo, I'm not smiling like that. I'm just straight face.
Remix of an audio that's from a 2017 meme remix of a 21 Savage song. The meme pairs that audio with images or slideshows of Joe that someone edited to make him smile, which users then edit/remix into compilations. The meme really took off in mid-2022.
Okay, teacher, we're going to Bangladesh. Kid named Bang. That is, whoever fucking wrote that out, you got it wrong. It would be the kid named Ladesh. You fucking wrote it wrong. Kid named Bang, smiling. So we're going to Ladesh, Bang? What does that mean? I don't, like, what? That's on purpose?
Users then edit/remix in mid.
This fucking meme's so stupid. It's just not funny.
2022. A TikToker by the name of drippiest.boi.in.
Oh my god, is this the person that started it?
Town 3 used the slideshow feature with the bus seat photo plus the hills sound in June 2022. That got a lot of traction, and then Joe himself reacted to one of
No way bro actually did a deep dive on who started the meme.
those viral remix/edit videos, via green screen,
Elon Musk's 3 keys to success.
which further amplified its spread. Beaver moment. One day when Joe was unbanning people, he came across a guy who got banned because he was spamming Beaver moment. It's unsure why he did this, but Joe's chat started spamming it, which made it a meme.
Yeah, now we have a whole emote for it. Chat, type the emote. That's going to be like lost media soon. I feel like so many of my chatters, that's probably like new to a lot of people because it was literally like a one-day thing. And I would just be like, oh, Beaver moment. Nobody knows what it means. I still don't either. I think we fucking banned that guy too. I don't even think I let him back in a chat.
6-7. The meme originated from a rapper named Skrilla but slowly made it into Joe's stream. His chat would constantly annoy Joe when he said,
Are there other streamers that deal with the 6-7 shit? Or is it just me? Because I feel like I never see any other streamer. Like in Kai's stream, if it's like 6-7, is that like Jinxie has it too? Okay. Yeah, like FaZe, Jinxie, they all spam it. Queso's too? Really, in Queso's chat they do? You think Queso gets annoyed by that? Probably not. That motherfucker's like resilient to rage bait. Actually, he spawned in with perks against rage bait. Like, he'll feed into it sometimes, but you can tell he doesn't give a shit.
6-7 and caused some funny crash outs. 6-7 is rampant in his chat and present day is banned.
No, it's not banned. It's just like, people spam it and then they, oh my god, the I had a friend shit.
A friend. The I had a friend meme got created when chat noticed that when Joe relates to a story or video, he always has a friend that did something that relates to the—
No, and here's the thing. So many people are like, there's no way Joe has this many friends. I don't. When I say I had a friend, I'm just not naming. Why would I be like my friend Steve, right? Because that's just pointless. Like, I would just say I had a friend. But everybody assumes that when I say I had a friend, each individual story is about a different person. I had a friend is like one of 9 people. Like, I'm almost like half of the stories of I had a friend is about like one of 3 people.
Conversation. Like, for example, if a chatter or the video he is reacting to says that a high schooler broke a world record for the 100-meter
Oh god, I look like such a fucking cornball in that. Oh my god. Dude, I look like I'm not, like my body and my head don't look normal in that. Like, whenever I see that, I'm like, dude, I don't look real.
dash, he would have a friend that ran a crazy time. Joe Swanson. This meme is pretty simple. Whenever Joe yells really loud,
And 720.
he starts to sound like Joe from
I don't even know this meme. I sound like Joe Swanson from Family Guy. And 720.
He starts to sound like Joe from Family Guy.
When the fuck do I sound like Joe from Family Guy? His voice is so much deeper than mine.
Pickle Rick.
Nah, now I need to hear Joe Swanson scream. The one that I hear a lot is my laugh is like the Lego Batman laugh.
You mean Alfred the Butler with 2 T's?
That sounds like my laugh. But Joe Swanson screaming.
Awesome! Yeah!
Maybe, but it's deeper.
Pickle Rick is just like Bob. He is decoration in the background of Joe's stream. However, he is much older, tracing back all the way to almost 5 years ago. Pickle Rick might be young.
Yeah, Pickle Rick's pretty old. Pickle Rick's been there for quite some time. The oldest I used to have no stream background. That was like, bro, my stream background, now I got like stuff behind, and I think it's like a good aesthetic. Then, bro, and I still gotta hang up these YouTube plaques. Oh my god, I never even showed you guys this one. That's the philosophy one. This is the gaming channel, 1,000,000 subs. That's the main channel, 1,000,000 subs. Look what YouTube did. The mil sub is the same exact size as the 100K now. And then this 100K one is like, I'm not mad about it, right? Like, I'm getting a plaque. I'm fucking happy. But it's like, isn't that kind of whack that they're like changing the size of them?
It is believed to be.
It just changed because I feel like, dude, I think that these ones look great, right? But they also changed the color. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. I feel like this looks like a darker. It looks the same on frame.
be from a time where Joe won it at arcade.
Oh,
Rip
God,
Joe-
the fucking Trojan sponsor. Yeah, remember that.
Arcade. Rip Joe Bart. The RIP Joe Bart meme started around 3 years ago, is a meme where people post tributes suggesting that Joe Bart has died, even though he is very much alive. The meme usually takes the form
Wait, really? Yeah, I did an ad with Trojan. It was basically the idea of, like, promoting, like, it was basically, like, promote safe sex and not getting STDs. It was like, because it wasn't around like, oh, yeah, you should have sex more. It was more so like, hey, this is like to not have you get, you know, herpes, AIDS, chlamydia.
of fake memorial edits, fan-made obituaries, or comments like, "Fly high Joe," and "Gone too soon" under his content. Joe would react and rage that he is alive, but his followers kept saying that someone is using AI to react to these memorials. Skin of a goose.
I think Skin of a Goose is less cringe than when I said gang. When I was like, bro, come on, gang. And it came out, and I was like, nah, I look like such a cornball saying that. Skin of a Goose, you're just a pea in my bowl. That one I will stand by the fact that that diss makes sense. That makes sense. If I say you're just a pea in my bowl, that's a valid statement. How? Because if I say you're just a pea in my bowl, there's a lot of peas in a bowl. So it's like one of many versus like if you're being a dick and you're like, you're just a pea in my bowl, like you're saying they're small, you know?
This joke originated when Joe was watching a video about a Riz video and he made the joke that he has the skin of a goose. This was a classic blunder.
A classic blunder. A classic blunder. Oh, shit. Shit, like a chess move. Yeah, blundered that. No, it was a fucking dud. You're gonna have a bad joke now and again. Because all I do is riff, right? Like, I know a lot of you guys joke that I pre-watch videos, but, like, I'm just saying what's coming out of my head. So sometimes when I'm, like, yapping, I'm literally saying a joke, and halfway through the joke, I don't even know what I'm going to finish the joke with. And so when I was like, yeah, I actually have the skin of a... And then I paused because I didn't know what to say. And I was like, what has smooth skin? And I said a goose. But I've never even seen a goose's skin. It was stupid.
And Joe's chat made fun of him for it, making it a meme. Yoo-hoo, it's a la-boo.
They should do this with Jinxie. This is why we clash. Yoo-hoo, it's a la-boo-boo, bro.
Boo. The La Boo Boo meme started when a TikToker named Juicy Jacob posted a video of him going to public spaces and having a La Boo Boo on the end of a fishing rod and tries to get women to grab the La Boo Boo. The reason why this meme terrorizes Joe is because Jacob sounds like Joe, which makes viewers think it's Joe and flood his comments with La Boo Boo jokes. Thanks for watching.
It is eerily similar. He sounds just like me. Like, it's creepy. I don't know a lot of people that have my oddly nasally voice, but he does. And I'm not dissing that. Show it. You've seen it, bro. It's because it's you. It's not me. I think the biggest telltale, and I'm not going to go on a rant about this. I think the biggest telltale that Juicy Jacob is not me is he is very religious. Like, he talks about Jesus in his comment sections. Now, and then there's some people that are like, that's Joe under disguise, because it would be like, the last thing I would do is probably be, like, outwardly religious, right? But still. Jinxie said it was you? Oh, then it must be me. Old horror movies. Before it even starts. Old horror movies in what sense? Like old Dracula? Dog shit film. The earliest horror movies were terrible. Jump scares were bad, and people were shitting their pants over literally the least scary thing possible. But the era of slashers, Jason, Scream, or Friday the 13th, Scream, Ghostface, you know, Freddy Krueger, awesome. I will say, though, I wasn't a big fan of Nightmare on Elm Street. I've seen, like, almost every, like, type of slasher film. Not a lot of the Jason films, but I've seen almost every Scream movie. I think I've seen every Michael Myers movie, or Halloween, rather. but I did not like Nightmare on Elm Street. Leatherface is kind of lame.
You know, as much as I love them, horror movies nowadays
Texas Chainsaw's goated.
just don't hit the same. But is this true? Are horror movies from the...
No, horror movies hit more than they ever have. I think horror movies today would actually kill people in the 80s. I'm so serious. Like, yes, The Conjuring isn't modern, but even like newer horror films, like a Blumhouse movie or some shit, I think I would love to teleport back to the 90s when people were like getting ready to watch fucking Scream or some shit. And then throw on fucking what is the most scary? What is the scariest movie of all time? It's not Conjuring. Oh my God, he has tapes in his attic. I've seen the movie. No, it's not Terrifier. Sinister. Sinister is supposed to be like the scariest film ever, based on heart rate. Like scientifically, I think Sinister is the scariest film ever made. When they did an experiment, they tested people's heart rate. And, like, it had a lower peak heart rate, but the average heart rate of somebody watching Sinister was, like, 120 or something. Like, you're just stressed out the whole fucking movie. It's not even scary. I agree. I think it's more of a stressful film. I didn't think Sinister was that scary. I think Conjuring is the scariest movie I've ever seen. Disturbing Terrifier.
The 70s, 80s, and 90s really better or scarier? Well, that's what we'll find out today. Today, ladies and gents, I'll be going over a few horror movies from back in the good old days, to not only figure out how well they hold up, but to answer that question. Are retro or vintage or old horror movies really better? Are they? I'd like to know.
Dude, they're very predictable. That's the only problem. So they're kind of like comfort films in a sense, even if you've never seen them, but they're so predictable. If you're watching a Jason film, there's going to be a naked woman. She's going to take her top off. She's going to be the first one to die. Almost always. The virgin lives. The virgin lives almost always as well. And that's like, for some reason, a part of every horror movie. And, every Jason film, it'll just be like, oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Let's go skinny dipping. It's like, what? And then fucking Jason is watching from the distance. Kills you.
And in the end, I'll go over one of the oldest horror movies ever to see how it holds up over a century
Nosferatu.
later. Yeah, a century. And the first one I got up is called...
Nosferatu came out in fucking 1920. Slumber Party Massacre. Guarantee you there's probably like 8 topless women in this film. I've never seen it.
Now, some of you may know this one, and some of you may just read the title and think, Slumber Party Massacre? That sounds a lot like Texas Chainsaw. I know what it sounds like. And I'm gonna get to that one too. I'm doing this one first though. Slumber Party Massacre is a 1982 movie where we follow a group of girls who, unbeknownst to them, are being stalked by a serial killer. And I gotta say this now, if it's something these old movies had, it was that nudity, bro. Like, my goodness, did I click the wrong movie? Either that or I just stumbled upon a lost episode of Euphoria, because dang. That's a lot of butt, bro. But yeah, we follow...
And out of nowhere, too. Like, it'll just be like, oh, let's take our tops off. What?
A group of girls who are being stalked by a serial killer.
What? You ever watch a sex scene with your parents? Bottom 3 experiences.
Who uses a drill as...
Bottom 3 experiences. You feel the silence. You feel the silence.
His weapon, a drill.
So awkward.
And since they don't realize they're being stalked, they set up a sleepover like it's a normal night. They ordered pizza, gossip. They even broke out the dub pack. Don't do drugs, y'all. But what they ain't know is that it only made it easier for the killers to catch them lacking. And so the girls have to try and survive the night before the killer could turn this slumber party into a massacre. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. I've only seen this movie once, but I think this movie holds up. I think it does. The characters are likable and realistic, which you...
What's the horror movie where the guy controls bees? Oh my God, what is the name of that film? Somebody knows. He controls bees. Candyman. Yeah.
Can't say about every single horror
I've never seen... I see clips of Candyman.
movie. Like, they're not just some...
Never seen that movie. I always get so confused when I read the description. I'm like, what do you mean he controls bees?
No personality dummies who are just there to die. The killer is actually scary. I mean, have y'all ever seen a dude whose main weapon is something you can only find at Home Depot? Like, what? And then they even had some funny moments. It's a good movie. I mean, this is 1982. This is the same year Thriller came out. Of course it's gonna be good. And I know it's not the massacre horror movie people usually think about, but I just wanted to show this one some love because I feel like nobody talks about it. And don't worry, I'm gonna get to the one you're thinking about. But first I gotta talk about...
I have never heard of any of these films. Carrie? Wait, what's the one movie where there's that really... Is it Carrie? There's like a really creepy scene at the end. Oh my god. It's like the movie's not scary and then there's a scary twist. Is it Carrie? Somebody help. Somebody help. It's like a woman and she's facing... Is that Carrie? Carrie movie... A Carrie ending scene. No, it is not Carrie. Oh my god. No, it's like their sleepaway camp. It might be sleepaway camp. Ending scene. I'm going to show you guys the scene. It's so Oh my god, it is this. So disturbing.
Angela!
Wait, where? I only could show like a small snippet. Oh, it's so fucking weird. Just the face she makes. Imagine watching this like 2 in the morning.
How can it be?
Like, terrifying. Terrifying. Oh my god. Scary as shit, dude. It's like a skinwalker or something. It just starts going... For like 3 minutes. It's not scary, it's uncanny. I think uncanny shit's the scariest. Oh my god! There was one movie I watched in 8th grade as a part of class, and it was super fucking scary. Again, we're gonna do another game where I describe the movie and you tell me what it is, because I don't remember it. They suck your body, pause. They kill you, create a clone of you, and when they find you, they go like this. And then they kill you again. It's not Barbarian. What is that movie? Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Chat's so good at this. Super scary film. Super scary film. And they don't really use like that much. It's like a 1980 film, but it's like, dude, every monster, you don't know if somebody's like it. And then when they find you, they all just point at you and scream. Oh, I gotta rewatch that.
Next movie I got up.
That was a good fucking movie.
Up is Carrie from 1976. Notable things that happened this year: Red M&M's got removed from the bag, and Ryan Reynolds was born. Now, I had never seen this movie before I thought of making this video. I heard of it because it's insanely popular, but I had never seen it until today. And I'm gonna say it now, this movie caught me off guard, because watching it, you wouldn't think it's a horror movie at all, up until the end. So in Carrie, we follow a girl named Carrie. Shocker. She's a quiet and shy high school senior with an extremely religious mother. I'll get to that in a second. Who's sort of an outcast at school. She gets bullied. Like, a lot. And we see how bad this bullying gets when one day while they're in the locker room, and I'm sorry, I know I'm still introducing this one and I said it with the last movie, but these old movies really had that nudity. Like, I can't even show a single clip of this locker room scene because it's just straight Tata's butt and bush, bro. You know that's how they rocked it back then? Y'all gonna have to start questioning y'all grandparents.
Bro, I used to rewatch that one scene from Harold and Kumar. Oh my god, bro. I remember when I was a kid and I found that movie, that shit was crazy. I mentioned that there's a bottomless party in the Harold and Kumar go to Guantanamo Bay, and dude, it's just like straight bush. You're a gooner. Bro, no, like chat. I remember my mom would be like going to work. I'd be like, "Can I rent this movie?" She's like, "You've seen it 3 times." I'm like, "I just really love that movie." Just straight fast forward to that scene, just rewatch it over and over again, bro. Oh my god, I had to be 10 years old. I'd be 10 years old, maybe. Oh my god, I don't even think she knew what the movie was about. I was like, it's just a comedy film. It's Harold and Kumar.
Why were they so freaked out? But yeah, as I was saying, we see exactly how bad the bullying gets when one day while she's in the locker room taking a shower, Carrie out of nowhere gets her first period. And since her mom never told her what a period is, again, I'll get to that in a second, she starts tweaking. And instead of helping her while she panics, all the other girls in the locker room just start throwing tampons and pads at her. Man, I know I've said it.
How closeted of a person would you have to be to not know what a period is? To like full panic when you get it, and then like, that's crazy.
This before when I went over the black
cock meat sandwich. Yeah, that's in Harold and Kumar. Somebody said a child, question mark? Well, I'm saying your parents would teach you about that. Like, she has to be, like, a religiously closeted family for them to not tell her, hey, you're probably going to get a period at some point.
Bullying is bad, but 70s bullying gotta be the dumbest shit I have ever seen. How you gonna bully a girl for something y'all all do? All of y'all. I don't care how crazy she reacted. I'd flip out too if I didn't know I started bleeding on my freaking wee-wee once a month. Thankfully, Carrie's gym teacher, Miss Collins, interferes, telling the other girls to leave Carrie alone. And then she slaps Carrie to calm her down. I'm telling y'all, the 70s was wildin'. But amidst all this chaos, we saw two very important things happen. One, while Carrie was panicking about her period, for some reason this light bulb completely shattered. Like, completely. Unless she was hitting some high notes or something, that's a little odd. And two, we see one of the girls who was bullying Carrie, Sue, start to actually feel bad for her. In fact, she felt so bad that the next day when the gym teacher's punishing the girls by making them do all these exercises, she doesn't complain at all. That wasn't the case for everyone though, because this girl Chris was pissed about it. She didn't think they deserved to be punished like this, much less over bullying Carrie. So she confronts the gym teacher, you know, give her a piece of my mind.
Oh!
70s wildin'. But yeah, Sue felt very bad. So to make it up to Carrie, she
Bro, ain't that crazy that teachers used to be able to hit students?
decides to ask her boyfriend Tommy to take Carrie to prom instead of her.
Fucking smack the shit out of you. I'd be like, bro, what? Used to? Question mark? Yeah.
Which is just insanely sweet.
I mean, there's people that do it now, but it's not allowed.
Truly selfless. That's exactly why I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's Jimmy from South Park. You think I'm gonna let you take my...
Zod said I got beat in high... Oh, I was gonna say. Said I'm playing. I was gonna say, you got hit in high school? You're gonna say, bro, you didn't report that shit?
My girl to prom just so you can feel better? This ain't like borrowing a pencil, bro. This is my girl. You're not gonna just, I'll give her back to you after prom. No. We're not doing that. I'm sorry. I hope you find a date though. I can do that. But that's what Sue wants to do. So Tommy agrees to ask Carrie, and after saying no the first time, thinking it was some sort of messed up joke, with some encouragement from Miss Collins, Carrie eventually does say yes. She will go to prom with Tommy. But let's not forget, guys, Carrie's mom is extremely religious, like extremely. Like not only does she never
How does this turn into a horror film though? Does she like kill her kid?
tell Carrie about her period because she believes getting it is a sin? What? But she also locks Carrie in the closet and makes her pray anytime she thinks she's misbehaving. So it's pretty much safe to say she's a bit strict. So when Carrie tells her about going to prom with a boy, it did not go well. They pretty much start arguing back and forth. Carrie saying that she wants to go and that not everything's a sin. Her mother saying she needs to go to the closet and repent. But just like the light bulb situation from earlier, while they're arguing and Carrie grows increasingly frustrated because her mom's not listening and she's walking away from her and... Oh, hell nah. This is when Carrie tells her mom, and us pretty much, that she has telekinesis. Yeah, on top of...
What? What? I thought, what a weird plot twist. I thought this was gonna be like, oh, she goes to the prom and the guy kills her or something.
Tells her mom, and us pretty much, that she has telekinesis. Yeah, on top of cramps, turns out her first period gave her access to some supernatural abilities. Anytime Carrie gets upset or concentrates, she can move stuff with her mind. Which is like, alright, my puberty gave me voice cracks and random boners, and she gets superpowers.
Oh my god,
See
bro.
what y'all doing. And
Literally just talking, you would be like, yeah, so I was going the other day.
Carrie's mom was obviously terrified. I'm not gonna lie, I would be too. She tells her it's the devil. The same devil.
Morning Wood, bro. Now that shit was the worst, bro. You're in middle school. You got to give a speech. Not right now. Not right now.
That took your father
I can't. No.
away. But Carrie tells her, oh mama, it wasn't the devil. He just ran off with a woman, mama. I know that low-key hurt. Then she also tells her mama, I'm going to the
Libby, you cannot relate to that.
prom and you can't stop me. Who is she feeling like? Who? Think you cold, Carrie? You know you cold, Carrie. And so Carrie was going to the prom. We even get a cute montage of her and Tommy getting ready for the prom in their own ways. Carrie makes a dress and learns how to do her makeup. Tommy goes with his
I had to get up once though. It was so embarrassing. Just pitching a tent. You just you just stood up and walked into the front of the class.
friends to get a suit. I'm telling you, you nearly forget this is a horror movie. You see Carrie all excited to go. Her mom is obviously still being a negative Nancy the night of, saying everyone's gonna laugh at her and freaking hitting herself. All right, calm down, lady. But Carrie just sits her down using her mind powers and leaves. And then Carrie and Tommy arrive at the prom. And not only is this the beginning of the end, but this is also where it gets a little sad for me. Not because of anything Tommy did. No, him and Carrie actually had a blast. Carrie talked with Miss Collins, who was very happy for her. Tommy and Carrie laughed it up and talked about going to an after party. Okay, I was trying to refrain from saying this, but can this dude not be Joe's cousin or something? Joe, if you watching this, am I tripping or can you not be
That does
cousins?
look like me. That does look like me. I don't know who that is though.
Bro. But yeah, he flirted and danced with her. And he even kissed her. Hey Tommy, don't you got a girl? Scandalous. But knowing everything Carrie has been put through, I couldn't help but just be happy for her. No joke, I was smiling ear to ear watching this.
Grow that hair, dude. Hell no. Chat. I would look like such a dork if I had long curly blonde hair and I'm wearing my gaming headset, bro. I would be on my face. It would not work.
Man, too. I don't care. But then came the prom king and queen voting. And you see, I mentioned this earlier.
Chat, would I rock a man bun? What if I really grew out my hair? Really grew out my hair and I got like a pullback man bun? Like Rhett from Good Mythical Morning.
But while Carrie was over here all excited and getting ready for the prom, there were people who were still upset at her. People who were planning on getting revenge for getting
When does this become a horror movie?
them in trouble. Yeah, that girl Chris from earlier, she was still mad. So she concocted a plan to get some payback. After finding out Carrie was gonna go to the prom with Tommy, she enlisted her boyfriend and some friends to swap out
John Travolta?
the prom votes to make sure Carrie and
Huh?
Tommy win. So while Carrie and Tommy are on stage being crowned, they had no idea this was all Chris is doing. She had them right where she wanted them. And what makes this worse is that not only did Sue arrive to the prom and see what was about to happen and fail to stop it, but if you thought Carrie was happy before, she was happier than ever now. All that bullying, all that time being an outcast, it was over. She was finally being accepted by her peers. This was probably the happiest moment of her life. But then, Chris spilt a bucket full of pig blood on Carrie. And as Tommy's outraged and confused about who could have done that to Carrie, that very same bucket drops down and kills Tommy? I know that sounds crazy because it's a freaking bucket, but this really killed him, y'all. Kill count said so. After being humiliated once again, having her prom day literally killed in front of her, and being laughed at once again.
A thin metal bucket.
Kind of like her mom said earlier, this was Carrie's final straw. And this is when the horror starts. Carrie closes
She just starts popping their heads with her eyes. Doomf. Doomf.
all the doors, changes the lights to red, and proceeds to murder everyone at the prom. And I mean everyone. She uses a fire hose full pressure to mow down some kids with water. Uses the water from that same hose to electrocute the principal and some other people, which starts a fire. She even kills the one person who always had her back, Miss Collins, by crushing her. This is so messed up and honestly sad. Because watching this, I want to be happy for Carrie because, you know, we seen how she's been treated by her classmates in the school in general. So seeing her get some payback, you know, it feels a little nice. But bro,
All right, it's also kind of a stupid scene that she's just going as like her focusing.
this is overkill. Everyone deserves to die. Everyone? What if like the janitor just walked in for a second? What does he have to do with this? And y'all wanna know what makes this worse? All that laughing we saw everybody doing wasn't even real. Like, yeah, some people were laughing, like the bullies and stuff, but majority of the people, and especially the teacher, were not laughing. It was just in Carrie's head because she was done. That means Carrie left a bunch of innocent people, including Miss Collins and Tommy's
Yeah, she murdered like 100 people.
body, to be burned. That shot of her walking through the fire was cold though, I'm not gonna lie. But it wasn't even over there. Because after Carrie leaves the prom, you know, leaving it on fire, not only do we see
School shooter shit? Actually. Wait, actually.
her kill Chris and her boyfriend by blowing them up after they try to run Carrie over. See, this one I ain't mad at. This one was deserved. But we also see Carrie arrive home. And I thought with the way
kill her
Carrie was
mom?
moving at the prom, she was just gonna walk in and blick down her mom. But no, it was actually the opposite. She goes upstairs and after washing all the pig blood off, she actually goes to her mom to hug her. I know you just massacred your
I think I need to go to the pray closet.
whole school, but poor Carrie,
Mom.
man. She just had a moment, y'all. It was a moment. But her mom, after the whole telekinesis and going to prom with a boy stuff, must have not been in the bestest of moods. Cause to comfort Carrie, she told her that she should have killed her when she was born. All right, mama. I don't know if that was very nice. Carrie's mom stabs Carrie. So you think a period is a sin, but not this? Mind you guys, she was gonna do this regardless. Don't think she's doing this because of what happened at the school. No, she doesn't even know that. She was hiding behind that door like a weirdo before Carrie went up the steps. Carrie, with no other choice but to defend herself, starts using her powers to throw knives at her mom. Oh my. And not just like 2 or 3, the whole cabinet, essentially making her hit the same pose as the Saint Sebastian statue in her closet. Oh my goodness, you know that gotta hurt. Or at least you think it would. It looked like Carrie's mom was enjoying it with all that moaning she was doing while it was happening. I guess it's been a while. And that kills Carrie's mom. Like, she's dead. Kill count said so. This one ends with Carrie and her mama dying after the house starts sinking into the ground because of Carrie's psychic abilities, because she sort of freaked out after she realized she killed her mom. R.I.P. Carrie, man. You did a little too much at the prom, just a little too much. But dang, you went through a lot. And we see Sue, the only survivor of the prom night, visiting Carrie's grave to pay respects. Oh man, that's kind of sad. Oh shit!
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Why am I getting scared? Yo, that actually scared me. Yo, that actually scared me.
And I know I just talked about this movie crazy. As you can tell, I think it holds up. But that's not even the
I was gonna say, bro, why is she paying respects, bro? She killed everyone.
oldest movie I really wanted to go over this video. But before I get to that one, now this
Dude, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the movies aren't bad themselves, but it's like so easy to outrun this motherfucker. Like, he's an out of shape guy wearing somebody else's skin holding a chainsaw. Like, you could just run away from him and he cannot catch you.
is the real man.
Like, every Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie I've seen, I go, why are they not just running away? Why are they not just running away? He is a middle-aged, out-of-shape man with very limited mobility because he's holding a chainsaw and vision because he's wearing a skin mask.
Massacre people remember. This movie came out in 1974. Notable things that happened that year: Hello Kitty was created, and it has had Mexican girls in a chokehold ever since. Alright, so in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, we follow a group of 5 friends in the middle of a trip. And before you say typical, this is like one of the first movies to do this, okay? You're watching sliced bread be made. But yeah, we follow a group of 5 friends who are on a trip somewhere. We got Sally, who's like the main girl, you know, she be chilling. Her boyfriend Jerry, who on Wikipedia says is supposed to be somewhere between
17 to 22, bro looks 45. Holy.
supposed to be somewhere between the age of 17 and 22, which I'm just like, yeah. If he was doing meth since the day he was born,
Yeah.
he's 22. That's an insult to 27-year-olds, bro. He's
Yeah.
more like 36. Then there's her best friend Pam, who's
36, I would say 40s, bro.
really into astrology, which I'm not even gonna say anything about. I'm just saying, if you gonna judge me and see me differently and hate me for the day I was born, then just hate me for where I'm from and my skin color too. You might as well. That's all I'm saying. I can't control I'm a Gemini. Then there's her boyfriend Kirk, you know, he's there. And then and I feel bad for saying this, but the most annoying character in the movie, Sally's disabled brother Franklin. I know he's in a wheelchair, but I'm sorry, bro. This dude is annoying. I'm taking Jimmy over him. We follow them while they're on their way to an old family home after visiting Sally's grandfather's grave. But on their way there, they run into some very peculiar people. First, while they're driving, they stop to pick up this hitchhiker. And thank goodness we've evolved past doing this. I'm all for people being social. A matter of fact, I actually think people nowadays should be more social. But this is too social. And this hitchhiker they got is exactly what you'd expect.
He's covered in fucking blood.
Crazy guy. Takes photos of them, cuts his hand open, cuts them open. This dude even lit a fire before they finally kicked him out. And then if that wasn't weird enough, when they stop to get some gas, the guy working there tells them not to go mess around in their old house. He's Southern, so you know he got the accent. And when he finds out the house they're going to,
Don't go messing around now, you hear? There's dangerous people in these parts.
is actually theirs, he for some
Like every old guy in a horror film. Did you hear about the demons?
reason does a complete 180 and asks them to stay for some barbecue? Huh? This guy a gold digger or something? No, actually. The strangeness of this guy and the other guy goes far deeper than some gold digging. There was something sinister going on in the backdrop. But by the time they got to the house, they forgot about those 2 dudes. It was time to have fun, baby. I'm not gonna act like it was the nicest spot, you know, judging by them cracks on the wall. It definitely wasn't. But they were having fun. They were all having fun. Well, everyone except Franklin, who they left downstairs in his wheelchair listening
They didn't help him inside. They just got out of the car and told him to figure it out. That's fucking crazy.
to them running around and having fun upstairs. He's annoying, but even this is messed up. Everyone else was having fun though. They was having fun. That is until Pam and Kirk decide they want to take the fun outside to this watering hole. But when they go out there, they don't find a watering hole at all. They find a house. And this must have been where that white guy in horror movie stereotype started, because instead of, you know, turning around, Kirk says, we better
Let's go in there. Let's go in there. Oh, a weird basement with a guy outside. Oh, let's go inside.
go check that out. And that's exactly what they did. They get to the house and things were off. First, they find a tooth, like a human tooth, right on the front porch. And this dude, Kirk, Picks it up. Ugh. Not only are you dumb, but you nasty, bruh. And to make things more concerning, when this dude Kurt goes inside, he sees animal skulls and hears pig noises coming from this room.
Yeah, I don't know why you would walk inside. Like, you should just leave right at that point.
I better go check that out. But the strangest thing came when Kurt
Let me
goes
keep
to
walking in.
check out the noise. And then Leatherface comes out and kills him. And in a gruesome way too. A hammer, ugh. And it caused him to convulse, ugh. And let me go on a little tangent about this, cause this dude used to scare me crazy. Big dude with a chainsaw wearing a face on his face. I used to piss myself just thinking about it. But watching this again, yeah, this dude does kill people, but he's sort of like a goofball. Like, every time he runs into people, it's less of a, I'ma kill you, and more like a, ah, shit, now I gotta kill you. Like, when was the last time you see Michael or Freddy sit down and reflect after killing someone? You don't see that. Don't get me wrong, he still is scary. I mean, he's still wearing someone's face on his face. And he would murk you if you step into his house. But I remember watching this when I was younger, thinking Leatherface was the scariest part about this movie. But no, not completely. The scariest part is yet to come. Because after people keep coming into the house, first Pam, who almost makes it out, but Leatherface catches her and puts her on a hook.
Wait, they all just keep going into his house? Why don't they just, like, call for help?
Ugh, oh my. Is this where Dead by Daylight got it from? Then the old looking young guy, Jerry, who came to look for his friends only to get caught. The last two...
They all individually go in the house, one by one. That's crazy.
who remain are Sally and her brother Franklin. You know, since they kind of gotta go make sure their friends are alive or whatever, they go out to look for them. But then they hear something. Leatherface comes out and kills Franklin too. I'm not that mad at that one. But again, like I said, he's still not the scariest part. When it gets scary is after Sally runs away all the way back to the gas station to see if she can find some help, she encounters the worker from earlier. And after asking him to help her and seeing him come back with a rope and a bag, she realizes they're in cahoots. Yeah, the gas station guy, Leatherface, and not just them two, but the hitchhiker from the start are actually a family of cannibals. Yeah, I know.
What? I have not seen this original one.
Cannibals. Yeah, I know. The hitchhiker, really? Who would have thought? And to me, this dinner scene after they kidnap Sally is the horror of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Tied up in a chair made of people on some Ed Gein stuff. Then across from you is a table of dudes who are doing a try not to laugh with your suffering. That's some scary shit. And what scares me even more about this is, you know you can't reason with them. They're rednecks. Sally tries to bargain by saying she'll do anything, and that doesn't even work. Oh, poor Sally. Don't you know they only do that stuff with their sisters? But before they, I guess, eat her, the brothers, because they're brothers by the way, don't let this older one fool you. The brothers decide instead of killing Sally themselves, they should let their grandpa do it. Oh yeah, their damn near deceased
That guy's alive?
Gramps was there too. And if you think he might not
That guy's alive.
be a cannibal, no, he's as bad as the rest of them. He even dances when he tastes his blood. So yeah, they decided they should let their grandpa do it. But since this dude freaking predates the dinosaurs, he keeps dropping the hammer. It's kind of like that SpongeBob episode, the firmly grasp it. And this was their biggest mistake. Because while they're trying to switch who holds the hammer, Sally breaks free and jumps out the window. Most realistic horror movie character, I swear. And it's daytime now, so she just starts hollering. And as the hitchhiker is slashing at her back, getting closer and closer to catching her, a freaking semi-truck runs him over. I forgot that happened. And this one ends with that same truck driver stopping to help Sally fight off Leatherface, only to run away. To where, I have no clue, but he's gone. He's gone. And
Why don't
luckily,
they just get back in the car?
pickup truck this time stops to save Sally just in time. Hey, maybe hitchhiking ain't so bad after all. Leatherface seems happy about it with that dance he's doing. Yeah, this one holds up too. It's a classic. I'm sorry, it's a classic. And now for the
Yeah, that did look like a better movie than the other ones that I've seen.
final, and by far the oldest movie of the video. And a movie I chose because I know it's something y'all gonna remember.
Nosferatu!
I know y'all recognize this guy. Nosferatu. First time I ever seen this.
Bro, I wonder how scary Nosferatu was for people in the 1920s. Like, that must have been nightmares for days, dude. Probably made people actually believe in like vampires.
It was the same place most of y'all seen it. On SpongeBob, the hash slinging slasher episode. And I remember covering my eyes when he would pop up at the end. This guy scared me, genuinely. So when I found out he was in fact real, like he had his own movie and SpongeBob ain't make him up, I put off watching it for years. Until like 2 weeks ago when I remembered it.
I don't know, man. I don't think I could sit through a movie from the 20s. Like, anything before, fucking, what is the one with the Yellow Brick Road? Is that Alice in Wonderland? No, that's not Alice in Wonderland. What the fuck is that? Yellow Brick Road, the old Tin Man dude. Wizard of Oz. Anything before the Wizard of Oz? Ugh. And I've watched, I was in a cinema class in college, and we had to watch, like, Casablanca and, like, other films. When was Casablanca? Like, 1940? Yeah, 1940. It's just bad. I think movies from that era are just like shitty most of the time. Like, I didn't dislike the film, but I'm like, hey, this would be a lot better if this movie wasn't like 80 years old.
Googled it and found out, bro, this movie's over 100 years old. 1922. To put that into perspective, when this movie came out,
The Roaring 20s, bruh.
Queen Elizabeth was in her 40s. Okay, I'm joking, but she was almost born. That's crazy. And even explaining like that, I don't think y'all really understand how old this movie is. Guys, this movie is so old, it's a silent film. Like, no dialogue.
It's even worse, dude. I've watched like 10-minute silent films before, like comedy ones. Oh my God, the humor was terrible. It was literally like slip on a banana peel humor. Dude, if you watch like an old 10-minute silent film that's funny, I'm sitting in a quiet room just watching a guy, like, mime jokes. This is fucking awful. Like Charlie Chaplin, yeah. Slapstick comedy. I understand older like, you know, a while back, like, humor's been subjective and humor evolves over time. But I really think people, like, before 1940 were the unfunniest motherfuckers of all time. Like, the funniest guy you knew would be like the cringiest guy in your friend group today. Like, no good jokes, no good humor. And it was all like surface level shit. And none of it was like raunchy or funny or like, you know, breaking any barriers. It was always like just like a knock joke would be the vibe of humor.
On some Charlie Chaplin stuff. But 100 years old and no speech. Does this movie hold up? I think so. Look, the movie's obviously not the same level of scary as some films today. Nowhere near, actually. It's a simple story about a vampire whose name isn't Nosferatu. It's actually the Count, who is trying to, you know, do
Count Orlok.
vampire stuff and suck the blood of this dude he met's wife. But y'all gotta understand how insane that must have been back then. This was before vampire movies were everywhere. Like, there was no romance ones like Twilight or any good ones like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. None of that. So for a little sheltered European boy to see this in theaters back then must have been traumatizing, even more than it scared me. But you're right. This is about how it holds up today. And y'all be happy to know that even 100 years old, it seems like horror movies don't change that much. Cause the main character in this movie is a idiot, just like in the newer ones. I'm serious, there's a scene, right? Well, I'll word it like this. If y'all woke up in the morning with bite marks on your neck and you have a roommate that only sleeps during the day, are you not gonna find that even a little suspicious? Just a little. Even if you don't know about vampires, you know this dude was awake at night when you got bit, so you could at least ask him what bit you. But yeah, point is, even though I may not watch it anytime soon or ever again, I think it holds up. In fact, I think there's modern horror movies that are much worse than this, much worse. Have y'all seen Imaginary? Talk about disappointment. Or maybe I'm just biased because he was in SpongeBob. Who knows? This one ends with the wife, whose name is Ellen, pretty much sacrificing herself and letting the Count suck her blood. And not because she's into it. No, this is not Carrie's mama. She did it to distract the Count, so when the sun rises, he doesn't notice. And the sun vanquishes him. Isn't it crazy that everyone in this movie is dead?
Bro, but like, okay, you're watching the movie? Silence. Radio. Silent film is unbearable. Watch like 5 minutes of a silent film and they'll throw stuff on the screen. Wowza! In big text if it's a comedy one. Oh, that's not what was supposed to happen. And because you have to fucking read it. You have to read it. It has music? Yeah, usually. Usually there's like dun, 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 or some random shit.
That's pretty much all the movies I wanted to go over today. My
But it's always like silly clown music.
final judgment, I think these old horror movies hold up for the most part. Honestly,
Wait, those shits are not copyrighted, probably. I could probably pull up one. Old silent film comedy. Like, this shit had people dying, bro. Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? Best of Buster Keaton's greatest stunts. No. All right, I'm done with this. What did ancient humans do all day before jobs existed?
You wake up when your body is ready. No alarm, no schedule, no place you need to be. You sit up, stretch, and ask yourself one question. What should I do today? For 99% of human history, this wasn't a hypothetical. This was every single morning for roughly 300,000 years. And
Yeah, bro, but you're not waking up in a fucking bedroom going, oh, no alarm clock. What do I do today? You're waking up because you're sleeping in the outside. You're sleeping in nature. The sun rises. There's animals about. You're probably just going to wake up because it's time to wake up. Like, if you had to work on, like, circadian rhythm clock and you lived outside, you probably would wake up at, like, 7 a.m. every day because the sun's up. Like, maybe you sleep, like, an hour longer tops, but then you got shit to do, dude. You're going to die if you don't get fucking food. I know there was, even in medieval times, like, once, like, alarm clocks didn't exist, but there were societies, there were people you could pay to, like, throw pebbles at your window to wake you up. Like, they would be your alarm clock. There was, like, a person whose job was to stay up, and, like, when the sun rose, you would wake them up. They were called knocker-uppers. Is that actually what they were called? Yeah, it was a job. Knocker-uppers were human alarm clocks, and they worked in Britain and Ireland during the Industrial Revolution. They were paid a few pence a week per person to wake up factory and mill laborers. Alarm clocks were expensive and unreliable. These people had long poles and pea shooters to, like, bang on windows, and they would wake your ass up. I love learning about jobs like that, like, used to exist, but now they're just, like, you know, in the future, irrelevant. So why would you ever have somebody do that?
now, modern humans spend about 90,000 hours of their lives working. That's roughly 1/3 of your waking existence dedicated to a job. But for the overwhelming majority of human history, jobs didn't exist. There was no employment, no wages, no boss, no career ladder to climb. So what did people actually do all day? Let's start with what we know for certain.
Fucking hunt, walk around. If I was a kid, I feel like most of it was like cultivating food, right? Like even before like farming, it was just like foraging for shit, hunting animals, making a fire, cooking the food, maybe improving on your shelter in some way, and then just fucking, you know. Infant mortality was through the roof. They had to constantly be having kids.
1963, archaeologist Richard Lee conducted a study that would change how we understand prehistoric life. He tracked the daily activities of the Dobeju.
When does gooning come in? I don't think they were ever gooning. I think they were just constantly having sex. Because it was like, if you were alive in like caveman times, the odds that you would live past the age of 5 was very slim. Like, you're probably dying when you're born. You're dying in the first year that you were born, or you're getting eaten or fucking some sort of disease in the first 5 years of your life. Like, one of the biggest things of science in general is the fact that we have reduced infantile mortality drastically. That's why our lifespan's up, right? There were a lot of people, like, when they say the average person didn't live till 25 in, like, caveman times, that's true, but the number's highly skewed from like people that died in infancy through early childhood. Like if you were a caveman and you lived to like the age of 20, odds are you might live to fucking 45. Like you'll probably figure it out. You know, you're not going to live to like you're 80, but there were people that were living till their 40s in earlier caveman times.
Swansea people in Botswana, one of the few remaining groups still living in a way that resembles pre-agricultural human life. He found that adults spent about 2.5 days per
1 in every 2 newborns died at birth. That, and then even in newer societies like the Spartans, 1 in 2 newborns died at birth. Maybe it might have been a little bit lower in that earlier society, but Spartan society, if your kid had a defect, they'd fucking throw it off a cliff. So it's like, you're getting a pool rate of like fucking 30%. Like 30% of kids are actually making it into the adult world. Not even the adult world. 30% are getting cared for because the other 70% died or they threw it off a cliff. And then of that 30%, only like what? 80% of them live to, you know, a certain age. And then now they die when they're 20 because they have to enroll in the military and all this stuff. It was like brutal, man. Like you always got to think, bro, Alexander the Great did all that shit before he was like 22. And then he died. Like, when you think of, like, people like that, like, Alexander the Great, he died when he was 32. Like, most of the shit he accomplished, he was, like, 20. We've all seen 300, mate, ... lol. Okay, Benny boy. We've all seen 300, the movie. They don't show them chucking babies off cliffs, and the fact that to prove yourself in the Spartan army, you had to go kill slaves. They romanticize the Spartan army. The Spartans were brutal people. It wasn't allowed to kill, like, you weren't allowed to do it, but it was still an initiation ritual where you had to go fucking murder some guy. Like, there was crazy shit they did in Spartan societies that they didn't show in the fucking movies. It's just this war group of people where it's like, 300 men that are trained to go kill wolves and they have to prove themselves in the wilderness. It's like, yeah, it was more than that.
Anthropologists look. The Hadza in Tanzania, the Ache in Paraguay, the Martu in Australia. Completely different environments, different continents. Same result, about 15 to 20 hours per week spent on survival activities. For context, you probably work twice that. Now, some of you are thinking, but those are modern people. How do we know ancient humans lived the same way? Fair question, and the answer comes from bones. When archaeologists compare skeletons of ancient humans to early agricultural populations, the difference is dramatic. Farmers were shorter. Their bones show signs of nutritional deficiency. Their teeth were riddled with cavities from grain-heavy diets. They had arthritis in their spines from repetitive labor, and they died younger. Ancient human skeletons, taller, stronger, healthier teeth, less joint damage. Their bones tell a clear story. They were doing less repetitive physical labor, not more. But the most fascinating evidence comes from something archaeologists found that shouldn't exist if survival was a constant struggle: art. In 1994, explorers discovered Chauvet Cave in southern France.
Yeah, it was clear they had free time. Like, they had time to kill. Cave art, even Neanderthals, non-Homo sapiens did cave art. Like, other versions of humans did cave art. Like, they were efficient enough to do shit. And I always think about that, too. Like, imagine being alive in a time where other versions of people existed. Like, not just, like, Homo habilis or, like, Neanderthals. Like, what was that one group of people that lived on, like, island countries and they were 3 feet tall? No, it wasn't Homo erectus. Oh, my God. Not Homo habilis. I think it's Homo florensis. Floresiensis. Homo floresiensis. It was like a cave. I can't show this. They're naked. It was a type of people that lived in Indonesia. And this is before Homo sapiens. And they were like averagely 3 feet tall. Like full grown. It wasn't like they were like little people or something. Like they were like averagely 3 feet tall. This is like the skull structure of them. You could look it up. All the images, they're butt naked. But they were like really tiny. And they lived and like flourished for like thousands of years. Like none of them are alive anymore, but they were alive 50K years ago. And then they went extinct. We're all if you are from non-African descent, the average, like, European individual, like a Caucasian male, is, like, 1 to 2% Neanderthal. Because they crossbreeded. And then we killed them.
Created roughly
or outcompeted them.
30,000 years ago. Horses.
Sucks there's different types of humans. Well, I think it would ground people more if there were different types of humans. I think we hold ourselves at this higher echelon because it's like, oh, we're not animals, we're people. But, like, if there were different types of humans, you would be like, oh, we're just animals. Like, it would be a lot more recognizable if there were, like, Neanderthals and Homo erectus still walking around. You'd be like, oh, there's, like, actually different types of fucking people, man.
Rendered with perspective, shading, and movement. These weren't crude stick figures. This was sophisticated art that required skill, planning, and most importantly, time. Someone spent hours, maybe days, deep inside a cave by firelight, painting animals on a wall. Not for survival, not for food, for beauty, for meaning, for something to do. In Blombo's cave in South Africa.
Well, and then even games. Like, what, like, you could look up, like, I actually always look into this shit. Like, what's the earliest board game? What's the oldest game played? Like, what's the oldest game? Senet, an ancient Egyptian race game from the year 3100 BC. Bakamon from 3000 BC. So these were games for like 5,000 years ago. And then even then, there were probably just like stupid shit cavemen did. Like, who could hit this tree with a rock?
Archaeologists found 100,000-year-old
Soggy Biscuit. Yeah, Soggy Biscuit. A classic. An instant classic.
100,000-year-old perforated shell beads, tiny holes drilled through seashells, clearly meant to be strung together as jewelry. The nearest coastline was 20 kilometers away. Someone walked 40 kilometers round trip just to collect shells, then spent hours carefully drilling holes with stone tools, just to look good. In 2008,
yeah, but I wonder how they had that. I feel like they had to be collecting and doing stuff in that time frame too, because like, he's saying 15 to 20 hours a week was spent foraging and hunting. And yeah, I will say you want to be more sedentary because then you're burning more calories. Like, there's no point. I'm forgetting that there's no food storage. So if you have food for the week, like say you have raw meat and you've cooked it, or you've like even maybe put it in salt, like earlier on, like humans figured that shit out. Like, that's not lasting super long. Like, if you have food, okay, I'm good for 3 days, and then I got to go get more food. There's no point in getting food now because I have it right now, and if I get more food, it'll rot. So it's like, if you kill a deer, now you just do nothing for 3 days because you and your tribe are fine. Like, you're just chilling. So it's like, all right, let's kill time. Let's go fuck around, and then we got to go find food again.
researchers found a 40,000-year-old flute carved from a vulture bone in Germany. 5 finger holes, perfectly spaced. Whoever made this understood music, they understood pitch, and they spent significant time crafting it. Not for hunting, not for defense, for music. These aren't
that's so cool, man. Somebody figured that shit out.
Isolated finds. Across Europe, Africa, and Asia, archaeological sites from 100,000 years ago onward are filled with evidence of decorative objects. Carefully crafted tools far more elaborate than necessary for survival.
From 100,000 years ago?
And items that required hours of focused work with no immediate practical benefit. This is what people did when they weren't securing food. They created. They decorated. They made things beautiful. So let's reconstruct a day. You wake up around...
Bro, I just want to know the first human that went, whoa, what? Who am I? You know? And then I assume that's where, like, it had to be, like, earlier language. Like, once language was made... You know, there were people that were using complex language to question feelings they once had. Like, before language, there might have been some sort of sentience and a feeling of, like, dread, and it's kind of unexplainable. And then now they're able to put it to words once they have language capabilities, like, generations down. And then there had to be a first guy that's like, wait, what are humans? Like, what are we?
The fire from last night is still smoldering. Someone adds wood. You eat leftover meat or fish from yesterday. Maybe some nuts or berries collected the day before. Breakfast is social. People talk. They plan loosely for the day. Not because they have.
If there was no language, did they have inner voice? No, because your inner voice would be what the language you spoke is. So it'd be more animalistic and emotional based, maybe image based, like imagery in your brain. But earlier languages, it started out as like, you could look into like how languages begin. Written language is a lot more complex in how I try to understand it. Like when we had to do this for like some fucking class I took. But it's like earlier humans, it started out as like just base grunts and like kind of emotional communication. And then it was more like common terms where they didn't have sentences that could string together. But if they said a like they would know like, meant fucking deer or some shit. That was a bad explanation. But, like, they had a common shared term for something, and then they got better at signing to each other if they had to be quiet. Like, oh, go over here. So they knew how to point and stuff. And then you start connecting that over thousands of years of, like, shared knowledge and and what you're giving down to your kids, eventually they're able to talk like we are in like a stringed way. They're able to more complexly or more in a complicated way share how they feel or how they think.
To, because that's what humans do. Around mid-morning, a small group might leave to hunt or gather.
Because like you get what I'm saying very rapidly, but if you break down every word of every sentence that I'm saying, it's like it's correlated with some sort of meaning, right? You just get it because you've spoken English for your whole life or most of your life, or like you understand English fluently. But like if you're able to break down every term, it's like, oh, it's its own unique thing, obviously, with its own definition. This is a no shit moment. Somebody in chat say, no shit, Joe Bart, you're a dumbass, you're LARPing. What was I saying? Like that, it's just that over thousands of years just slowly combined. Boom, 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 boom. We need a word for this. Let's name it, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no shit. I never understand how they put, like, an alphabet to something. Like, or earlier, like, Egyptian language makes more sense to me. Like the idea of having symbols that correlate with image in your mind, you know? Having like a Latin root, yeah, or like a fucking vowel. Like a vowel was the biggest thing in written language, is like A-E-I-O-U. Being able to like connect phrases in that way, because it's like what we're saying makes sense, but when you read a language, it's so verbally different. That's how you have people that are illiterate. It's because you can understand a language verbally, but like writing it down, you know English as a language in two different ways. You know Spanish as a language in two different ways. Like you could learn Japanese and never be able to read it, because it's like you actually know two different modes of communication.
Here's the key. You don't go every day. If the hunt was successful 2 days ago and food is stored, you might not leave camp at all. You might spend the morning working on tools, sharpening a spear, weaving a basket, scraping an animal hide to make it soft and usable. This isn't...
And that's why it's like, it's always based off of it's usually based off of vocal, like written language is based off vocal language. But for somebody that's like deaf that learns ASL is its own unique language that isn't correlated to spoken English. It's like its own fucking thing. They still understand both, but like somebody that is deaf reads, say, written English and also is able to communicate with American Sign Language.
Work in the modern sense. There's no clock, no supervisor. You do it because competence matters, because being skilled earns respect, because making things well is part of being human. If hunting happens, it's not the frantic chase you see in movies. Humans are persistence hunters. We track animals at a steady jog for hours until they overheat and collapse. We're the only species that can do this effectively because we can sweat and regulate our body temperature while running. Most animals can't. So we outlast them. The hunt might take 3 to 6 hours, including travel. Then the animal is carried back.
Or even when they had the hunt for exhaustion, yeah, might take that long. But even if you have an instance where they have bow and arrows and they shoot one, they might shoot a moose. Like if you're an earlier human, you shoot a fucking big ass animal. You hit a kill shot, but now you just kind of have to follow the moose around for fucking 9 hours till it collapses. Because you can't rush at it because it'll kill you. But you just have to wait from afar for it to fucking die and bleed out.
And by early afternoon, the productive part of the day is essentially over. What happens next is what modern people find hardest to understand. Nothing and everything. People rest. They sit in the shade and talk. They play with children. They groom each other, picking through hair, reinforcing bonds. They make...
If you're an earlier human, your chill time is the equivalent of being just like a more evolved ape creature.
Jewelry from shells or beads or animal teeth. They carve designs into bones or stones. They nap. Anthropologist James Sussman documented that among the Juhuansi, adults spend roughly 6 hours per day in what he called social time. Not working, not sleeping, just being with other people, talking, laughing, telling jokes, because in a world without money or police or written contracts, your survival depends entirely on your relationships. If people don't like you...
Yeah, but like when was there a fully spoken language where people were communicating in that way? What was the earliest spoken language? Well, I don't want to say an official language. It's impossible to know the first language ever spoken, true. Spoken languages leave no physical artifacts. Linguists estimate human speech emerged between 50,000 and 150,000 years ago, long before the invention of writing. Yeah, because written, that's where you're going to know is through written shit. Like Sumerians dating roughly back to 3400 BC, widely considered the oldest known written language. But even then, so say like 50,000 years ago, they had a definitive language they spoke to each other. Yeah, they just fucking chopped it up, just fucked around. But like, what stories is there to do, you know? Because, like, when you hang out with your friends, you guys live different lives. You meet up, you have stories to share, things to talk about. If you're in a hunter-gatherer society with 8 people that you live with on a daily basis and you are around them all day, every day, like, what is there to talk about? You're not giving each other hypotheticals. You're not having fun, like, ooh, what ifs? What do you think about this? Oh, pop culture stuff. It's all just about, like, chilling and fucking, oh, food. Maybe that's where, like, earlier religions and, like, beliefs took place, because they would talk about that. Like, what do you think? Like, philosophical shit, but, like, more surface level. But I feel like it'd be, like, very shallow conversations, yeah.
They don't have to share food when you're hungry. So you invest enormous amounts of time in those bonds. Not because it's productive, because
They took shrooms and got geeked. I mean, we watched a video about that. Yeah, earlier ancient humans did get fucked up all the time.
it's how humans stay human. Then the sun sets, and this is when something remarkable happens. In 2014, anthropologist Polly Wiesner analyzed hundreds of hours of conversation recordings from the Zhu Huanzi. During the day, conversations were practical: who saw animal tracks where, which plants were ready for harvest, complaints about someone not sharing fairly. But at night, around the fire, 81% of conversations shifted to stories. Myths about how the world began, tales of ancestors who did impossible things, jokes that made everyone laugh, adventures from far away. Wiesner argued that this is where human culture was actually born. Gods, spirits, the past, the future. Things you can only think about when your stomach is full and you're safe. And people didn't go to sleep and stay asleep the way you do now. Historical records from medieval...
I mean, yeah, even earlier, like, more, like, philosophers in the thinkers sense were all just rich people, bro. Like Plato and all those guys, like, it was very rare you'd have a philosopher in, like, early Greek times not be just filthy rich. Because if you weren't rich, you were working, and you didn't have time to fucking sit on your ass and think about life for, like, endless amounts of time. So it's, yeah, during free time is when people have those thoughts.
Europe and sleep studies from the 1990s confirmed that before artificial light, humans slept in 2 phases. First, sleep for about 4 hours, then a wakeful period of 1 to 2 hours in complete darkness, then second sleep for another 4 hours. So here's what...
I feel like that's how I live regularly. I feel like that is kind of just how I wake up at, like, fall asleep, wake up 4 hours later, can't fall asleep for another hour, pass out.
a full day looked like.
And the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn, I could just, like, start my day. But then I'm like, oh, I'm just going to crash 5 hours from now.
About 4 to 6 hours securing food or making tools. About 6 hours in social interaction, storytelling, grooming, playing. About 8 hours sleeping in 2 separate phases, and the rest resting, sitting, watching clouds, doing nothing in particular.
Oh my god, having a fucking posted up Minecraft spawn. Holy shit. Living in just like a dope-ass field on a beach, in a cave, in a mountain with a view.
Existing without needing to justify your existence through productivity. Then, about 10,000 years ago, something changed. Humans in the Fertile Crescent began planting seeds and domesticating animals. Agriculture. And agriculture is a trap. Once you start farming, you can feed more people. More people means you need more food. More food means more farming. Within a few generations, populations exploded and there was no going back. Because now there were too many mouths to survive by hunting and gathering. You were locked in. And farming required far more labor. Plowing, planting, weeding, harvesting, storing, defending crops from animals and raiders. The skeleton...
But that's the only reason any of us are alive. Like, if we didn't have agriculture and mass population growth, none of us would exist, because your parents would have never met and your parents' parents would have never met. Like, there would be people and humans still on Earth, but they would all be very localized populations of hunter-gatherers that stayed in that circle for thousands of years. Like, if you have like, maybe your parents were in the same area, but, like, your grandparents might be from 2 different countries. Like, and then their grandparents are from a different area. Like, you would have never had people intermingle, like, culture-wise or race. Like, if you're mixed, like, especially that. Like, if you're, like, half black, half Caucasian, there would have been 0 chance your ancestors would have fucking met without agriculture.
Early farmers worked harder, ate worse, and died younger than the hunter-gatherers who came before them. But the population kept growing, and with larger populations came specialists, toolmakers, potters, weavers, inventors, then soldiers, priests, administrators, and eventually jobs. employment, the idea that your time belonged to someone else in exchange for resources. By the time we built cities, the original human lifestyle was gone, replaced by schedules, obligations, the need to work most of your waking hours just to survive in the system we created. Today, you spend 90,000 hours working.
And it's a constant loop of return to increase production. Like, any surplus of goods is reinvested into the system to grow the system. Like, we're constantly serving the future rather than the present. Anything that you do that's like, oh, this is more efficient, now we could do this. No, let's, like, we watched a video about that with factories. Like, if you're able to, like, more effectively produce energy, instead of just making energy cheaper, you just make more shit that needs energy. Like, that's why prices of that stuff never go down. Because whenever we get better at making something, you just make more things that need that shit. Because now we'll just keep that at like a stagnant $2. We'll make it more efficient, and then we'll add more stuff. So you have more luxuries, but those luxuries never get cheaper.
Your ancestors spent way less. You sleep in one block and call waking up at 2 a.m. insomnia. They slept in 2 phases and used the middle hours for reflection. You spend your life chasing an illusion of greatness, achievements, wealth, and success by standards society invented. They woke up every morning already free, already enough, and at peace with nothing to prove to anyone. They didn't need to become successful. They were already living the life you're
Yeah, I wonder if there was like a level of, like, what level of depression existed within earlier humans. I don't think it was ever depression. I think there was higher rates of anxiety. Like, that's what I think existed more. I think depression was very far and few between in earlier humans, and it was almost certainly just full-on anxiety. Because you're just worried about dying. Worried about dying, worried about the future. Your fucking leg's injured. You're bleeding out. You have an infection. Like, that type of shit.
working your entire existence to retire into. You make art if you can find time after your job.
Like, you trade freedom for safety in modern society. Like, the freedom of this era was better, but it's like you could die at any time. There's no net to catch you.
Made art because they had time, and that's what humans do. We're not a different species, but we live so differently from how humans lived for 99% of our existence that we might as well be. We traded freedom for food security, leisure for population growth, time for productivity, and most of us have no idea what we gave up, because we never knew it was there.
Somebody said you think they gambled? Maybe, but I don't know, dude. Imagine being the first guy that made a casino. Holy fucking printing. You're the first guy that invented, like, blackjack, and you're the house. Fuck. You probably raked in money, man. Going to the OG slots. Well, not even the OG slots, bro. Those were, like, glitchable. I'm just saying you're the first dude that invented, like, a roulette wheel. Bet on it. And you're just the house. Infinite money glitch. Legitimately. But everybody would hate you. All right. I have to go piss. And then we'll hop into the last video. Putting the clues in AI slop.
In Eagle Flame, during a college football game, a bald eagle did its pre-game flight, but instead of returning to its trainer, it flew straight to the arm of the only Native American in the crowd. Out of thousands of people, it chose them. The stadium went silent, knowing they just witnessed something powerful. A moment of respect, spirit, and visibility. Folded hands sparkle. Yeah, no, it's not AI, no.
Some shit you see on Facebook. Is this Facebook? I don't know what app this is. I feel like it's so easy to scam old people with AI now. You just make some shit on Sora, remove the watermark, and then be like, look at this wholesome video. And then you'll just see a bunch of, like, grandmas and grandparents in the back, like, blessed up. That's awesome. Oh, how sweet. How sweet. A group of rats saved a child from a lion. And they'll believe that. And it'll be the rats, like, making a bed, carrying the kid away. And, like, swarming the tiger. They'd be like, wow, nature really does help people sometimes.
It's his eagle when he gets hired to fly it at sport events, yeah. Yeah, my initial thinking was that, but then I saw...
How do you show this is AI? I feel like you could see when stuff is AI when people have, like, lifeless eyes. Like, look at that shit. Like, they don't look like they're looking at anything. I also think it was the dude I saw blow taking a piece of a brownie. What is that?
The dude below him taking a pic with what seems to be a piece of brownie, and the hand below would have been blocking their own camera. I ran a video on people believing AI slop was real 2 years ago, and you all said, nah Matt, the comments are all bots too. No one actually gets tricked by AI. Well, look at the mess we're in.
2 years ago, I think people wouldn't get tricked. But now AI is good enough to where, yeah, the majority, every Twitter video at Grok, is this real? At Grok, did this actually happen?
Now, having a question every...
And then, like, you're asking an AI if it's AI, and the AI could be wrong. It's like, the amount of trust people have. I know, like, ChatGPT and Grok and, like, AI in general is smart. And smarter than the average person. But that doesn't mean that it's right every time. It still doesn't actually work for video. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not gonna know.
Everything we see these days, like some nightmarish version of Is It Cake? AI used to be easy to spot, but now requires more detective work. Like,
I still think it's not easy, but after you watch, like, 30 Sora videos, I think you could, with, like, 85% accuracy, pin whether or not something's real.
the lobster claws are the same size. That doesn't happen in real life. True legends, One Final Farewell, Eric Clapton and Paul McCartney break out. No, he didn't. Paul McCartney's left-handed. There's always some clue from how AI has slipped up, even as small as the fact that nobody ever writes prices $299.00 because it's been studied that when the .00 included, people are less likely to buy. So keep your eyes peeled. Ben & Jerry's milkshakes in all your favourite flavours. Don't know about you, but I want to try fish food, face-savouring food emoji. Will they do any in the dairy-free flavours? Please don't be AI. Ah yes, Bernazzie's Bender's Berries. My
Dude, and the fact that they see this and then don't even, like, bro, like, I'm not even saying you need to look at this and then stare really close to see the flaws in the AI. Just look up if it's real. Why are we asking Grok? Like, so many things. Ben & Jerry making a milkshake bottle. Is Ben & Jerry's making a milkshake bottle? No. Just Google it. Like, I feel like actually people I don't want to say Google's the end-all be-all too, because Google itself 10 years ago was the same fucking problem, where people just Google something and then immediately believe it. But Google's AI now, not if you fucking scroll down. Not if you scroll down. I use Google AI too, but I'm saying, like, scroll down. The first result's AI, and then just fucking swipe past that shit and look at an actual article or Ben & Jerry's website. Nobody does that anymore. I think people have actually replaced Google with AI. Like, the amount of people that when they have to look up something, they just ChatGPT it instead of Googling it is nuts. They never look at articles. They never do anything. They just immediately go, well, ChatGPT said this, so. Did you know 82% of Americans don't have a high-yield savings account? That is leaving free money on the table that you could have. You just have sitting in a bank account, not accruing interest. That's where Chime, the sponsor of today's video, can help you. Chime's high-yield savings account earns 3% APY. That is 7 times the national average of 0.39%. That is a huge difference. Let's do the math. If you have $7,000 in a regular savings account earning 0.39% APY, that is $27 a year. If you use Chime's high-yield savings account, that $7,000 could earn $210 a year. That is an entire gym membership, pair of headphones, so many other things. That's way more money. Way more money. The average American also spends $300 a year in bank fees. Chime, on the other hand, has no overdraft fees, no minimum balance, and no monthly fees. Another reason to switch over. Signing up is quick and easy, and what better time to get in than right now, because you can file your taxes for free through Chime. Make your money work for you and switch to Chime. To get up to a $350 bonus and earn up to 3% APY on your savings, go to chime.com/Joe Bartolozzi. It'll be the top link in my description, or scan the QR code on screen and make sure to go through my link to get the bonus. Plus, you get no overdraft fees and your paycheck up to 2 days early with Chime. That is chime.com/Joe Bartolozzi. Thank you to Chime for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
I love strawberry 68 cake. London. Before everything, it was one of the most beautiful, clean, and safest places in Britain. Yeah, back then they drove on the right. It was crazy. Not just that, the backwards man. The backwards man!
Dude, it's so hard. No, because, like, your eyes immediately, you don't immediately notice it. Like, when I saw this, I was like, okay, well, it's probably AI. And I was looking up here to see what looked weird. I think it's also just like, come on, like the picture of the kid smiling with the kid, like, it's just like too perfect of a photo.
Beautiful, clean, and safest places in Britain. Yeah, back then they drove on the road and Culkin reunite at family Christmas party.
Dude, it's the eyes, man. I feel like AI's so bad at getting eyes to look normal. Once they ace that, it's going to be hard to tell. It kind of looks like they get Macaulay Culkin, and then they just, like, paste, like, weird clay eyes on every character. Also, what the fuck is that in the back?
Dressed as Home Alone kids, recreating a classic holiday moment. I like how kid...
Facial expressions, I think they get the smile right. It's just, like, at times it looks a little uncanny.
Holiday moment. I like how Kiernan has an extra of
Oh, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Does he have 11 fingers?
Corley's arm. Oh my fucking god, how did I miss that? And what the heck is this in the background? Crown emoji, the 2 Ps pack.
We're getting extremely close to indiscernible video, and it's worrying the amount of fraud that'll happen. What do you mean by fraud, Brady? Like scams? Or just like defamation or shit? Like, what are you saying is going to be... I think it's going to be like fake news. Like, it's going to be scams. And then also, I think most social media outlets are going to be unreliable because a lot of people don't like, here's the problem. News outlets in general are biased, right? They're trying to share news and inform people, but first and foremost, they're a company that's trying to make money. So they're going to share the news that they think is best and what's going to make them the most money. So a lot of people go to social media, but now you could get paid to use Twitter. You could get paid to use Facebook. You could get paid to use Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and Twitch and all these other platforms. So news outlets are going to be more and more motivated to just create false narratives. So while there may be accounts that are still trustworthy, on your For You page or your feed, you might see something that's a news post from a page that is literally just full of fake shit. I could get paid? Yeah. And you see it now. I mean, I can't like quote accounts, but you could probably find them on Twitter pretty quickly. There are Twitter accounts that flat out post fake shit. Maybe with a culmination of semi-real or slightly misinformed shit. But like, they just post stuff that gets views, right? Because it's not if the news is true, it's if the news is going to get clicks and likes and interaction and engagement. That's what you want. And it's like, that's a problem on actual news outlets as well, because it's like, you're not actually going to inform people of anything good. You're not going to inform people of anything that's not going to gain eyes. But it's even worse on social media when you just give that to just the hands of a random guy that could just do whatever he wants. The amount of people that just believe the first thing they see. And I'm not trying to say that of like you guys in my chat, but some of you guys as well. And even me at times, like the amount of ignorance people have to what's going on in the world where they just see something and immediately go with it. They don't fact check. They don't look for themselves. They don't, actually interact with an individual or anything themselves. They just go, oh, well, somebody said this. This said this. I can't. And then they just move on.
To why Taylor Swift and Donna Kelsey's 2025 shopping spree just redefined the in-law relationship. I like it how AI thinks Taylor would wear the same outfit.
I've seen 5 TikToks about people bitching about the Apple charging the iPhone 18. iPhone 18 has not been announced in any capacity. They're literally just believing fake videos. Yeah, the charging port shit. I saw that and I looked it up and it said they hadn't announced anything. iPhone 18 charging port. I want to see if that rumors suggest, but it doesn't actually say that's what they're going to do. It's expected to use USB-C. They're gonna. Like, there's no way they wouldn't. I'm going to also have the take. I love that iPhone switched to USB-C because now I don't need some fuck-ass iPhone charger. Like, there's only 2 chargers that you need. Like, the speaker Android charger and the USB-C. And that's it. Those are the only charging cords I need. And anything that I need to charge fits in those 2 fucking slots. Either USB-C or this. Or just USB. It's amazing. It's like, I know it sucks too if like you're somebody with like an older iPhone as people move forward. But it's like, it's just awesome.
shopping.
Yeah, micro USB. I never know the name of it. I just
Rolling
go
on
Android charger.
the floor laughing emoji. It's the tiny microphone for me. The goal is never Gucci bags, it's acres of land. RIP to that horribly long misshapen horse, skull emoji. Just imagine how small the horses would be if they walked all the way to the house. I'm a farmer's daughter, and some people think that makes me last. I grew up on a sweet potato farm about 10 miles outside of town, where mornings...
And who's posting this? Like, are people posting this for... It has to be for money. Like, the account that's posting this isn't just like an auto-ran bot. Like, some person is making this image and then faking this.
Start before the sun.
For engagement.
And vacation means a county fair. My parents have
I think people on Facebook are doing this too. Because it's like, you pretend to be this wholesome farm girl, and then you get, like, some 80-year-old sugar daddy to be like, oh, you're what women aren't like anymore. Do you want to date me? And then they get scammed out all their money.
Under that.
Yeah, it's catfishing, but most catfishing previously used to be, like, pretending to be somebody you're not. This is just, like, you're not even a person. Like... You're catfishing as an AI individual.
Yeah, I'll stop you there. The chicken have duck feet, you stupid goddamn dumbass emotionally manipulative robot prick. Today, I returned a library book I checked out when I was a kid. And I'm old enough now that the librarian behind the desk had to blink twice, like she thought I was joking. This is AI photo. A book that old wouldn't have a barcode. They only started using those 30 years ago at the earliest, and it wouldn't have been on the cover. They were still tucking in the books, so they could also stamp the card as reminder to return. Well spotted. Very good. But also...
Where the red fern grows. Like, that's what gave away, the barcode gave away its fake, where the red fern grows.
Where the red fern grows. Oh, sounds like a good book. AI fucking slop. United passenger posted his first class ticket.
What a big ticket. And what language is that?
To brag about Trump, and someone cancelled his flight. Fuck, AI's getting too good. Why does his ticket say Unico and United? Why is the champagne in his glass, but his champagne is unopened? And why is he holding his bollocks? You forgot his legs shorter than his arm. Plus, he's literally on the flight. Right? Loudly crying face emoji, loudly crying face emoji, loudly crying face emoji. What, they're gonna kick him off now, are they? What's happened there then? Okay, cabin crew, come in. Can I just confirm you've served all the food and drink, yes? Fantastic. So everyone's got a hot meal and a full glass of alcohol right in front of them, correct? Great. If you could just go through now and actually make sure that everyone's got a ticket. Brilliant. And then after that, probably best start thinking about taking off. Where are pictures of Obama praying? Ooh, not many clues to work with here. Oh, but let me just try something. One sec. Marietta Handyman Services.
Oh, that's bad. You could tell just, like, off of the smoothness. AI always over-smooths people's skin. There's no texture.
Safely. Wired right? No.
Oh, he has 3 hands. I didn't even see that. Oh, my God.
Stress.
And he's just not even holding the fan.
Do all of your workers have 3 hands? Marietta Mandyman? Some hospitals and hospices in the UK and Australia have introduced cuddle beds. That is, special wider beds that let families lie beside their...
This seems horrible, dude. Cuddle bed. But they got, and they got a bedpan under that. Imagine, bro. Oh my God.
Loved ones who are terminally ill. These beds bring comfort, warmth, and emotional closeness during the most...
Yeah, why don't you emotional comfortness. Hey, your dying grandma. Why don't we lay on her? Also, she has 3 hands.
Who are terminally ill. These beds bring comfort, warmth, and emotional closeness during the most difficult final moments of life. Do you think this practice should be followed by all hospitals? Again, AI slipping up on the old hands, but it does have a solution for that, though. Happy birthday to my twins, Party Popper 2 Hearts. Some heartless people won't congratulate them just because they're different, broken heart crying face. Hashtag stay strong. I refuse to believe we humans are this stupid. Oh, I've got bad news for you.
Oh my God. Dude, and it's all like the Facebook moms. Christina O'Boyle. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Birthday blessings. Happy birthday to both of you.
What are they supposed to do with those blocks? Just going back to this one.
What it just...
Though quickly, what's odd is that it's based on a real idea.
I didn't even think about that. That one I was trying to see why it was AI. I was going to say, well, like twins, what are the odds that they, even if you're genetic twins and one of you is missing, you know, your lower half of your arms, would that mean that the other one would also be missing the lower half of their arms?
Just going back to this one though quickly, what's odd is that it's based on a real idea, on a real picture. The AI decided to festoon with messed up flags and turn it for no reason into an airbed. God, imagine you sit on the side of this and grandma just launches into the air like a trampoline. Or
I do think hospitals are too sad. This does look more comfortable, but the problem is it's just like, it's unrealistic to assume that like people are going to come cuddle with their dying grandparents.
like 5 nurses trying to hold the bed down and get her up for a bath, and she's just flopping around in the middle like a fish. AI has a habit of doing this. Here's a photo, a real story. The Arizona Fire Department had 19 babies born to the 18 firefighters inside of 1 year. AI decides, no, I can do that photo. Baby? Yeah, I've seen one of those before. Yeah. Hey, you guys. My favourite baby. God bless. Folded hands. Am I crazy, or does this child look like that wild...
But why would somebody make that into AI if it's already a real image? Like, they didn't change anything. They just said recreate this in AI. Like, just to see if it could copy it.
Restoration of that Jesus portrait done by that old lady in Spain. Could it be? The wadded up tissue next to the game. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. The AI was wrong for that. Dr. Pepper slippers coming soon to Walmart, Red Heart.
Dr. Pepper slippers. What about this is AI? If upside down it says Fot Care Set instead of Foot Care. Look at her hand. Yeah, but I mean it's behind the box. It's upside down. Well, yeah, but oh, well, yeah, that part is upside down. But it also says Fot Care Set instead of foot.
Oh, it's so good at making it look like an actual Walmart. Yes, but Fot Care. How far can animals identify us? What happens in that 600-yard window where you can be identified by a falcon, but not by a falcon? Schrodinger's falcon. Plus, that's not a giraffe. Me and my
husband after 23 years with the same pose and fun.
Husband after 23 years with the same pose and
Yeah, 23 years ago, Buddy had an Apple AirPod.
fun, winking face with tongue, smiling face with 3 hearts. Right.
And then now the AirPods, like, merged into his ear.
Because AirPods were a thing 23 years ago. They were.
Wow, this is fun to try and spot, like, what's wrong. Because honestly, I don't want to say, like, I wouldn't fall for this, right? Like, if I actually stared at it. But if I was scrolling on, like, just any social media and I saw this image, I wouldn't like it. I would just go, nah. Because I just wouldn't give a shit. If this was real or not, I just wouldn't care, right?
Wore them so much, they became one with his ear. You're being really insensitive right now. I love how the print...
And that is a problem, because then it makes, like, social media full of just, like, bot... Like, not just dead internet theory of, like, you know, the majority of social media interaction is done through bots, but also just, like, what you watch is bot content, but the bot content isn't intriguing enough for you to investigate it, so you just go, and just scroll. I've guaranteed you've seen AI images or modified ones, haven't noticed, it's gotten a lot more prevalent. Oh, no, I agree. There's probably been instances where I've seen AI imagery and just not known or cared to even check.
Ingles aged too. Spirit science. Posts. Look at this hidden sugar and common drinks. Every choice we make carries
iOS tea, energy juice drink, Red Bull.
weight, and awareness is a powerful tool. I like how the bottom of the Coke can bows outwards to fit the curve of the C of Coca-Cola. Red tea, my fave. Who the fuck out here drinking sugar water? Like an ant? Or perhaps a hummingbird? Or... We're already gone everywhere.
Oh, God. Are there people that drink sugar water? Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Whoa!
I was going to say that would be like 100 grams of sugar.
Top 10 richest billionaires 2025.
Jeff Bezos, Maryville. I don't know some of these people. Mark Zuckerberg. That's not Mark Zuckerberg.
I love how this looks like an in memoriam post. Combined wealth. There were trillions of dollars faced with tears of joy emoji. Who we got here then? Jeff.
Yes, Tom Cruise, $281 billion. I don't even know if Tom Cruise probably has like one at most.
We got here then Jeff Bakes, Mal Gibson, Mark Zuckerberg, and What? Yes,
Adam
if only
Sandler.
Elon Musk is upsetting, lol. Whilst we're on the topic of Musk, here's his family tree, posted unironically. Oh god, this isn't how you do a family tree, this is a family wreath. Fear the nameless Musk, born 2021. Dolly Parton impersonator meetup in Texas.
I believe this. I know, like, looking into it, there's probably something that makes it, yeah, like this. But looking at it, I'd be like, oh, who cares? Scroll.
Is that Mr. Poopy Butthole on horseback on the right? Oh, wait. Oh, I missed this event, and I live right up the street from Boris Lufthansa. I have truly never, in all my 75 years, witnessed such a charming little display of determination mixed with cozy desperation. Brilliant. Fabulous idea. I'd have made besties with him and...
Who's putting fabulous idea? Bart Denver is a fucking NPC, bro. Oh my god, we're in the pit vipes in the profile picture. What do you mean, brilliant idea? You're gonna set up a tent at a fucking airport? What? That's not a good idea.
Held up in there. Yeah, you know how you can never understand the overhead speakers? It's because they're speaking this language.
The flight to D1 is late.
Oh, no, I'm never going to get to Del Rito in time for Thameskivong. Amarillo reflects a classic American plains city, known for highways, open land, and regional travel
Where the fuck do you get off that roundabout? It's just an infinite traffic circle. You just spawn there and you can never leave.
routes that connect communities across the central United States. Love the big circle road with no off-ramp, lol. We just be driving in circles out here. Hey, I live there. This isn't AI. I once accidentally teleported into the circle. I had to call for help to get out, loudly crying face emoji. Yeah, this is what Amarillo actually looks like, if anyone was wondering. Where's the circle? I only order the cheeseburger.
0 cheeseburger. $9,000.
But the table is saying to split to bill evenly. Warrior eyes emoji. That's why when you start ordering, tell the waiter to separate checks, yeah? Problem solved. Josh, mate. Oh yeah, what, that new place over on Pemna Viventag, ACMV, Weshenheim, DC? Yeah, I was just there last week. Pemna Viventag is my favourite German holiday. Bro got charged for 0 cheeseburgers. Face with tears, face with tears.
And what the fuck is La Flave Mantra Cat? $4,000.
Face with tears of joy. AI loves receipt posts for some reason. I broke the number 1 rule and took a
$285 at a fucking Olive Garden? What would you possibly have bought? Also, everything there is $1, $2, $5, and like $40.
co-worker on a date. We picked Olive Garden because it felt safe, casual, neutral, HR-approved vibes. Everything was cool until the check came. You're talking such shit. What do you mean you're taking her on a date? You've both got wedding rings on, and you're holding a receipt which says you've had a tiramisu, but she's still eating her salad. Let's just have a closer look at that receipt, shall we? 1 tier of fiddig with 1 Nutella tea and 1 wet towelettes. 2 nuttig nutties with oid betis. 1 tisair nut, 1 tersarius, and 1 Triscuit. Add $1, $2, and $2.50, and $5, and $5.20, and $3, and it makes the total a $285.50. Duh, face with rolling eyes. And yet, almost every pleb gobbles it up, besides the odd cautious, is this a...
Oh my god. Dated a coworker, now married with 2 kids. Is this AI generated? Married my manager. Oh my god, bro. Like, we're entering the new wave of, like, people going to get genuinely scammed. Like, I think AI influencers is going to be even worse, where it's not like... We watched that one video about an openly AI, like, Instagram influencer and how they get sponsors and shit. I think it's going to be, like, so bad that on Instagram, there's going to be... It's going to be before... Like, I know Kwebbelkop's trying to fast-track this fucking Kwebbelkop AI shit and have, like, YouTube... merge with AI, and you're gonna have like AI gamers. I don't think that's gonna happen for a long time. I think more realistically, there's going to be like flat out Instagram influencers that aren't real and you don't know.
AI generated? Of course it is. Who would have taken the picture? Both his hands are on the receipt.
Are you AI? Yeah.
Living that DualShock life video game growing heart.
1 shoe.
That controller is plugged in to potato chips. Fucking poster says scheme. Skull emoji. What happened to Crash? Look what it did to Space Jam. Swamp Jam is an absolute classic. I wore a sneaker on 1 foot and went barefoot on the other, which was the style at the time. Yeah, when your mum barges in your room when you're hanging out with your friend, so your shirt is backwards and you only have 1 shoe on. Collectors! Automobile dash symbol. Cars 4 2026 hype. Lightning McQueen.
Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? There's another Lightning McQueen in the back with one eyeball. Oh my god. No, this is terrible.
He's back. Seymour. No, don't Seymour. This is AI. Disney said multiple times they'll never make another movie due to Pixar no longer having the partnership with the animation studio that did the Cars and Planes movies. Nice. I mean, you didn't really need to say that because there's a Cyclops with a three-eyed one. What is this supposed to be? What the fuck is this? Jesus is still king. Can I get an amen? Amen. No, wait. Aim. His own patch says Jesus. Is he saying he is king? Weight loss salad. Cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, onion. Those are some big fucking cherry tomatoes, lol. Stinky dicks, bagel seasoning, when only the finest will do. And the dressing only has 50 muffle per serving. Jack-o'-lantern emoji, POV, Halloween in the 90s, jack-o'-lantern emoji. More AI, which...
What, because there's just like pumpkins in the street? I think I'd fall for this one because nothing stands out as like absurd to me.
Tragically, humans were reacting with their real organic memories too. Yeah, I really miss when I was a kid and we just put pumpkins in the middle of the road. Nobody puts pumpkins in the middle of the road anymore. I miss the days when street lamps were just long sticks with nothing at the top. I also really miss those teeny tiny automobiles from the 90s that got banned after that one incident in 1999 that caused the media to erase them from the cultural continuum. I'm imagining a horror movie where someone gets sucked inside one of these AI hellscapes. Grocery store, 1920s. Hashtag vintage retail. Hashtag
Selling a lot of peas. Peas 15 cents. Peas 15 cents. Peas 15 cents.
women of the 1920s.
Peas and coffee. Is that the only thing that they sell?
Hi, yeah, I'll take some peas and some, peas. Oh, and some puffers. Coffee and peas is all one needs. In Mobile, Alabama, 23-year-old Red Lobster server arrested after no-tip receipt sparks seafood night chaos. Now, this is a tough one, and obviously it's got all the guys out there making fools of themselves. I mean, maybe it's real. Maybe it's real. Yeah. Oh, there's just one thing I find mighty confusing. It says the mugshot there is taken on the 18th November, 2025. Now, see, I thought Mobile Alabama's Red Lobster shut down on May 2024. That's awful curious. Plus her Def Leppard shirt says Def Leppard. These are the sorts of AI photos which go the most undetected, though, largely as men on Facebook with these sorts of profile pics are too busy commenting like, I mean, Jesus.
What did that say? Come arrest me and book me to your life, Miss Officer.
Commenting like, I mean, Jesus.
So you're saying when a man gets you as his girl, you come with handcuffs? Count me in.
Christ, what are you doing? The comments are insane. Some motherfucker really said, oh, wowzers. But just look at the badge. It's literally a capture. And another tell, actually sit back and think about what you're looking at. No one would do this. At 53, he sang one song and blah, 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 blah. We are getting into the minutiae of clues here, but sometimes that's what's required. This is a
ripped Eminem with just a million scars.
Eminem has a skull mushroom on his left arm, and Ronnie R.I.P. is at the bottom of the tattoo, not the top. I have the exact mushroom on my head, so I know. Yeah. I mean, they also kept the prompt, so sometimes.
Where? Oh. Just Truth, Scars, Legacy, Ren and Rhyme, ultra realistic, AK detail, shallow depth of field.
Digging down into the tiniest of clues isn't required, though. German short-haired pointer group shared that loyalty never fades, only remembered in silence. Generations pass, but a German short-pointed coins haunter always remembers what loyalty feels like in silence. What?
All right, WVid, though. That was fun. All right, it's bringing us back to the moon.
Chuck.
Yes.
We're going back to the moon.
I didn't know I've been in the first place.
NASA.
All right, NASA's going back.
Well, we've actually never been. Well, we've actually never been to the moon. Have you, what is that called? Have you ever heard of the firmament? Have you ever heard of the firmament? It's this thick air shield. Some would call it the atmosphere, but it's actually so thick that you're unable to travel through it. We're basically stuck on Earth.
Back to the moon, yes. Let's back up a little.
All right.
Okay? The first and only other time we went to the moon was the Apollo program.
Correct.
As you know. We went to the moon 9 times.
We faked it 9 times. Not even.
Yo, I always think about the guy that went on, what was the first Apollo mission where they went to the moon? Apollo 7, Apollo 11, I don't really know. The first one where they went to the moon and actually landed on the moon. the one of them had to stay back. And that's, well, not stay back. He was like the pilot of the ship. Yeah, I think it was 11. It was 7 or 11. 7, 11. Anyways, one of them had to stay back because, like, you can't have everybody land, and that sucks. You're like, oh, have fun. And they're all just jumping around on zero gravity in their little spaceships or little spacesuits, and you're just, like, sitting up there, sad as hell. Like that one guy from Interstellar. You ever see that movie? That one dude from Interstellar that has to stay on the ship while everybody else goes to, like, that one planet that's rotating really fast, so time dilation's different, which we're going to watch a video about later. And they come back, and he's, like, been waiting for them for, like, 30 years. He's like, oh, nice of you to come back. For them, it's been, like, 5 minutes.
In my marriage, has that much faking taken place?
Apollo 8 went to the moon, orbited, and came back. Took that famous picture of Earthrise.
Ooh. I love this photo. Oh, my God. This was my computer background for some time.
Over the landscape.
That's right.
Apollo 10 went to the moon, orbited the moon, deployed the lander, and then came back up.
Right.
So that's a...
Well, is it Artemis 2 also? Like, these are actual moon missions. But Artemis 2, the one that's going to the moon right now at the time of this, stream. That one's not really a moon mission. Isn't it testing the new rocket and spaceship model for a flight elsewhere, like to Mars? Like, this isn't... We're not really giving a fuck about the moon right now. This is just, like, a means of dialing in the new spaceship technology / gravity slingshot method to reduce fuel, need on a ship.
Apollo 10.
Right.
Apollo 11, everyone remembers. Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, walk on the moon.
Right.
And they leave Michael Collins up in the...
Yeah! Being that guy. Holy fuck, bro. Oh, my God. Sitting there just watching. The FOMO. I don't think anybody's had bigger FOMO. I mean, he is a professional, but still. Like, he knew that he was... It wasn't like, in the moment, they drew straws, and he was the one that had to stay up. Like, before they even left Earth, he knew.
Capsule.
Just left him up
the cuck chair, actually.
there. Didn't even give him the opportunity to go down later and check it out for himself.
You know it's in the plan. These are professionals.
That is rough. Yeah, I mean, you gonna make me the chauffeur?
Go to the moon.
Wait, was he the pilot? Who was Michael Collins? Like, why did he stay? Yeah, he was the pilot, so that's why he had to stay back. What if he just dipped on them?
Make me the moon chauffeur. I didn't even get
the moon chauffeur.
I'm the moon chauffeur.
Then there's Apollo 12, Apollo 13, the ill-fated one.
Right.
Old Hollywood movie.
Yes.
On that, directed by Ron Howard. And
what? Sorry, I'm not making a joke. I'm actually curious. Which was the one that blew up? Because one of them, they died.
Apollo 13, the ill-fated one.
Right.
Oh.
Old Hollywood
Sorry, I gotta pay attention to the fucking video.
movie.
Yes.
On that, directed by Ron Howard. And then Apollo 14, 15, 16, and 17. All right. Why did we go? We're Americans. We're explorers. It's in our DNA, is what we are told.
Right.
That's not why we went. That's not why we went.
No, why do we go?
You could want to go for those reasons, but that's not what makes anybody write a check.
Yeah, exactly.
Who writes the checks? Congress writes the checks.
Right.
You got to spook Congress somehow into writing the check. So Kennedy...
Do we know how much... do we know how much it costs to do this Artemis 2 mission? I'm Googling. Artemis 2 mission is estimated to have cost around $4 billion. Okay, I'm going to have an outlandish take here. That's not that much. To go to the moon? Okay, yeah, $4 billion is a lot of money. But, Elon Musk could fund 50 of those. Brother could sell all his stake, cash out.
Says...
We go to the moon and do this, that, and the other thing.
It's $90 billion for the entire mission, $4 billion per launch. What? You're saying for all the equipment and gear, but aren't they recovering some of that? Like the spaceships, you could reuse that. Like it's not just gone. How much is the entire Artemis mission? 93 billion. The Artemis program, 93 billion through 2025. Massive undertaking, heavy lift rockets, infrastructure, 100 billion total for the full campaign. Okay, so it's $100 billion.
Because it is hard.
So Yuri Gagarin comes out of orbit.
Okay. Right.
Oh, we're back on why we went to the moon for the first place. This is what I was arguing. I knew this already. I was arguing with I know I was getting full rage baited, but I can't tell with Lacey and those guys on whether or not they're being serious. When I was in a call with fucking 8 streamers and they're going, oh, the moon landing's fake. Why would we even go there? I'm like, you only go back for war or economic reasons. And they're like, oh, really? Yeah.
First man in space.
Yeah.
To orbit the Earth.
Right.
6 weeks later, we have a joint session of Congress. President Kennedy says stirring words, put a man on the moon, return him safely to Earth before the decade is out. Go earlier a couple of paragraphs in that same speech. If the events of recent weeks couldn't even utter the man's name,
Right.
the events of recent weeks are any indication of the impact of this adventure on the minds of men everywhere, then we need to show the world the path of freedom over the path of tyranny.
Voldemort is back. Dumbledore, I tell you.
Is the U.S. flag that was put into the ground in the Apollo 11 mission still there?
Voldemort is back.
The enemy is established.
Right.
The godless enemy is established.
Right.
The checks were written.
And yeah, well, there you go.
And they'd already beaten us with the first animal in space, Laika. They already beat us at all of that. We needed something to beat them.
Yeah, weren't we sending like monkeys in space for some amount of time or some shit? I know there was like dogs and other shit, but weren't we sending like chimps up there to see like if they would die? Because it was like, well, we don't know. You know, nobody's been up there before.
So we said, let's go to the moon.
That was China? Well, I'm saying we meaning humans, not we meaning the U.S. I'm saying like humans were sending animals up there to see if they died, because we didn't know what would happen.
Land on the moon.
And walk around.
And walk around.
Even though they beat us in all these other categories.
Right.
And we did. So what happens? We get to the moon, look over our shoulder, no Ruskies. We're done here. So did we really go to explore?
No.
Or did we go to just beat the Russians?
Right.
We have not been back to the moon in 50 years. So you know how many scientists went to the moon?
0?
One. Do you know which mission?
No.
The last mission.
17.
So we had the astronauts do science experiments. It's not that no science happened.
No.
But don't fool yourself into thinking this was all for exploration.
Right.
It was muscle flexing on the geopolitical sphere during a Cold War when we're fighting a hot war in Southeast Asia against that enemy. We don't go back to the moon. Not in the 70s, not in the 80s, not in the 90s. Oh, wait a minute, in the 20-teens. Let's go back to the moon. What a great idea. We're long overdue. It's been half a century.
Yeah. I wonder how the moon's doing.
I think it lined up ironically around the war, like with Iran. Okay. I don't think, like, obviously this mission was in, you know, the books for a long time. I don't think that there was a war-based reason this time to go back, or like some sort of flexing of muscles. I think this literally is like, hey, we're going to test shit out so we could go to Mars. But like, I don't know. You think they'll make it back? Yeah.
We have these thoughts.
I mean, knock on wood, but yeah, I think they know what they're doing now. Like, you don't understand the amount of fact checking they do at NASA in like modern day, like how many tests they're running to make sure that these people don't die and also get the stuff back.
Let's part the curtains. What else happened in the 20-teens? China says they want to put taikonauts.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Oh my God, what? In 2017, we signed that because China said they wanted to go to the moon? Oh my God. Bro, so randomly, we're like, oh no, we're just going to go back. You know, actually, I kind of miss the moon.
It's on the moon.
Oh.
Taikonaut. Their version of a cosmonaut, our version of an astronaut.
Right.
Oh my gosh. China's going to the moon. If there's ever a reason for Congress to...
You see the toilet wasn't working, they had to fix it? Yeah, I saw a video about that. Bro, how bad that would be. They wouldn't have died if their toilet was full broken, but they would have had to be like shitting in like some bag. There would have to be some sort of way they'd be able to fix that.
Reinvigorate the funding to go back to the moon. It was that.
It's good now, but like, ugh. Do the toilets in NASA, or not in NASA, do the toilets in the spaceship shoot out the poop into space like an airplane, like releasing stuff? Or do you think they keep the shit on board the whole 7 days? I feel like they could have a hatch that would be like, woof. That'd be awesome to see my turd full freeze just floating through space.
Can't have
So
China.
we announced program to return to the moon.
We go to the moon. Not because it's easy, but because it's...
Just straight diarrhea. Oh, this astronaut food's not sitting so well. I'm just straight shit in chunks. They just release it out. It all freezes, just smacks the window of the fucking spaceship.
I don't know. Is there money there?
And so this happens under the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Okay. So Trump says, let's go back to the moon.
Yeah.
And the program to return to the moon has one of the best names ever.
Space Force?
No.
No, what is it?
Artemis.
Oh my god, I forgot about Space Force.
Artemis.
Artemis.
Yes.
So who is Artemis in Greek mythology? Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo.
Look at that.
You can't get more woke than that.
That's which is why we're changing the name to get rid of this DEI Artemis chick.
Each one, just as the
Sorry.
original Apollo mission, each mission was a little more ambitious than the next.
Okay.
Right? As you heard, Apollo 10, they went halfway down, came back up.
I love the incremental approach.
It's incremental.
I love
and
it.
the press can talk about each increment because
Exactly.
each increment is more than what happened before.
Yeah, no.
Each thing is a progress wheel. Okay.
Absolutely.
So, remember the Saturn V?
Yeah.
I got it right here.
That's
I
it.
got it right here.
It's all rocket.
It's all
It's just all
it's all
rocket.
rocket. Right on up to here, and then right up to here, and then you get the astronauts.
Right.
There's three of them. We had Mercury had
Bro, like, I refuse to believe that, dude, if you look at the inside of the Artemis rocket, it's the size of, like, a bus. Not even. Like, half of a bus is where they live. So, wait, just thought of a crazy fucking question. Not in this scenario. Do the astronauts in the International Space Station goon? Because they're up there for, like, years. Surely. You know, they got enough space up there. They got, like, rooms and shit be floating around.
the
Oh,
astronauts.
God.
Right.
There's three of them. We had Mercury had
It's definitely happened. Bro, you know how I know it's happened is because one of those fucking astronauts in their head went, I'm going to be the first. Follow-up question. Do you think that there's any sort of, not the Mile High Club, but the space club? There's got to be two astronauts that have been in the International Space Station that have gone, you know, surely.
one astronaut.
Look it up. I feel like that would be something they wouldn't say. Have any, I'm really going to Google this. Have any astronauts had sex in space? No verified records. NASA maintains that it knows of no intercourse in space. Yeah, no shit, bro. What are you going to tell them? Oh my God. Too difficult and too dangerous to test. What is this, fucking Fear Factor? Oh God, 0 G's. How are we gonna do this? Too difficult to test. Like it's some sort of experiment. As noted in a Reddit post, Newton's third law makes it difficult to maintain contact without specialized techniques, such as Velcro or being held by another person. I assumed they'd just cocoon each other and then jackrabbit it. That in my head, I assumed they'd just be kind of floating around the space station, just ripping it. Like, that's probably how it would go.
Gemini, how many did they have?
Maybe 2.
Yeah. Apollo 3, all increment up to landing on the moon. So they're up here in this little capsule right here. Little
exactly.
capsule. And this is
Okay, no, back to what I was saying. Why, dude, this whole rocket, I know they're so worried about weight. Like, weight is such a big thing, and it's like they have to literally factor in, like, every small thing they bring on the ship. You're telling me they can't just make the rocket a little bit bigger? So then the fucking capsule could be a little larger?
Absolutely.
And this is the Cape Tower. If something bad happens, this launches and carries the capsule and its residents.
That was the problem with the other, oh my God. Wait, this is why this rocket method's a lot safer, because what was the other spaceship method they had where it was like an airplane? The space shuttle. The space shuttle was like the dumbest invention, because if something goes wrong on the space shuttle, you're just strapped to fucking explosive fuel. Like, if, say this goes wrong and you're at the top, just shoot right off, you're good. Like, you just die on this.
Bad happens, this launches and carries the capsule and its residents away from.
It glides down to safety. I'm saying it in a moment where, like, you need to get the fuck off that rocket.
This bomb that they're sitting on top
exactly.
of. Okay, so we got one of those as well, but it's specially designed for the future. It's called the Space Launch System, SLS. So it has not only a big old giant rocket, it's got what we're familiar with now with the space shuttle.
Yo, I can't imagine being one of the astronauts at the tip of that rocket. You're already like 400 feet in the air, and you just got fucking 80 tons of fuel behind you, and you're just like, like, what is the G-force on that? They probably have to train for that shit.
It's got 2 solid rocket boosters on the side. The value of that is you use up their fuel, and when they're done, you just drop them away.
There you go.
You don't want to
You don't have to carry empty tanks.
Empty tanks. And then the main rocket will also have multiple stages as well. This was the brainchild of Werner von Braun. Multi-stage rockets.
Right.
Without him, we'd all have
Oh, yeah, Werner von Braun. Yeah, I know the name.
these bullet-shaped V2-looking rockets
Right.
that are not multi-stage. It was his idea to do this. You drop away things you don't need anymore, and that way the remaining thrust is pushing on a lower mass object.
Right.
So the SLS, with the capsule included, is about the same size as the Saturn V. But here's a good way to think about how big it is. Let's compare it to the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's as big as the Statue of Liberty. I would have thought that it was large. It's as big as the Statue of Liberty. That's how big the fucking rocket is. I will say I did go to that one museum in Florida where they still have like one of the rockets, and you walk for like 3 minutes just under the rocket. Like it's a long rocket, but I'm seeing it on the ceiling, so you don't really recognize it.
Except that's not the right comparison. Let's make the Statue of Liberty its actual size relative to the
Okay, can you put it next to like the Washington Monument? I feel like that would be a better comparison for me.
SLS. So it's about the same size as the Saturn V.
Okay.
But it has the help from these.
How tall is the rocket that... I gotta Google this. How tall is the Statue of Liberty? 305 feet. How tall is the rocket on Artemis 2? It says 322 feet. No way. That's got to be wrong. Oh, it's around the height. Oh, okay. No, see, now we're skewing it a little bit. It's the height of the Statue of Liberty with the big rock part at the bottom. Look. So the Statue of Liberty, if you're like standing at the foot of the statue, is a lot smaller. But if you add like the big, rock part that it's sitting on, that's still huge. 322 feet.
Solid rocket boosters on the side.
Okay.
All right. Point is, the capsule, which is containing and protecting the life forms, there are things like the original capsule was not expressly designed to protect you from radiation.
Right.
It might incidentally do so because it's made of metal and whatever, but this is radiation insulated. It has other life support systems to protect the occupants, as you would want.
Okay.
Okay? The original Apollo capsule could seat 3 astronauts. The Lockheed Martin one can seat 4. Okay, we add another one to the mix.
Okay.
And of course, it is also
You add one more, you could get a League of Legends land.
once again connected to a rocket tower that will, if something goes wrong, in an instant.
Bro, that'd be so lit. Imagine being on the spaceship, like, queuing. Bro, your ping would be crazy.
It'll rapidly take the capsule away from this rocket bomb that's detonating in ways that you don't want.
Yeah.
Wait, do they still have that live stream? Sorry, I keep pausing. Do they still have that live stream up right now? We might be able to see where they're at. They usually have, like, live footage. Oh, no, I don't want to hear this fucking space conference right now. I want to see the view from... What the hell is this?
Okay, we will take the time to get this cabin looking good, and I think you can come back on board in the HHP camera.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. Is that the moon?
And Christina,
What am I looking at?
thank you. We'll take you up on it, and we'll be coming on board.
2 FPS, obviously fake. I love when people say that. Why is the quality so bad? Oh, I don't know. Probably because we're far as fuck.
Yes, exactly. So it's cool. It's good. It's nice to have a little ejector button.
Ejector button. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. In a way, the most important part of the whole rocket.
Definitely.
AI.
Because you in it.
I was going to say, that's where the people are.
That's where the people are. So Artemis 1 flew the entire kit and the caboodle to the moon, and it landed in the ocean just...
What the hell is this flight pattern? Why did they do that?
And it landed in the ocean just like the old days.
Yeah.
With
splashdown.
Splashdown with 3 parachutes, and there was the capsule, and landed right near there was an aircraft carrier, just one of the ships that would collect it out of the water, and it was great, uncrewed, just to test the system. Next, Artemis 2.
You land in Daytona, Florida on spring break. You pop the fucking top of the spaceship out. Everybody
goes with crew to the moon, but doesn't land, and then comes back.
Okay.
Okay? That's a very Apollo 80 of them.
Right. Eight, yeah.
8E. To go to the moon and then come back. That's the first time we've sent astronauts off of the Earth to a destination since 1972, since Apollo 17.
Damn.
54 years.
I'm going to say that's tragic.
What year was 54 years before we landed on the moon? It was 1914. So you see how far we went from 1914 to 1969.
That's terrible.
That's how I think about where we should be in space.
That's terrible.
Okay? So Artemis 4, scheduled for the future, will take the crew and they will land on the moon targeting the South Pole.
Okay.
The South Pole, we have crater rims where the sun, which never gets very high in the sky, that's
Well, lizard people live on the dark side of the moon, so this is going to be a dangerous mission. Do they have any weapons?
happens when the sun is in the sky when you're near the poles.
Right.
And they're craters that are so deep with rims so high, the sun never reaches the bottom of the thing. So when comets hit and they deposit water molecules on the surface, if it's where the sun hits, it evaporates. If it goes in the middle of the crater,
it's there.
It's a cold trap.
And we got it for water.
Forever. And so you can, quote, mine those molecules out for water. You can turn it into rocket fuel, separating the hydrogen and oxygen.
I'm starting to see the motivation here. China is going to go. We like, that water's ours, China.
So the South Pole is the...
But what are they looking to find? Like remnants of other life forms in those asteroids, or like certain things that we haven't found before? Like in these water molecules? It's not oil. Oil. Drill, drill, drill. We're going to bring it back. Fuel. Yeah, that's what we're going to get out of the fucking moon. Yeah, how are you going to get that shit back?
Object of affection these days.
Yeah.
Not only China has sent rovers there, Russia has sent a rover. One of them crashed, I think. We've sent a spacecraft to the South Pole. So that's where everybody's sort of gathering right now. And if it's going to be a turf war, it's going to be there. And we didn't want to be left out. There it is.
Well, there it is. Once again, it comes down to the fact that we don't want to get beat.
We have a real or perceived threat from an adversary that we are reacting to. But that's not going to be in the top cover.
What does our treaty say about, like, water is now a commodity on the moon? So what does our treaty say?
There's the Outer Space Treaty, which was modified, updated to become the Artemis Treaty.
Oh.
It's signed by 50, 60 countries.
Okay.
Not China, not Russia.
Oh.
They came up with their own treaty that they signed among themselves. Okay, so they got a treaty. We got a treaty. The treaty means you help each other in need. You don't hide secrets.
What a perfect opportunity to showcase cooperation amongst nations.
It really does blow that, like, if all the world superpowers actually got along and shared info with each other, we as a species would advance at such a more rapid rate than we do now, because we're just gatekeeping info from one another that, like, oh, we need this bit of info that you have, you need our info, and instead of just giving it to each other, we're going to spend 10 years trying to figure it out so we can piece our own puzzle together rather than just handing it to each other. Like,
as a cooperative species, like, we're not on Earth anymore. Like,
it's all Kim, bro. It's over. I'm telling you right now, Kim Jong-un has zero valuable information for any of the world superpowers. I'm more so talking about China, Russia, the United States. If they all shared info with each other, that would be fucking awesome. Right.
We can't even go to the damn moon and work together. You would think look, let's all work together.
Kim Jong-un's cooking up fucking burger recipes on his fucking end in North Korea, dude. They got about jack shit. They're about 9 to 10 years behind from what everybody else is cooking up, dude.
Together, we can all get this water because guess what? You know, whoever
Kim Jong-un making liquid cheeseburger recipes.
That's it. We need it to get to Mars or wherever else. Ugh.
It's the old watering hole problem with tribes.
Yep.
All over again.
Except on the freaking moon.
So I just want to sort of celebrate the fact that we are going back, even though it's 50 years later.
Right.
I'm happy we're going back.
Right.
I understand the motive. I'm not.
I mean, this is fucking jerk off, dude. Get the hell out of here. Your English isn't good. My English not good. I mean, I think he's black. What? What? What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Get the hell out of my chat.
Delusional about that. That crew going to the moon looks more like America.
Like, obviously purposefully mistyping words to make it seem like they don't speak English.
Than the original, Mercury 7.
Like, if you couldn't type if you couldn't type that, how are you understanding what I'm saying at the rate that I'm talking? Like, I have viewers that aren't native English speakers in chat right now, right? But they still probably know how to say, oh, what are you what are you saying? You're just, okay, yeah, Neil's black. What? What does that have to do with anything?
I can help it.
Oh, by the way, Trump puts it in, and who follows Trump as president?
Biden.
Biden. He doesn't cancel it.
Nope.
He keeps it.
He was asleep, that's why.
Anyway. So everybody keeps the space goal.
Right.
Because it transcends politics.
It does.
And you realize NASA has 10 centers in 8 states. And those 8 states variously at the general election vote 4 red, 4 blue, 3 red, 5 blue, 5 red, 3 blue. It is embedded in the political spectrum of the country. So if someone does not like NASA, that is insufficient information for you to know what party they vote for.
There you go.
That's how you embed it in.
See?
Kind of how I see it.
There it is. Congrats.
Wow. So you make it a political thing for both or beyond politics for both parties of just, ew, I just spit everywhere. Of just wanting to be able to explore.
Congratulations, NASA. The only thing about America that doesn't suck.
On that note, this has been yet another Star Talk Explainer, the Artemis mission, following on the legacy of Apollo. Chuck, good to have you, man.
Always a
Neil
pleasure.
deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, as always, bidding you to keep looking up.
Wow. I loved that video. I love learning about space. I love learning about the interstellars. Neil lived long enough to see the moon mission go Artemis. Okay. Wait, why? God damn it. Oh my God, no. See, now I'm thinking about when Neil deGrasse Tyson's gonna die. How old is Neil deGrasse Tyson? 67. Dude, I saw a clip of somebody saying, I think it was like some fitness influencer going like, oh, the average person's gonna live to 140 soon. Hell no. Hell no. You know what I do think about? If there's ever a world where they invent something that, like, can biologically make people immortal, I feel like I would be the jackass that would die the day before. Obviously not, like, physically immortal, because even if you were biologically immortal, you could still get, like, shot, hit by a car, die of other things. But, like, I feel like if they were ever to, like, make something like, oh, yeah, wait, no, now we could, like, low-key live forever. I died. I died the day before they found that out. When Canadians find a dead alien. I mean, is this going to be like a fucking... There's no... Okay, they're not... You're not going to actually be able to convince me that that is a real alien. Dead or alive, that just looks like a bulbous figurine. A bad prop. That one looked more real. I just fully... I fully think that anybody that claims to have found an alien and that alien is a bipedal creature with a bulbous head that looks like E.T. and they drive a saucer UFO is a fucking scam. I mean, yo, great way to, you know, actually disguise yourself as an alien is to just, like, pan into the stereotypes, but, like, I'm not going to believe that. 1992.
Over a decade ago, a very strange video emerged on the internet. It shows a recording of photographs taken in 1992 in Quebec, Canada. Those photographs depict what appear to be a short, naked corpse of a gray alien. What is also mysterious is how little...
If it has a dick, I'm not believing it. I'm putting that right now. If it has the same reproductive organs we do, nope. Nope. Or if it's smooth, that's also another thing. I need to see some weird, like, bulbous thing popping out of its, like, right shoulder that it uses to, like, reproduce.
Information exists on this case. And so,
Because ain't no way an alien penis is a thing.
Did a deep dive. The footage itself is one...
Almost every animal has genitalia on Earth. Almost every animal on Earth, right? And to say that I've said this a million times. So, you know, if you watch a lot of my content, it sounds like I'm beating a dead horse here. If you are an alien from another planet, light years away, tens, hundreds, thousands of light years away, and you make your way to Earth and die, I'm already questioning your intelligence. Like, how the fuck did you even get... You died? You died. You were capable of getting from thousands of light years away, right? Something that would take us, you know, millions of years to fucking get to. Like, with the current technology we have. They're able to get here in an instant, in one life. And then they die in the snow in Canada? That's already sketchy. And then on top of that, you evolved and developed, you know, maybe some level of consciousness perception on another planet. Say it's in the Goldilocks zone. You're not going to be bipedal. Why would you look like us and have 5 fingers and fucking all this other shit?
1 minute and 21 seconds long. It was uploaded by the YouTube channel called Étrange Videos in 2008.
That is a wooden doll. That is a wooden doll.
And again in 2013. And also included detailed comments from the uploader, giving context on its origin and claiming to be the one who did the recording. In total, there are 10 photographs of the corpse, and 3 other pictures to provide context. The first one is a depiction of Grays from an abduction account in a book, including the Charles Moody case from 1975. The second is a title screen saying Hiver 92, l'Annonciation, which translates to Winter 92, and l'Annonciation being a municipality in Quebec, Canada. The third picture is a map, with the location of the finding, Riviera Rouge. The last picture...
Where's the body? The government might have taken it.
Curiously, is a drawing.
What are the Canadians going to do with an alien?
Or rather, a petroglyph from Uzbekistan, showcasing what appears to be a luminous man. It was used by Eric von Daniken, specifically in his book Chariots of the Gods. Von Daniken is best known for his books on alien influence on early human...
Was God an astronaut? Bro.
Civilization, more commonly known as the ancient alien hypothesis, which is likely why it was included in the footage. The uploader, claiming to be the person who recorded this and uploaded it to YouTube, provided detailed context for where he or she got these photos from and their attempts at making them public. The uploader writes, "In the winter of 1992, while I was living in Montreal, a friend of my former roommate came to our apartment to show us some strange photos. These showed what appeared to be a creature of unknown origin, an extraterrestrial biological entity, or EBE, apparently lifeless, discovered by a snowmobiler or perhaps...
I'm cutting off its hand and keeping it. What? If I find a dead alien, I will... bro, if I find a dead alien, yeah, sure, I'll let the government know. I'm hacking off its arm and putting it in a box to be like, this is an alien's hand. Well, I'm going to show you a fucking 240p image and be like, yeah, this is a dead alien we found in the woods.
...too, in a field or wooded area not far from the road.
They'll mind wipe you? You think they have that? Dude, I mean, that's a hypothetical I've ran through multiple times, chat. Alien UFO crashes in your backyard. You know? What are you doing? Right? I'm going out with a weapon, but I'm gonna be kind of like half on the offense, half on defense. I'm gonna be like kind of peaceful, like, you know, just no, I'm not aggressive, but I'm ready, you know, in case they try to lunge at me or something. I don't know what disease it has, so I might like wear a hoodie and go like this. Like poke it if it's dead. Like like roadkill. I'd call my friend first, actually. I'd get Chris to pull up. Then we would both go outside with hoodies on and poke it. See what it is. Take a few pictures of it. Probably take part of its body. Write a note to myself in case they Men in Black mind wipe me. Put that away. Then call. Who do you call? Who do you call? You'd probably call like the police and say that you found it. They wouldn't believe you. Saul, the Ghostbusters. Yeah, I call the Ghostbusters. Hey, I know this isn't really ghost related, but this is something that you guys are going to want to see. I call one of the original actors in the Ghostbusters movie.
This friend stated the photos were from his cousin and were taken in Riviera Rouge in La Annonciation.
Bro, but I just feel like the reason I wouldn't want to call the police is because if you found an alien and you call the cops, they're not roping you in on that shit. You know they're not. They're gonna barricade you in your house. They're gonna fucking rope that shit off and they're gonna say, fuck off. And they're gonna go deal with it themselves. They're not gonna help you, you know, or they're not gonna let you in on what they find. So I gotta be investigating some of that shit myself. I might put on gloves, you know, you don't know what fucking bacteria they got, like some brain-eating amoeba just living on their skin.
On Quebec, which is the circled place on the map. The snowmobiler, or one of them if there were more, retrieved a camera and began snapping photos. The other witnesses in the photographs arrived later by car. They then wrapped a cable or a rope under the arms of the corpse and used a branch to lift it up, hoping to avoid touching it.
That's smart. Oh my god, wait. No, this is making me believe it more. Because they don't want to touch it.
Strangely, they said they left the body out overnight, and when they returned the next day, it was gone, possibly taken by coyotes or other wild...
You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. They leave the body? I would camp that shit out with my life. See, now you lost me again. You got me, and then you lost me.
This anonymous uploader then writes, "We then asked him what he planned to do with the photos. He told us..."
I'm not mad if I go out that way either, you know? Like, if I see an alien... know there's alien life, intelligent alien life, and it gives me some disease and I die from it. I mean, I'm not happy, but like, you know, it's like at least you saw an alien.
He would try to contact someone in the field of ufology to try to solve the mystery. Before he left, I quickly grabbed my video camera and recorded the photos one by one. Later, this friend informed the uploader that he contacted Claude McDuff, an author in the field of ufology, and one who had written a book called...
I'd call Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'd email that motherfucker. I would just go live. I'd be streaming that shit on Twitch. Okay, I'm saying, if I wasn't on... I'd stream that shit on Twitch. Are you kidding me? An alien, imagine the views. I don't give a fuck about the views. I'd be like, y'all better make sure they don't fucking Men in Black mind wipe me. You know? I'd be like, I'm not suicidal. I found this alien. You know?
The Trial of the Flying Saucers, which was an investigative
And then I would also do some shit. Right, see, that's how I would prove that the alien's real, so the government can't hide that shit. Because chat would be like, you're lying, that's not an alien. I'd be like, what do you want me to do? And you'd go like, poke it with a stick. And then it jiggles. And I go, see? You go, cut it open. I go, okay. I go get a kitchen knife. Walk back out. Some like weird pus fucking spews out of it.
Fiction approach to UFO sightings and encounters, focused primarily in Quebec, Canada, using...
What? Okay, actually, chat, no. See, let me give you the hypothetical. I go live, and I'm, like, in the wilderness. It's, like, 2 in the morning. You're just, like, watching TV, you know, about to go to bed, and you just get a notey, and you're like, Joe Bartolozzi's live. That's weird. And you tap in, and I'm like, guys, you need to see this. And it's like really low quality. It's like cutting in and out, right? It's cutting in and out. Like it's like 420p, like 10 FPS. You hear me, but like the video's low quality and I'm like showing an alien, right? And I'm like videoing the alien and I have like a big spotlight on its body. Let's say it looks however you think an alien would look. What are you believing it or what question would you be to be like prove that's an alien? It's dead. It's dead. It's just in the wilderness. It's dead. Its spaceship is also, like, mangled on fire in the woods. Pick it up. You'd say pick it up. Open its mouth. Ooh. That'd be scary, though. Because what if it was still alive? Like a deer. You think it's dead, it starts kicking. cut it open, lick it, bro. Eat it? What? Nah. I feel like actually, dude, there would be some cornball that would send me 300 bits and be like, how much for you to eat its finger?
And compiled eyewitness testimonies and accounts from the early 1970s.
How much for you to take a bite of it?
However, Macduff informed this friend to not go public or attempt to make any money with the evidence.
How much? There's no amount of money. There's no amount of money for me to be like, okay, yeah, sure, I'd bite the... Dude, what? You're getting a disease.
Because, as he saw it, it would almost guarantee being discredited and humiliated, possibly in a public way. In any case, we were very surprised by the former ufologist's conclusion. Not wanting to be taken for kooks or crackpots, we simply decided to keep it to ourselves, as a sort of secret. We showed the video privately to close friends with open minds, but not to the public. Like many witnesses of unexplained phenomena, I also feared that if I showed the video to the public, people would end up mocking us. And so the tape was kept as a secret.
If my friend that I've known for years randomly goes, I saw an alien a few years ago, here's some photos, I would be annoyed that they didn't take the alien's body. Like, I would be mad at them. I'd be like, why would you not put it in a box and cover it in salt and try and preserve it in some way? Like, you left it outside.
In this friend group, and shown only occasionally to people who they trusted. However,
That's actually TOS. You know, if I got banned on Twitch for showing a dead alien, I think I'd be okay with that. I don't think I would be upset. I don't think Dan Clancy would be mad at me as well. If in this actual scenario, I think if I showed a dead alien and then I got banned, I would be like, you know, this is for the greater good.
Fast forward 17 years later to 2008. In October 2008, around 17 years after the photos came into my life, I finally decided to try my luck at solving the mystery. Lacking the equipment to convert the VHS of the EB...
Yo, how do you live a regular life? Like that, bro, that's like the worst thing that could happen to you. That's like, I always talk about how I would love to see an alien, and I still stand on that, but like logically thinking, you seeing Bigfoot, a Yeti, an alien, any mythical creature or scientific creature, if you saw that, and then no one believed you, you would be the crazy guy that saw an alien. Like, you wouldn't be able to, like, just go to work the next day.
Photos into a digital file, I had to film the VHS footage with my digital camera by recording it off the screen of my tube TV. I then uploaded the video online through the video sharing site YouTube. Thanks to this format, anyone can remain anonymous, and by avoiding judgment, share their stories or discoveries in peace.
Lame.
From there, the video was briefly
lame. Bro, I feel like I would just be like, this is an alien I saw.
Picked up within ufology circles, but not to the degree that the uploader had.
Them being anonymous makes me think it's fake.
They write, to help witnesses come forward or encourage investigators to take an interest, I included the email address etrangevideos@yahoo.ca at the bottom of the video description on YouTube. Strangely, at first, only one Quebecois investigator came forward, a certain Mr. Morin from Avni, Quebec. He published the details of the case on his website, where I used the pseudonym Mr. R. In December 2008, a journalist from a local newspaper in Riviera Rouge wrote an article about the video. We stayed in touch by email, in case any witnesses pictured in the photos eventually came forward. In January 2009, I reached out to another investigator. However, he declined to investigate, mainly because the only proof I had was the VHS.
That's why you cut off its dick. Cut its dick off. They got whole museums about penises, bro. If you had its dick, they would be like, this isn't a dick of an animal I've seen before. Must be another creature.
2013, I received an email from a Mr. Garcia in Mexico who worked for a TV show called Tercer Milenio, or Third Millennium. He wanted a Skype interview.
You know they had a penis museum in Iceland and I didn't go? And I didn't know about that until recently, and I'm really upset about it. I'm really upset about it. Because I would have so gone to that. A museum where I just walk around, there's just a bunch of penises in jars from, like, varying animals. How interesting that would be. I think I need to go back just for that. I go back for 6 hours, go to the museum, leave. Why would you want to do that? Dude, I love weird museums. I love a museum where it's like, this is a man's colon that was enlarged so much that it ended up killing him. This is a random artifact. I love, like, weird museums. Stuff like that. Like, when we went to Salem and it was the torture museum, bro, that was sick. Being able to see all that.
Anonymous. By January of 2016, the 2008 upload had amassed well over 400,000 views. That same month, a YouTuber named NewBeat2012 uploaded a detailed breakdown of the tape called Authentic Alien Grey EBE Footage Analyzed, Quebec, 1992, which was specifically mentioned by the uploader. I looked into NewBeat2012, and thanks to the Wayback Machine, I found that NewBeat did indeed exist, as did his video, which was also available. In the video, he explicitly talks about the anatomy of the being and how much detail it had, a bit more than what would have been expected from an amateur prop maker in 1992, especially for a hoax. In his video, NewBeat looks at 5 distinct areas: the neck, the legs, pectorals, arms, and torso, and shows
Why are we using these images on a fucking alien video, bro?
that these areas have a great deal more of detail than what
Elon Musk?
otherwise a simple hoax may require. Now, naturally, this is difficult to fully claim given the low quality of the original video, but you do seem to be able to make out distinct details of the neck, as he shows here, along with the shoulder area.
I don't know, bro. I refuse to believe that weak-ass neck would fucking hold his bowling ball of a head up.
Along with the shoulder area. And a clear view of the sternomastoid, more commonly recognized as the V-shaped muscles you see connecting from behind the ear down to your collarbone, and what may be a coracobrachialis, pectorals, and abdominals. But what I found most interesting was his analysis of the legs, which genuinely do seem to have a lot of muscle definition.
No deck!
When props of aliens are made, there is usually some basic musculature included, some of which would be the same areas that NewBeat2012 highlighted, but this one stood out the most. You can see what appears to be fairly recognizable muscles comparable to a human leg, and that begs the question, would a prop for a hoax in the early days of YouTube require this?
And why is every alien, bro? Do you really think aliens would be that scrawny? Like, the more intelligent they get, the weaker they get? Because every, like, fake alien image I've ever seen looks like some 3-foot alien I could throw against the wall and it would shatter. Like red mist. Like, I'd just punch it and it would just die. Like, just fucking, they have the structural integrity of an infant. Like, you just throw them and they die.
Here, he inverts a close-up of the body, and you can see what looks like, at first, wrapping. But I don't believe this is wrapping. I believe it's peeling, blistering outer skin. Schizo checkpoint ahead. A tinfoil hat is required beyond this point, because we're going in one level deeper. In 2023, an alleged whistleblower came forward on r/aliens discussing, in depth, the anatomy of gray alien corpses he studied on behalf of the US government. It became rather infamous in ufology circles for how detailed the science presented behind their biology was. This post was even covered by AJ from the Y-Files in a 1-hour, 30-minute stream on his channel, The Y-Files Backstage.
The guy who posted it, whoever he was, or she, he reads like a man.
Now, this case will get its own video, as I have a lot to say on it, but for now, I only want to pick out the crucial details and compare them to this case. This alleged whistleblower on Reddit wrote, "The gray skin that is often described in folklore is in fact a biosynthetic film which, likely, serves to protect the EBO, or extra biospheric organism, from a hostile environment. It doesn't provide effective protection against temperature changes, but it does offer adequate protection against the passage of liquids."
What, so their skin's good for fucking protecting them from getting wrinkled in the water? Like, what the fuck does that mean?
It's possible that this film confers other advantages, but my knowledge on the subject is limited. Under the gray film, the epidermis is rather white, and the texture is very regular and without any hair. So, from my perspective, It may be possible that this wrapping we see is the outer skin coming apart. In fact, a lot of the physical details of this corpse match this man's account. For instance, he also wrote, "The head contains 2 large, oversized eyes, 2 nostrils without protuberance, a narrow mouth without lips, and 2 ear canals without..."
Yeah, mouth without lips. How's it eat?
Auricles. There is a mandible, but the musculature is vestigial. There are no teeth or tongue in the oral cavity. So
it just sucks in food. It just what is it, a filter feeder, bro? Oh my god.
we see in the video is essentially an exact match. 2 large eyes, basically a flat nose, a very narrow lipless mouth, no ears, and a small jaw. This is what he wrote about the eyes.
Yo, I'm killing that thing. Yo, I'm killing that thing. Oh my god. Chat. All right, new scenario. I fucking go live. I go live 2 a.m. There's a crashed alien ship. There's a crashed alien ship. And it's like on fire. And I'm like, oh fuck, dude, I gotta go investigate it. And I have like a hammer because it's the only thing that I found as a weapon. And I go I walk up to it and it's like it goes, and it's like crawling out. And you just watch me mallet its head in. I just fucking kill it. Just right there, you're like, yo, we could have spoken to it. And I'm just like, it had to go. It was a threat. It was a threat. I just kill it. Just right there and then. Oh my god. I would be upset at you. You would be mad. Would you guys be okay, chat? What if I was like, I was scared though? Like the alien comes crawling out and I just fucking instantly start killing it. It's the only one in the ship. Now it's just dead. We couldn't ask it any questions. Before I killed it too, it could have been making a noise, but it also kind of sounded like it was going, help, help. And I just fucking like murdered it.
Like the skin, the eyes are covered with a semi-transparent biosynthetic film.
He was reaching. I have a fucking gun. I have a taser. I just have a taser. I'm like, stay where you are. Stay where you are. I fucking start. I point the gun at it. It's like, I'm not.
That offers the same environmental protection while providing protection against certain wavelengths and light intensity. When the film is removed, a more traditional eye is revealed. It's about 3 times larger than a human eye, and there are no eyelids. In other words, the black eyes of the gray are just very large human-like eyes with a dark film cover to them, no different than how you or I would wear sunglasses. Interestingly, this may be seen in the video where we see what appears to be the whites of eyes being visible. Then again, this also could be snow. So the eyes of the alien are, in other words, noticeably large, but not comically so, as shown in the media. Now, humans naturally form caricatures of things in their mind, using things that most define a person. So, for instance, if you met a person with a large nose and were asked to visualize them later, you may imagine it as being comically large. Same with the ears, eyes, etc. We see this in cartoons all the time, being that we exaggerate bodily proportions. So perhaps, is this also true of gray aliens and their black eyes? Lastly, I want to bring up another detail that is easy to overlook. In the photographs, it appears that the head is being articulated and moved around, which would open up many implications. A body, especially a naked one, would begin to freeze solid after death within 6 hours due to the exposure to a winter in Quebec, meaning either this body was very freshly dead, or that if this was a hoax, they made an articulated dummy for what would only be photographs, which would make no sense. Now, this uploader closes out their account stating that a book on this mystery is now in the works. It is unknown the progress, or lack thereof, on this, given that the last comment from this channel was 5 years ago. Now, here's an interesting detail. This 2008 video isn't on the channel, but I confirmed it existed on the Wayback Machine. A screenshot of the channel was also posted by a Reddit user, Problem Kunde, in 2022 in r/SkinnyBob, discussing the gray alien similarity to the alleged footage of a gray dubbed Skinny Bob. In the screenshot of the channel, the video is there. But if you use the link to get to it, you get greeted with this. This video is no longer available due
Copyright claim.
to a copyright claim by AVI MOAS. Now, who is AVI MOAS? I don't know. I found only one copyright claim by them, and it was this video. I couldn't find a single thing about them. I wish I had more information to share with you, but that's where the trail ends. So, what is my perspective on this case? Well, there are so many unknowns here that it is almost impossible to verify anything. But then again, that's the world of ufology. You have to fundamentally read between the lines because there's no map to guide you. Perhaps this really is just a very well-made prop.
The FBI? I don't know, bro. I just wish I could see a fucking alien before I die. That would be so cool.
For a student movie. Or perhaps this really was a 1 in a million scenario, and people really did stumble upon a fresh alien corpse. However, the idea that people would leave a child-sized corpse alone overnight
Sure you will, doubt it.
without contacting emergency services and going, whoops, is...
I don't personally believe aliens exist, or rather not made contact with us. One of their bodies were able to withstand the vacuum space to live on a planet without the atmosphere, so that when they make it on Earth, they're unable to withstand the atmosphere, and their ships weren't built for flying in an oxygenated atmosphere. If their ships could withstand the vacuum of space, they would likely be able to withstand a oxygenated atmosphere. Their atmosphere on their planet would not necessarily be exactly the same, but they would live within one because they would have a planet that would have to foster life in some sort of way. I think aliens exist. I think mostly all scientists agree that aliens exist, right? Alien life exists. Life is very common in the universe. Intelligent life is very rare, right? So when you say aliens, if you just mean like aliens like E.T., they may not exist. Life started a long time ago on Earth, like billions of years ago, right? Life is very common. It is easy for like single cell life to exist. Multicellular life into intelligent life is what's rare. That is unlikely. But to say that, like, anywhere in the effectively infinite universe, we're the only planet that has life. Common? No. Common in the sense of in our solar system, but common, yeah, no, not common. But in the sense of the universe, which is effectively infinite, yes, there is other alien life. Intelligent life, another question, right? Another argument.
It's quite a bit odd. And the inclusion of the petroglyph by the uploader at the end would imply that he or she has a pre-existing interest in ufology, potentially prior to coming into contact with these photographs. Or
what is this shit? Like, what is this? Is this like the aliens praising something?
Or if they are a hoax, it was a motivation to inspire and create the photographs and video. On the other hand, it does bear a striking resemblance to another case that I find to be genuinely very legitimate. But unfortunately, we can't stare at this case in a vacuum for 1,000 hours and deduce it to be a hoax or not. We're left to play detective here, and we have to interconnect what comes down to only maybes and find commonalities and consistencies between other cases, as
it's Paul. It's Paul from the movie.
Researchers do, as in fact any detective does. As new information comes out which we can compare it to, only then can we look back at it and affirm it as true or a work of fiction. Quite literally, only time will tell, and sometimes
I don't think time will tell whether or not that alien video is real or not. I think it really won't go anywhere else after that. I think this is probably the last we're going to hear about that specific video. Alien life, on the other hand, different story. Clearly the alien was killed by Sasquatch. This is what happens when you give Sprite to aliens. What? Why alien look like Travis Scott? You meet an alien, the first thing you do is just give it drugs. What its response would be. If an alien says, take me to your leader, who are you taking it to? You ain't taking it to the president, so who? Well, if it says, take me to your leader, I'm probably gonna just take it to, like, the governor. I don't know. If it says, take me to, like, your leader, fuck, man. I'm not bringing it to the president. I'm not bringing it to Trump. The FBI, I would probably bring it to, like a prominent scientist. The Pope. That's probably one of the last people I would bring an alien to. I think I would probably bring it to a non-religious figure. Bill Nye the Science Guy is a good pick. Hank Green. If I find an alien, I would bring it to Hank Green. That is who I would pick, and I would go from there. I don't know where Hank Green is. Not Mr. Beast. No, not Mr. Beast. I think I would try to bring it to Hank Green. Hank Green, Alex O'Connor, somebody smarter than me. Somebody like well above my intelligence that would probably just know what to do with it. I don't think I would give it to Kim Jong-un, no. So anybody? I'm saying somebody that's like, you know, gonna know what to do with it. All right, chat. 7 levels of humor.
And at 17% African American, I am not from Wakanda. I'm from like Wakanda.
I respect the bomb, though. I respect the bomb. I gotta say that horrible joke. Horrible joke. But to be able to get on stage and bomb and not shrivel inside of yourself is commendable to a degree. No? Most comedians suck, percentage-wise, you know? You see these top 20 comedians, and they're fucking funny or not, depending on what you think. And even if you think that guy's not funny, now think about fucking the dude that's not successful. You know, like how comedy can get really bad. And this is like scraping the surface of that. Most comedy clubs are bombs. Most comedy guys suck. You know, they never gain success. They might get a laugh or two at a bar. Like you, I would be terrible at stand-up. The type of comedy I think I could do more what Matt Rife does than any other comedian that does performative sets. Matt Rife gets up on stage, has a few things that he wants to say, and then he does crowd work. I could do crowd work. I don't think I could ever do a set where I go up and I just tell jokes. Oof.
Are you all right? Yeah. No, you are all left.
You know, they say that humor is subjective. So it's a good thing I'm the subject and I'm going to tell you that shit was...
Got on America's Got Talent to say that? Are you all right? Yes. No, you're all left. What's the joke? What's the joke? I understand what she's saying where it's like all right, like right. Like, what do you mean all left? Oh, like they're Democrats? It was not a political joke. I don't think that was a political joke. I think it was just, bad. That's the biggest problem with America. I'm not going to get on a long tangent about America's Got Talent. Side note, quick, 30-second ramble about America's Got Talent. People got to tell their relatives that their talents suck. Because it's fucking shitty when you falsely boost somebody to the point where they believe that they should go on America's Got Talent just to be let down miserably. Like, my God. Especially, I think it's different with comedy and more with, like, singing. Singing or dancing, where, like, people consistently just go, oh, my God, that's so good. Yeah, no, you should go on America's Got Talent. And then they get on stage, and it's just miserable.
Awful. I've constructed 7 levels.
That's Britain's Got Talent, same thing. Same premise of the show. You have 4 famous judges, 5 famous judges that judge everyday people.
Of humor and comedy, with 1 being the most primal and nonsensical humor.
My mom!
And 7 being intellectual jokes that deserve to be a higher level. Is this how you do it 7 levels? I don't know, but we're gonna go with it. Level 1. This is what I call the primal level. This is the most nonsensical level, and it also transcends language.
I think level 1, transcends language, fart jokes. Body humor is like level 1. Caveman. I think level 1 humor would be like caveman humor. Like something that another person would find funny if they can't even communicate with you physically. Like you rip ass in public, or, fucking shit your pants. something like that where it's like, like a burp, just regular comedy that's like, or even like maybe like Jim Carrey humor could fall into like level 1 where it's like facial.
You don't need a setup, a punchline, or even a wrinkle in your brain, smooth head ass nigga. An example of this would be laughing at somebody falling over. Why do we laugh at this? Who knows?
Epic fails. Schadenfreude. I think that's why we laugh at epic fails. It's the feeling you get when you laugh at somebody else's misfortune or pain.
I ain't doing.
It's like a happiness that it didn't happen to you. But there's a level of funny and not funny. Is that agreeable with fails? Like watching somebody fall over, funny. Watching somebody fall over and die, not funny. Like it, and that's like, there are people that would find that funny. I would say that's sick if you think that's funny, that like if somebody like falls and dies. But it's like if somebody like hurts themselves minutely, I would go, that's kind of funny. But if they like get their arm chopped off, oof, that's more grim.
Who knows? I ain't doing all that research. But there's really something about watching somebody's misfortune that just brings me joy. And I know I'm not the only one that's like this too. I remember watching America's Funniest Home Videos, you know that show? Deadass just compilations of people receiving fatal injuries. Nothing more.
They really did get the perfect guy for that show, but it also made me realize how bad AFV was. What's this guy's name? He does the Carlton. He starts the episode. We got a lot of funny videos tonight. Stay tuned. And then it's like somebody falling over, and they give him the worst one-liners you've ever seen in your life. I don't know if they still put on AFV or how much they're paying this guy. Yeah, Alfonso Rivera. They got to be paying this guy fucking scraps because there's no shot this fucking channel makes money. Like, there's no way this TV show gets clicks still. They still do? Bro, but like, all funny videos now are on like TikTok, Twitter, YouTube. So the people that submit that shit, like I remember I watched a recent video and it was like somebody using like the Snapchat dog filter or some bullshit. Like I talked about this previously. It's like they get the bottom of the barrel videos on AFV today. And even the good videos that they do get are sometimes just resubmitted viral videos from people that posted them elsewhere and it did much better. And you would think that's like, oh, that's not bad if they're just doing kind of like a compilation type thing. But it's not like them just showing an old woman falling. It's them showing an old woman falling and then Alfonso Rivera going, well, let's see if she gets back up. That one's going to leave a mark. The old slip and fall. And it, like, ruins it. Mute him. They should have a fucking... And it's not even just him. It's the dude before him, too. I remember I used to think AFV was funny before Alfonso Rivera. It's because I was fucking 5 years old. Go watch episode fucking season 2 of AFV. It's dog shit. It's all bad, right? Because you were so used to nothing, right? It's like being an old person that discovered the radio for the first time. It's monumental. Now nobody gives a shit about the fucking radio anymore. So when you were 6 years old and there was no funny shit, watching epic fails on YouTube or AFV was like gold. Now it's awful.
Oh, that show. Deadass just compilations of people receiving fatal injuries. Nothing more to it. To prove why this is the lowest level, you could show, for example, the slowest person on Earth.
Where does the sun go when it get dark?
Belu, I don't have an answer for that.
Nigga.
You could show them a video of somebody slipping on ice and they're gonna crack up at that shit. And at this level, you find that most of the jokes happen on accident. And something about that just makes it even more funny.
I feel like you really need a good fail for it to be funny. Like most fails, I wouldn't really laugh at anymore. I remember, dude, when I was in elementary school at snack time every day, I would just watch epic fails. And then I got like numb to them, where I just didn't find them funny anymore.
But then again, it's only really funny when you're not the victim. Story time. As a kid, I was playing soccer, right? It was a rainy day, and I got hit in the face by a ball that looks exactly like this. Shit felt like a fully primed charged shotgun right to my dome. I was suffering and niggas was looking at me like this. Evil world. But if I saw that, I know damn well I'm losing it. And at this level, you also find things like loud equals funny. Which if you completely...
Yo. Okay, no, there's a level... Okay. Can I say there's a new type of video that I find fucking comical on TikTok? I gotta find it. If it's the randomness video, where it's nothing, there's no... Okay, here it is. There's no purpose in any of the fucking clips in the video. It's just full random, and I think randomness is funny. All right, hold up. Brady just messaged me and said, do not download COD, it's dog shit. It is? Yeah, I heard that you can't pause the campaign. You have to run it in one. There's no save points. You just have to play the campaign in one sitting. All right, this is like, I guess, the level of humor that I would define as like comedic out of just random. I don't know what level this would fall into, though. I have no idea what level of humor this is. Maybe like 2, or like it transcends levels. Like, okay, now that I'm watching it back, it wasn't that funny. I saw that at like 3 a.m. one day, and I thought that shit was fucking hilarious.
Disagree with you just hating, you know, sometimes it is the case, but sometimes it's also just annoying.
Yeah, it's brain rot.
A lot of people think I'm confident, but I'm actually just loud.
You know, not everybody needs to do stand-up, okay? Some people just need to stick to this first level. This level's stupid, but it's kind of beautiful, alright? It proves that joy is everywhere, even if it's in other people's misery. Level 2. This level is the fucking stain on the earth that is brain rot. This one is a level above because it requires a set level of prior knowledge and liquidation of the brain. If you were to show...
Yeah, it's references. Level 2, you need... But it does transcend language still. Like, tung 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 sahur isn't English. It's Italian brain rot. But we still get it.
An 80-year-old man, this.
Garam mararam raraman mararaman dan madu dung 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 tak tuntung perkuntung.
You are not getting a giggle out of bro. But if you were to show this kid who's on his 41st 6-7 of the day, he gonna laugh to an early grave. This is going so low.
Okay, but can we... I gotta say, brain rot inherently isn't funny. It's the repetitiveness of the brain rot that makes it funny. I think the low taper fade was the first example of this, where the meme died, and then people were like, I'm just gonna drag this meme like it's a dead horse across fucking hard asphalt. We're just gonna we're gonna pull it until it's funny again. And then at some point it gains traction, it's hilarious, and then it goes into a phase of being shit again, and then funny again. Back and forth. There is a hard cut, though. The low taper fade meme sucks now, right? Is there ever going to be a moment where it's funny again? Maybe. Like, in a year from now, if I saw, like, a random edit that just pivoted to a low taper fade meme, I would be like, oh, that's funny. I remember that.
Oh, because, you know, obviously it's not...
6-7 pisses me off, though, because it's like, it refuses to fade from existence. It's 21 from the Vine era, you know, 21, but it's like, it's not going away. 21 was like the height of brain rot, and then it like kind of submerged itself to like mid-tier usage. 6-7 is like spam used so much, and no one stops you. Like, people just still, anytime you hear 6 and 7 together, people just spam it.
Anything of substance, I don't have to explain that. Bro, like, what even is this shit, bro? It's I don't know, but I'm low-key here for it because it's a cheap laugh. But I just can't give this level any credit because there's still no structure or timing, just... And this is funny because it just so happens...
I feel like brain rot, the random brain rot is best described as like something that would stress you out if you were tripping on hallucinogenics. Like, this is funny to watch now, but if I was like hallucinating on mushrooms, I think I would panic if I saw this, because I would be like, is this real, or am I like actually, no, is this actually happening? What am I watching right now? Because somebody made this. Somebody like edited this and spent time putting effort into making something that actually just makes no sense.
And this is funny because it just so happens that somewhere along the way we just collectively decided that gibberish tomfoolery equals funny. I don't know.
Oh my god, the penguin brain rot though, I love that. Wait, where it goes penguin brain rot. You know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. What is it called? Like Penguino? Penguino dance. Penguin dance AI. This. Like, why do I enjoy watching that? It's just stupid.
I can feel the literal micro tears in my brain as I continue to talk.
It's unfunny. I'm not saying it's funny. I would say I would watch it, though.
About this subject. You know, I can say all these negative things, but if you catch me at the right hour.
I love how everybody's like, damn, Joe, that's AI slop. You're stupid as fuck. Meanwhile, I guarantee you half of y'all's liked videos are 6-7 memes. So when I say I enjoy the stupid video of the AI penguin dancing, versus somebody being like, yeah, 6'7's fucking hilarious still.
Oh, I'm losing it off this.
Oh, we love it.
Love-hate relationship with this level, no more. Level 3. At this level, we have straight up just memes. If you operate at this level, you don't tell jokes, right? You just quote TikToks and Reels.
Level 5 got Riz, Livy done rizzing up baby Gronk, Ice Spice what the dog doing, Skibbity Toilet in real life.
I kind of don't like the quotes of like old vines. Like if somebody, if I was like just hanging out with my friend and I was like, yo, can you grab me a spoon? I'm trying to eat some ice cream. And he went, only a spoonful. Like King Batch. Ugh. Like, or like just referencing something from like 10 years ago. That's Reddit humor. No, I don't think this is Reddit humor. Well, I mean, Reddit humor, there's different fucking communities on Reddit for everything. But I think there is like, I think that's like millennial humor. Not memes. Memes are for everybody, but they're like millennial humor is like referencing old memes as if they're still relevant.
You can't really consider yourself a funny guy for using this one. You know, maybe your For You page just got it. But you have made it past laughing at people's misfortune and brain disease, and now you've become a human soundboard. I sound like I'm hating right now, but literally everybody uses this level. And let me elaborate because I feel like I didn't really explain what this level is. It's using memes and conversation as like references rather than, you know, just memes by themselves. But anyways, memes are funny. That's sort of like their whole thing. And it's tough when somebody pulls out a good reference.
Sick reference though, bro.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Oh, wait. So a meme, like a level 3 meme, isn't just making memes or reading them. It would be referencing them and it not sucking. Like old vines? No, but referencing old vines sucks. Like, I think the golden humor isn't having somebody relate to the meme that you're referencing. It's relating the meme to the conversation at hand and it also being relevant and funny. Like, at any moment, in mid-conversation, I could be like, remember, mustard. You'd be like, yeah, what the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about? Like, if you're like, yeah, that's like Nyan Cat. Oh my God, thank God it's Friday. I'd be like, yeah, I don't fucking care. You know, like that's still ass.
Dude, your references are out of control. Everyone knows that.
The reason why it's so low is because it doesn't really require creativity. It's easy to just
Friday's still peak? No, it is not.
Bring out memes. Obviously, sometimes you can be creative with it, but people be doing too much with that.
Copy lane mechanism into frat flick into 6-7 shoddy emote. Snap.
Okay, but it also incorporates the aspect of timing and delivery. But everything else, you're not really creating a joke. You're just saying something that people have already agreed is funny. I stay spamming memes in my videos, so, you know, this is a little confronting. But true story, the other day I saw a guy sitting like this, and I thought to myself, bro, it's not Quandale Dingle.
Guys, it's Quandale Dingle here.
And hit one of these. I deadass felt disappointed in myself for that, but I did realize a cheap laugh is still a laugh. Another reason why I put this here is because I don't really laugh at memes, at least not really a full laugh. I just be hitting the quick little exhale out of your nose like this. But this level is still respect.
Yeah, that's like the humor that makes you go, It's like fast food humor, you know? I like it, but there's a point where it becomes unenjoyable. Like if I'm watching a movie and it only makes me go, I'll look back at that and be like, that was a shitty film. Because even though it got like a chuckle, it never made me laugh. Like, that wouldn't count as laughing. Julio the threat.
Respectable. Level 4. Cringe humor. Okay, arguably the worst level here. But to explain it, it doesn't really make sense. Sort of just laughing at people being cringy on purpose. But everyone uses it, everyone does it. You may have hit a couple, what the Sigmas started Naruto running.
What is Sigma? I mean, when you think about it, anime humor actually tends to be, yeah, like that voice. That voice is cringe humor. Like you're purposefully being annoying, and that's funny.
Or T-posing or something. Or one of these. Whatever, you get the idea.
Okay, cringe humor is people reenacting the Bendy and the Ink Machine dance, where they're not doing it because they think it's a good dance. They're doing it because it's cringy.
This is a pretty common level. I've seen a couple TikTok trends that operate at this level too. Like whatever this shit is.
The reverse, though.
This is another one where I don't really know where the funny is being stored. My theory is that...
Yeah, I've seen these videos. Like, I've seen these guys do a lot of compilations where they just purposefully be cringy until it's, like, too cringy and then they end the video. I feel like I would kill that instantly. you know? Like, they're clearly doing stuff that's cringy, but also trying to be funny, because if it's like, hey, be as cringe as possible, you could just be really fucking cringe. Like, you would have to, you know, bring the confidence within you to do it right now. Fuck no. I'm not, no, but like if somebody was like, gun to your head, be as cringy as possible, you could do it. You could be so unbearable that it would be off-putting. Like, it wouldn't be funny. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. No, because I like no, I'm not. No, actually, no.
I don't really know where the funny.
I don't know what I would do. I would probably just start making weird noises. Like if you needed to be as cringy as possible, just make weird noises and faces. But like not in like a reference or funny way. Just do it because it's cringe.
Is being stored. My theory is that it all
I'm not caving to the peer pressure.
goes back to Jim Carrey, who in fact did irreversible damage to comedy and cultivated millennial humor.
Okay, can I say that Jim Carrey is like one of the only guys where that level of like cringe over exaggeration emotions does work in certain contexts? Like Ace Ventura was good. Like he has movies where he does the or The Mask. Like they put him in roles where it makes sense for him to do those weird fucking over exaggerated emotions because it fits the plot line. But if you just do it out of nowhere like this, dude, it's bad.
Do you smell that? But I'm not gonna go into that right now. Bro, but proper cringe when it's not for the funnies, that shit hurts. Alright, secondhand embarrassment is not a joke. Like, just look at this clip. Just...
Yeah, you have to have a balance in the cringe. Because if you're trying to be cringe to be funny, you have to be a level of cringiness where they get it, they can relate to it, and be like, ha, that's funny because it's cringe, versus something that's so cringy that it's unlaughable.
The building.
Something about... But I really like trying not to cringe challenges, because at least for me, they're more like try not to laughs.
Bombastic side, bro. Okay, let's go.
It gets better. And if you don't already...
Bro, like, literally, in this competition, just go up to the fucking camera and just make a noise. Just fucking go up to the camera. Don't do bombastic side, bro. Go up to the camera and just be like, and just make a noise for 30 seconds straight. And maybe the first 5 seconds it's funny, and then at the back end of the 20 seconds, it's just not, it's like, why am I watching this?
It gets better. And if you don't already know, I'm on my intellectual arc. So for this level, I'm proposing my theory for 3 acts relating to cringe humor. Number 1, Reddit accent. Alright, the Reddit accent is hard to explain, so just listen.
My lady, would you be interested in potentially having an E-date on League of Legends one day? I could carry you in AWAM, or we could potentially... you know, maybe top lane, bottom lane, you could be an ADC to buy, bottom carry or something of those sorts.
Looks like a freaking Kex worker. Well, if you freaking worked at Kex, maybe you'd realize it's actually a pretty cool establishment.
Any vocals with these mannerisms, that is a byproduct of cringe humor. Next, 2.
There was a point in time where, like, me and my friends would talk to each other like that too much, where it wasn't like just a reference. It would get to a point where, like, I would have like a conversation in that voice. And I was like, oh, I hate this. Like, I was like, I was in the fucking Matrix for a bit. Where, like, for, like, 10 minutes, I would just be, like, talking like that. And I would be like, oh, this is funny. And then randomly, I'd be like, why am I talking like that?
Voice lines. When you purposefully demonstrate audio clips that have been deemed cringe, you're operating at this level of cringe humor.
We are Ohio. In Ohio. Oh, in Ohio.
So every ooh or baka you hit. That was me, by the way, that hit them voice lines, just saying. So every one of these voice lines you hit purposefully, that's cringe humor. Damn, I said 3, but I can't be asked thinking of the 3rd one. Forget, nigga. Level 5. Irony. This is jokes about jokes, humor that is bad on purpose, so technically cringe humor, but that's its own level for some reason. But allow me to give you some examples of ironic humor. Something like playing a weird character as a joke. For example, this.
The ops want to tell me to straighten my shit. Press my shirt with an iron. How ironic. Seems like just last week I was flying down your block, pressing your men with the iron.
Or the better example being purposefully cringe. So we're just gonna go ahead and forget about level 4. Okay? Sorry. Ironic humor would also be these types of t-shirts with the shitty quotes on them.
Oh, no. Okay, no, this isn't... I wouldn't say this is ironic humor. I would say this is regular shitty, like, old people humor that's trying to pander towards young people. That's cringy. But then if you decide to wear it, it's like pretty boss. You have to have, you know who has the confidence to do this? Chris. Chris will go to a bar wearing an I pause my game to be here shirt. He, like my friend Chris will go to a bar wearing a Hatsune Miku shirt. Unironically. Just show up. It's a full art Hatsune Miku, like DJing a song, and he'll just be like, yeah, I'm here. I'm like, dude, we're in a bar, right? Like, we're in a public place. Like, you're just wearing a Hatsune Miku fit. And he's like, yeah, I don't care. Like, that's owning confidence.
Like, you obviously know that shirt is lame, but you still wear it because it's funny. Maybe except this one.
The wolf shirt. What was the wolf shirt? Human by chance, alpha by choice. See, that's hard. I think that's funny. Because nobody wears that and actually thinks I'm an alpha. But there are people that wear the I pause my game to be here shirt for, like, genuine value.
Shitty quotes on them.
Is Chris Koshard? Yes.
Like, you obviously know that shirt is lame, but you still wear it because it's funny. Maybe except this one. When is it ever okay to wear this?
Ooh. Do you think, okay, now we're gonna play a semi-weird game show here. What are the odds this guy bought this shirt for himself? Or do you think somebody bought it for him? Either way, rough. Somebody made that shirt. Eat, sleep, rape, repeat. That's not ironically funny. I'm surprised this guy... Is this in an airport? You think they would let you wear that in an airport? I understand it's like freedom of speech and like expression, but this is like... I don't know if you would get off... I don't know if you get away with wearing this in an airport.
Shirt in public.
Never.
He doesn't speak English? Oh, this guy doesn't know... How's this shirt acceptable at airport? Wait, so this guy just wore this shirt not knowing that this just says rape?
Never.
Also, you know that thing that people do where they explain a joke?
Oh, it's supposed to say rave? Oh my god. If this guy doesn't speak English, I kind of feel bad. But why would he wear a shirt? Who bought him that?
Also, you know that thing that people do where they explain a joke that was bad to make fun of the joke? There's this one British guy on TikTok that goes, so what is done there is... Okay, let me just show you.
If your house is cold, just stand in the corner, because it's always 90 degrees there.
And what he's done there is, okay, so he's saying if you're cold in your house, go to the corner because it's 90 degrees. But what he's conflictuating is on a right angle, it's 90 degrees, like the angle is protracted up against it, it's 90 degrees. So obviously if it's 90...
Yeah, and also dad jokes. I was considering giving dad jokes its own level, but I think it best falls under here. Because dad jokes, the whole thing with them is the fact that they're not really funny. I don't think anyone thinks they're funny.
Pretty funny, huh? It's like you're gonna...
But I kind of look forward to the point in my life where I find dad jokes funny. Because if you find that funny, you find anything funny. I feel like dads find anything funny. Like once you hit like 45 as a man, any joke is funny. Like that was good. That was a good one. Like a dad watching a comedy special is like they're in heaven. Because any joke's just fucking a hit. Like an absolute bang, dude. Dad jokes like, oh, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry, I'm Joe. Like, if there's a 50-year-old man watching, they'd be like, that's class. That's banging.
Zip your table, huh?
That's hilarious.
Just like the way you unzip your pants, huh? It's like you're gonna unzip.
They're not really funny. I don't think anyone thinks they're funny.
Pretty funny, huh? It's like you're gonna unzip your table, huh? Just like the way you unzip your pants, huh?
Level 6. Satire and commentary. This is the level where humans developed a brain. Because now the humor is becoming a way of delivering a message. This is where you stop laughing at the world and start laughing through it. You're not just making jokes anymore, you're making points. You're taking something ridiculous, politics, influencer culture, brain rot, internet trends, and holding up a mirror that says, look at this. This is us.
Adrian.
Met my and they fell in love, and they had
Steven.
Hi.
We
Steven
did
here.
this.
In my life?
Lel Sam.
I would not say that is satire. What the fuck? That was brain rot. That was a video of brain rot.
That was my hood accent. You heard me? I said like Lel Sam. At level 7, I just have people that write jokes. So people like stand-up comedians who aren't shit.
Here's Arnold Schwarzenegger finding an onion ring in his fries. What is this?
That's not even his joke. There's probably somebody. They're feeding him that. They're saying, no, you have to be cringy and say this.
I did not want an onion ring. I wanted fries.
How would they not laugh at that? I feel like if I was there and I didn't know Sal, I would laugh because of how bad it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, like actual stand-up comedies level 7. Being able to tell, I think, no, level 7 comedy, in my opinion, is storytelling. If you do like stand-up comedy storytelling humor that ropes in jokes in it, that's the best humor you could have.
What is this? I did not want an onion ring, I wanted fries.
That was a funny video. I enjoyed that. No, You Are All Left is so bad that it's funny. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard that for the first time. No, that shit was so bad it wasn't funny. That's the way that I perceive stoner films. Stoner films are so bad that they're good unless they're so bad that they're unenjoyably bad. Like, for example, Dude, Where's My Car? Bad movie, funny. Grandma's Boy, bad movie, funny. Evil Bong, bad movie, bad. Not funny. It's so low quality. Sharks of the Corn, bad movie, bad. It's so bad that it is unfixable. Cocaine Bear is like a 2-sentence joke that they made into a movie. I enjoyed it, but the entire premise is like, this is a bear that's on cocaine. Shit gets crazy when a bear's on cocaine. Imagine a human on cocaine, but it's a bear. Now imagine a bear, but it's on cocaine. Sharknado. Bad movie, but it's good. Let's have a tornado and then throw sharks in it. The one scene in Sharknado where the fucking guy cuts open a shark's stomach and an entire human is inside unscathed and alive is fucking comedy. And it's not even trying to be funny. That's just hilarious because it's so bad. Hello, everybody, bloody good. As you could see, we have the table out today, and the table means we're doing something special. And what that is the food gauntlet. We were originally supposed to do the food gauntlet yesterday. However, I was very hungover, and it would have been disastrous, to say the least, if I had to eat gross foods while I was already at base level nauseous. So, we are instead doing it today, as promised, from the F Cancer charity stream. Now, everything that we're going to be eating, we talked about on the F Cancer charity stream, except a few things. There were like 2 or 3 items that we kind of built in the food gauntlet that I was unable to purchase. One of them was the saltiest chip. Editor, throw up an image of that. I'm not really thinking that we, really lost out on the saltiest chip. I only found one website that had it, and it was like a Netherlands or European-based company that only shipped to Europe. So I was like, it's just a fucking salty chip. So instead, to replace it, I got canned baby conch, which I think will taste fucking disgusting. Packed with protein, though, to say the least. So we'll get into that at some point. We're probably going to scale in grossness / difficulty as we go through this. And we're going to go... We have a few things. We have stuff that is sour, disgusting, and spicy. And we're going to... Oh, and salty. And we're going to kind of scale through those as we go. And I'll, explain what we go through. Or I'll explain each item before we review them, obviously, because some things you might have never heard of. To start off this lovely food gauntlet, you guys said that I should do something that M&J Metal, the Grand Wizard, the man, the myth, the legend, the YouTube legend, M&J Metal. I'll actually pull up his video real quick just to show. Okay, did I just tab out of my stream?
Hello YouTube, how you doing today? This is going to be a very good and easy video. Pepsi, maybe a little bit more. See.
What's the ratio we got going on here, Pepsi to hot sauce? Because I gotta match this. This is probably the easiest thing we're doing today as well. How much did he do? Oh god, he opened the cap.
Simple and easy.
Do you think he actually drinks this? Like, do you think this is like a casual soda he's enjoying on like a Sunday afternoon? Yes. Also, I gotta say, this is probably the first time I've ever bought Pepsi not at a restaurant for this video. Like, I've drank Pepsi a lot. Oh no, I've bought cherry Pepsis before. I do love a cherry Pepsi. Pepsi gets a lot of hate. I think it's not as good as Coke. But, you know, it's like if you're in the mood. So we got never mind. That's not going to be. Oh, yo, that is. Okay, no, that was a lot more off-putting than I thought it would be. The hot sauce is very, very forefront. I thought it would be kind of like an aftertaste. Like if you've had a spicy margarita, forefront margarita mix, aftermath, you're like, ooh, taste the spice in my throat. No, this just tastes like Texas Pete. I'm tasting Pete right now. Ugh. It's not like gag-worthy. It's just not good. As many of you may know, I've been starting to collect gold and silver as a little side hobby. And on top of that, I've gotten into these little fidget cubes called Neatos. And the easiest way that I've found them is on the live streaming app Whatnot, the sponsor of today's video. Whatnot is the #1 live streaming selling app. They have so many different categories of things that people are putting up for auction, including coins, toys, sneakers, sports cards, Pokemon cards, music, video games, and all these other categories here. And you can even search for something specific. So say you want to come on and buy Pokemon cards, you could just search up Pokemon and see all the people that are live actively selling Pokemon cards right now. You can chat directly to the sellers and other bidders. You can directly support small businesses and find something cool along the way that you might get for a pretty good price. This guy is selling cool rocks and minerals. Whatever this is, I'm going to bid on it. You can see all the people that are bidding, and it's, you know, 5-second countdown. Every time somebody bids, it goes back up. So it's a lot of fast auction selling, and currently I'm trying to win this. I have no idea how much this is worth. I would be willing to pay $50, $60 for this. I think that's where I'm probably going to cap it off on. I'm still winning. $56. And bang in the pocket. So click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and download Whatnot and get $15 off your first purchase anywhere on the app. Plus, if you follow me on Whatnot, you will be automatically entered to win $1,000 in Whatnot credit, which could go towards a new pair of shoes, a gold bar, clothing, jewelry, rocks like I just bought that you saw just now, or more. It's literally up to you. Thank you to Whatnot for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it. It's not chug it. They actually sell that at like fucking fast food places, but yeah, that shit's getting a 2. That's not good. It's not good. It's not disgusting though. It's just not good. Next. The only other like, I guess, easy thing we have Bean Boozle. Oh, should I show you guys what we have? Let's do a quick run through. We have Bean Boozled, Vegemite, which I've tried, the canned baby conch. We have the saltiest candy in the world. This was in replacement as well for the saltiest chip. That is all salt. It's the saltiest licorice, black licorice. Also, I don't really think any of these... Okay, I think if I get a bad Bean Boozled, I might gag. I'm not gonna lie. The whole baby conch, do you think the shell's gonna be there? If the shell's there, that's probably gonna be a lot more off-putting. I don't think any of these are gonna make me gag. Now, this, on the other hand, is a 1,000-year-old century... Or not 1,000 years old. 100-year-old century egg. And these are visibly rotting on the inside, and I think this will probably... potentially make me have to run to the bathroom, aka go vomit. So I'm not looking forward to that. We also have whole freeze-dried chicken hearts. That's probably going to be pretty gross, too. I think these might be they're dog treats. Okay, so a part of the food gauntlet is dog treat chicken meat. So that's great. Yeah, it's just literally freeze-dried chicken hearts. I bet Daisy would love these. Chicken hearts aren't bad at all. Yeah, well, these are dog treats. Then we have, I think this is supposed to be like one of the sourest candies. It's like a black sour bomb. The packaging doesn't really do it very well. Oh, I forgot about this. Hot monkey nuts. Black, dude, that pickle Pepsi is actually like making my stomach feel like shit. Black Widow's Bite hot monkey nuts. And sour pickle balls. This isn't really a food gauntlet thing. I just think pickles are gross, and I think that'll be really gross for me to eat. Oh, and then I also have a video of me opening surströmming. The reason I didn't do it on stream is because of Bobat, Bobat actually, and chat as well when I asked. I planned on opening it in this room, and I thought that it would be, you know, just gross, and then come to find out that, like, if you open surströmming inside, it is like, it smells for like weeks, and it sprays everywhere. And so, do you guys want to see that video now or later? I'll show the surströmming now. Let me pull up that video. I didn't eat it. I have free will, and I understand that this was a part of the food gauntlet chat. It was the most off-putting smell ever. Ever. And I'm not joking when I say that. Like, it was just, like, okay, you'll just, let me pull it up. What a liberal. Yeah, what a pussy liberal. Can't even eat surströmming. I had Jericho splice it together. God, that pickle Pepsi's really bad. Or not pickle Pepsi. That Pepsi hot sauce is really bad. Yeah, I had nowhere to eat this. And I needed somewhere that I could prop up my phone. And it made the shed smell for like 3 days. Yeah, I'm standing in a shed. Hey everybody, we are live from my friend's shed, where I'm going to be eating possibly one of the most disgusting things ever. Surströmming. I thought, I went into this going, I'm gonna probably not eat it, but I need to get a waft of the smell. And I obviously, you've probably seen videos. Also, this was $35. This can of rotten fish or fermented fish is $35. That's crazy. I've seen videos of people eat it. I've seen videos of, you know, people gag and throw up eating it. And usually when they crack up the can, they immediately, like, gag. And I was like, it can't be that bad. Peek the can. If I'm being honest, I don't think I'm actually going to enjoy this surströmming. I don't think I'm even really going to eat it. How I perceive this going down is I crack open the can, gag, maybe vomit, and then we move on. I've watched a lot of videos of people eat surströmming, and most people tend to vomit right when they smell it. I had to put that, I still have that can opener. I had to put that can opener in the dishwasher twice. I had to put it in a trash bag, bring it back home, and put it in a dishwasher twice. It smelled that bad. It explodes, spoiler alert, it explodes all over my phone. And I washed my, like, I didn't physically wash my phone. I had to wipe my phone down with, like, wet wipes, and I put, like, soap and a little bit of water, like, 9 times, and it reeked for, like, 2 days. Without further ado. Oh, God. I didn't think it was going to explode, though. I thought when people have it explode, it's like the can bulges. Bro, just watch. Differently. I don't want to drop it. Hold up. Cutting. Oh, no. I can't cut. You got to see the whole thing. How should I do this? I don't want to... Oh, it's juicing a little bit. It's juicing out a lot. You can see it right there. It's dripping everywhere. Oh, that really smells. Oh my God. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. I was going to play it up for the video. It's so much worse. I barely just... I'm actually trying to not breathe. I'm breathing. Stop. This is going to make me gag. This is actually going to make me gag. This is going to make me gag watching this. Dude, it was... no, I'm like remembering the smell. Chad, I don't think I can do this. No, this was like an awakening moment for me here. I was like, why am I doing this?
I actually don't think I can do this. I actually don't think I can do this. Oh my god. It got on my fucking phone. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Hey, we did the food challenge where you probably saw me do all this other shit. I have free will. I'm saying no. I'm saying no. Jesus Christ.
Oh, fuck. I also forgot. We have Bulldog Ramen. I already had to make it, and I gotta reheat it.
For the love of the game. I actually can't breathe. I'm gonna throw up. I opened the can.
Okay, bro, the best way that I could describe the smell is like, have you ever been at like a fish market? Like, imagine, this is the way I described it to my friends in Brook. You catch a fat catfish. Big one. You cut him open, fillet his guts out, and leave him in a hot room for 3 weeks. Never open the door and then walk in randomly. Like, the smell fills the room. It's that bad.
I'm gonna show you the fish, and that's it, okay? I'm not eating it.
Oh,
I'm not.
God.
I repeat, I'm not eating it.
It smells like a trash can at a gutting station. Worse. I used to go offshore fishing when I was younger, and I've gutted fish. I've smelled fish intestines and chum. Like, it smells really like chum, but like if it sat in a bucket for 3 weeks and you just never touched it.
I don't know where the fork went. Hold up.
It like dead bodies.
Okay, here we go. It is like just genuinely, oh, Jesus Christ, I don't have the other fucking glove.
Dude, and it smelled so bad that I was breathing through my mouth, and I still smelled it.
On. Oh my god, it's just fucking rotten fish. You could see it pooling. I can't even... You could see it pooling at the
Oh my
top
god,
there.
bro.
Okay. Hold up. Editor, cut this. I gotta pour
I
some away.
threw that shit in my friend's trash can right after I was done too, and the next day was trash day, and I kept thinking like, dude, whenever the trash guys come, I'm wondering if they're gonna smell this, cause like through the trash bag you smelled it.
But I gotta pour some of the liquid out. I have to pour some of the liquid out. Oh my god. I can't hold it. I'm holding it. I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh my god.
You're acting?
Oh my
Bro,
God.
I'm not. Yo,
Sir.
you think I'm acting? You think I'm acting? Look at that shit. Look at that shit. You think I'm fake gagging? You think I'm fake fucking... Bro, that is the most foul thing ever. Like, there's no part of me was faking that. I was bro, any motherfucker saying I'm faking that, buy a can of surströmming and just open it. Open it in a closed room.
Straubing, everybody. Oh my god, it just got on my hand. I'm done.
You know it. You hate it. Doesn't that woman kind of look like the Hawk Tour girl? I always think that when I see the Bean Boozled thing. I feel like I buy Bean Boozled like every 3 months, play it like 2 times, and then throw it out. Because it's fucking disgusting. Actually disgusting. How many should I eat of these? We have, option-wise, juicy pear or booger, strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish, berry blue or toothpaste. That's a cop-out. That's a cheap one. Cappuccino, liver and onions, peach and barf, pomegranate or old bandage, and top banana or wet dog. We also have licorice, burnt rubber, toasted marshmallow, stinky bug, tutti frutti, stinky socks. Ideally, I think I'd do 3 spins. 5 at a time. Let's do 5 spins, and I'll eat all 5 at once. And then we'll move on. Ideally, and burnt rubber. Ideally, I get 3 good ones and 2 bad ones. Does anybody know the statistics on fucking, what's it called? Bean Boozled? I got marshmallow and stink bug. Like, if I get 3 good ones, I think that'll mask the bad ones. It's dead 50-50. Is it really? Peach and barf. Extractable juice. Well, they're not, like, extracting vomit. It's probably some sort of pheromone and taste that's similar to the taste of vomit. Peach, yeah, but drinking your own piss. Like, if one of these was piss, I would be spinning that one constantly. Because that one, that's not that bad. Beautiful. 5 more spins? I'm less pressure. Yeah, because I'm... This is a Face IQ video. I hadn't heard of this guy prior to this video, but I think he is a part of, like, the... Not looks... I don't know, looks maxing black pill community. He does a lot of, like, physical analysis or analyses of people and how they look. And he is going to be criticizing my video today about me making fun of the black pill community.
Lamest people on the internet.
The internet's got a variety of...
Is this in super speed?
That would be you.
Features and groups, but I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like blackpill content. Like people use this one clip of me.
Why is he watching my video in 2x?
Where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
Because of copyright? I don't think you would get copyrighted for reacting to my content.
And that's how they determine.
Hold up. I gotta restart this video. That just took me off. That took me by surprise. This was in 2x.
Lamest people on the internet.
The internet's got a variety of...
That would be you.
Features and groups, but I think I found the lamest one. You know, looks maxes. This is them, but like even lamer somehow.
Brain rot content.
Blackpilling. Bro, I keep getting on like blackpill content. Like people use this one clip of me where I say the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, and that's how they determine whether or not they're attracted to you.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
But then after that, I talk about how the majority of building a relationship and actually getting somebody to like you is your personality. And
okay, remember, a prerequisite's more important than that. Remember?
They just cut that off. So
the prerequisite is more important in the sense of starting a conversation, but personality does matter for building relationships with people. Yes, your looks get your foot in the door, but after your foot's in the door, your foot could get crushed pretty quick if you don't know what to do next, you know? Like, just looking good doesn't mean that you're going to nail, you know, like, a good conversation. You might get that conversation started. Yo, throw it in sub only. You might get that conversation started, but you're not going to be able to fucking continue it after that.
They just...
No, we understand that. We just understand a prerequisite's inherently more important because it's the prerequisite. If you do not meet the physical standards, then you are rejected. Does that make sense?
So
I don't think it's an immediate rejection. If you don't meet the physical standards of somebody, they're less likely to spark a conversation with you because they would be less interested in you to begin with. But it is proven that partners find each other more and more attractive through, you know, compatibility over time. Like, if you are maybe not, you know, the most attractive person in the world to somebody, like, say they think you're a 7, not a 10. As they get to know you, they would perceivably find you more and more attractive because of your personality. But I get what you're saying in that, like, the prerequisite of any initial relationship is attraction, you know, physical attraction. I'm not disagreeing with the black pill community about that. I think I might have contradicted myself at times in that video that I made as well, where I was criticizing the black pill community, because yes, there is, I'm not saying that looks don't matter in relationships, because that's a lie, right? They do. Because when you meet somebody, the first thing you notice is what they look like. I get what you're saying prerequisite-wise on that, but to say that the prerequisite is what matters the most, okay, fine. But that's only the first second of a relationship. You know, you can't say the rest of the shit doesn't matter.
They put the clip of, like, me saying, hey, like, people, the first thing that somebody notices about you is your looks. And then they're just like, yep, that's it. I'm like, that's not it. Like,
But it's the most important, which is what the black pill says. It says physical attractiveness is the most important thing for attracting women. So
physical attractiveness is the most critical factor in determining men's dating success, especially in modern Western culture. A man's money, status, and social skills are argued to be other factors of secondary importance. An expanded alternate theory definition proposes that a man's dating and life outcome generally relies on genetically determined traits. I think that dating success in terms of landing the first date, but I would argue that somebody that is insufferable as a person, regardless of looking like Marlon, you know, is gonna fail in the dating pool if they are, you know, fucking a dickhead, you know? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you, yes, you could be really attractive, but if after that first date, you know, they go, wow, that person's a dud, they're gonna fucking leave. It doesn't matter if you're hot.
Your height, your frame, your physique, your face. That's the most important. Understand?
I think like finding somebody attractive is off looks. Like that does matter.
Okay.
Some people say it does, but
If it's the prerequisite, then it's the most important. Because if you fail it, then your personality doesn't matter. Right? It's pretty simple logic.
Yeah, but it's like you're ignoring every other factor. It's like the prerequisite's the most important, so it's what matters the most. Okay, but I think you're going to realize after you spend 8 years fucking looks maxing that when you finally get into a long-term relationship, you know nothing about compatibility because everything that you've done is focused on what you look like. Like, I just feel like it's not bad to say, I need to look more attractive to get dates. But it's like, I guess maybe, I'm not saying it's the black pill community in general. It's the black pill influencers that I see on TikTok, which maybe that's brain rot clips. But a lot of the black pill influencers that I see are more raving about how looks matter so much that it is the only thing you should care about in, like, you know, day-to-day, you know, functionality of your life. You know, you should be working out, which is good for your health, but it's not like, hey, you should be working out for your health and for looks. It's like everything you do around yourself should be focused on facilitating your fucking 1 out of 10 rating on how good you look. And that breeds narcissism. Does it not? Like, would that not make you more dickheadish? Like, if you can't focus on your looks that heavily day to day and not become an asshole. And that's coming from somebody that claims I used to be a narcissist. I used to care so much about how I look. That's not one of the only reasons. But it's like, I used to be more narcissistic, you know? Like, so if you can't sit here and go, oh, I'm going to care about all I look, that's the only thing that I'm going to fucking focus on, and then not become like a fucking asshole. Because you're going to be so hyper-focused on you know, not anybody else. Not like taking care of the person, having the conversation. You get your foot in the door. After that, they're going to fucking slam it in your face. It doesn't matter.
In terms of long-term relationship capability, no. But I'm saying, yeah.
But it's the prerequisite, remember?
That's the first thing that somebody recognizes about you is your looks, because that's their subconscious opinion is going to be how you look. But that's not the only thing that matters. And like
Yes, and no one claims otherwise.
way that I understand Black Pill is that the only thing that matters is your...
No, it's the most important thing by definition, not the only thing. Idiot.
It's not the only thing, but yes. Saying it's the most important thing, though, and putting that much weight on looks diverts attention from other categories of yourself, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make. You know, you're never building anything about you outside of your looks, right? Your hobby is what you look like because you focus so much on that.
Your looks. And I think that's wrong. Because
yeah, that is. That's a straw man because the black pill doesn't say that. Idiot.
that is where not only, yes, maybe in the terms of like the first thing somebody notices is your looks, but then they're going to realize your entire personality is structured around how you look, which is like obscene narcissism. Like, it's just...
Yeah, I'm kind of just repeating myself.
It actually hasn't been an issue in my experience.
That would be a fallacy. Idiot. What? Like, yo, you literally, that would be a fallacy. That's in my experience. I'm using a fallacy. You're using a fallacy. Don't point out that we're using fallacies if you're also going to use fallacies. In your experience, doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, now we're agreeing to disagree. Now we're both sitting here just going, all right, well, we're arguing in terrible formats. In a court of law, this wouldn't hold up because we're just using illogical points.
A fucking rapport within yourself of like, I look great, I look awesome. This is how I need to look. I need to change my haircut. I need to start mewing. Maybe I should get facial surgery.
Well, yes, an idiot who's talking about mewing, perhaps.
Bro, you're 20. Bro, your brain's not even done developing yet. You're gonna get fucking plastic surgery.
Your brain never stops developing. You don't understand the science about that, though, do you?
No, your brain doesn't stop developing. Your brain constantly ages throughout the entirety of your life. But the majority of brain growth and development starts, you know, kind of slow turning down at around 25, if I'm correct on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like your brain still ages and your brain changes throughout your entire life. But that's kind of to also compensate for certain parts of your brain getting more, I guess, dumbed down or dying, right? That's why, like, wisdom is usually kind of prized through older people, Whereas like intelligence, reaction time, and like in the moment decision making is more prominent for younger individuals, right? Like strategy, like wisdom, like all that stuff, yeah, carries through, and you get that through not only experience, but also brain development. But yeah, I think I was more so saying like getting surgery to look different when you're below 25 and you haven't even physically stopped changing is absurd, you know? Like you see these guys that are like, I'm going to get plastic surgery, and they're 19, you know, they're 20. I'm like, you might look different. Obviously, your bone structure isn't really going to change much. So I see what they're saying in that sense, but it's like, you know, maybe give it some time.
Never stops. The 25 figure is false. It never stops developing.
20 years old because you think that you don't look good. Like, it's your life, fine.
Idiot.
But I'm saying, like, don't think that, like, that's the end all be all on whether or not people are going to like you, is how you look. It's because they take,
It is essentially.
like, the idea of black pill is they take something that isn't absurd to say and then make that the only thing that matters. Like, good-looking people...
Is he going to say it's the prerequisite for the 50th time?
...get better connections in life. Is that true?
Correct.
To a degree? Potentially.
To a high degree. In fact, if you look at the CEOs of the Fortune 500, I think the average height is 6'3". It's fucking insane. Like, height in success is super important.
I'm not going to disagree with the idea that looking better enables you to get more connections, because you find more utility-based friends, or not utility-based friends. You find there's like 3 different types of friends in Aristotle's, not Nicomachean. Is it Nicomachean ethics? There's 3 types of friends. One's like of utility, one's of something else, and one's of virtue. And the one in the middle is like friend of value or something, and you kind of like being around them. And a lot of like success stories in the business sense are of attractive people that kind of brought themselves up rather than having like nepotism behind them where they, you know, grew into wealth. But that's also because they had to make themselves stand out. And yes, more attractive people do, you know, tend to do that. I'm not going to disagree with that.
But I think that...
Yes, your brain is...
Brady said, yes, height.
Very neuroplastic.
Brady's 6'5" at heart.
Plastic, it develops the rest of your life. It never stops developing. That 25 figure is false.
The idea that looking good gets your foot in the door. But when you...
So that's more important, isn't it? Because if you don't get in the door, then your personality doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, but if you're focusing on success in the business world and a huge portion of your day is dedicated to how you look, and then you actually get down and you sit at that meeting and they interview you and they understand that you're a fucking dumb piece of shit because you haven't fucking studied what you need to know to get... Now we're not even talking about relationships. now we're just talking about like black pill, like how you look in the sense of like business success. Yes, looking good helps you land that interview. But then if you suck in the interview, they're not going to fucking hire you. You know, you're not going to build that relationship with that person if you go out and get drinks and you actually shoot shit about what your ideas are, and your ideas are terrible. You know what I mean? Like, if you're trying to be an entrepreneur, your ideas matter more than what you look like, you know? Like, I just don't, I get what you're saying, and I agree that, like, how you look does aid success in the business sense, but it's not the thing that is determining whether or not you're successful.
Idiot.
But Joe, it's the prerequisite. I know it's the prerequisite. I know it is a prerequisite.
We care about looking good, and then you get your foot in the door, and they're like, okay, hey.
But if you nail that prerequisite, you've done 90% of the work.
No, you haven't. What? Bro, you're acting like life is like a YouTube thumbnail. Like, oh my gosh. It's just like, if you're trying to date to fuck, maybe. Like, if you're just trying to get one night stand hookups and you just want to look good so people will just have sex with you, you know, fine. But if you actually want to have a girlfriend and a wife, you know, and you only focus on how you look, they're not going to like you.
If you actually look good enough for someone to want to date you long term, you have surpassed 90% of men. So,
bro, I'm going to have the counterpoint, though, that, like, I mean, women get with guys, you see, there's so many people, and they get judged for it. I have so many friends that even they themselves say their girlfriend's out of their league. And they're not looks maxers, right? They land that girl because the girl likes them, you know? Like, they like their personality because the women that they're with have dated guys that maybe they would perceive as more attractive than them, right? But those guys were assholes. You know, those guys weren't treating them the way that they wanted to be treated. So it's like, I don't know. It's a fallacy, Joe. Yeah, bro. I'm not going to call him out on his I called him out on a fallacy because he called me out on one. I'm not going to sit here and say we're having some fucking actual debate. We're not debating. This is a conversation.
Then your personality matters a lot less because you're actually physically desirable. Don't you understand?
Your personality matters less because you're more physically desirable. I think in the sense of, yeah, having sex, but not in the sense of dating, you know? Like, not in the sense of, like, actually being with someone.
And that.
And they start asking for your qualifications, or they want to learn about you, and you're the most dull person ever. Because
So yes, let's make up a fake scenario.
all you care about is whether or not you look appealing. It's like, man, that's like, I don't know. It all
Strawmans of despair.
causes so much stress within yourself, you know? The idea of having to constantly be like, I need to look this way. I need to be this attractive. It's, now you're like, you're hindering your own mood, you know? The pivot of how you feel in life is going to be how you look that day.
Well, yeah, it's increased insecurity, you know? I think, and the one thing that I will say is, I don't think, like, a lot of black pillars mean to be mean when they're talking about looks. They look at it at a very objective sense, which I understand, right? They're not like making fun of you for being ugly. They're just like, you're a 5, you know, you're a 4. Your face dimensions are fucked. But it's like, if you're somebody that's a part of that community and you're like self-criticizing yourself, it's like, wouldn't you just go day to day being like, God, I'm so ugly. My facial structure sucks. You know, nobody's ever going to love me. It's like, fuck, man. Like, now, like, you're not confident in yourself. And confidence can stem from attraction, but confidence doesn't stem from how other people find you attraction. Confidence doesn't stem from how attractive other people find you. Confidence stems from how you feel about yourself. And if people are a part of the black pill community and gaining value out of that, I'm fine with it. You know, whatever. If you are more confident in yourself, and because you're feeling like you need to do some sort of looks maxing thing, that's fine. But my concern is that, like, the self-love integrated with the idea of, like, hey, I'm so fucking ugly, my genetics suck, make you more insecure, and whatever you gain out of looks maxing in terms of objective attractiveness, you lose in insecurity, right? You might be more attractive to somebody else, but you won't hold that confidence because you're not confident in yourself.
Like, I don't know, man. And it's just like living for other people.
Black pill content. This is a group of people that believe looks and genetics are the most
What if you're just ugly? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean if you're just ugly?
important thing in life, and they decide how
The most important, correct. And not in life and dating.
every interaction is going to go, which is, you know, sort of.
You were saying in life, though, because you're saying with business stuff, too. And I would say this is more an argument less about dating and more about, all right, the complete supply chain of some generic consumer junk.
Precisely 5 minutes after the homeowner leaves for work in the morning, a package is gently delivered to their doorstep containing an impulse purchase from the night before. This box is just one of 36 million that will be delivered across a...
You ever watch an Amazon driver work when you're driving by them? Most stressed out people you will ever see. If you think you're having a bad day, drive past an Amazon delivery driver and they're just fucking, they're like, if I can deliver something, run back to their car, fucking get in, go to the next house, go to the next apartment. They gotta fucking deliver some shit 6 stories up. Oh my God, they're freaking out the whole time. It's terrible. Dude, they churn employees at Amazon like fucking butter, dude. So fast. 1 in, 1 out every 2 months.
America over the next 10 hours, serving a growing appetite for home-delivered consumption. But inside this particular package is a humble paper shredder purchased for $59.99 with free delivery. As far as modern products...
Next day delivery makes no fucking sense to me. I understand I live in New Jersey, so there's a lot of shit around. It's different from, like, if you live in, like, a rural Nebraska. Bro, how the fuck... I understand if I order, like, protein powder or some basic shit paper that comes in next day. I have ordered, like, random niche products, and it says next day shipping. they just have that in a warehouse. Like, my possum costume came in 2 days. 2 days. They just have a possum costume on hand? Why? Why? They're waiting. They know somebody's going to order that. That's what freaks me out. Them having a paper shredder next day, whatever. Now he's going to go into how the paper shredder's made, and it's going to mind fuck me. But that doesn't freak me out that it's like in a warehouse. Because, yeah, people are going to order a fucking paper shredder. People are going to order a Keurig or like a coffee pot or a mug. You know, I get that.
Go, it's actually pretty basic. It only has 40 components in total, and they are each made from common generic materials. But even to assemble this cheap desktop appliance, those simple parts collectively traveled over 500,000 kilometers, went through...
Yeah, in a fucking lithium mine. There's some shit. The fucking battery, dude, literally any random product you have, part of that shit's from like fucking Australia, South Africa, Germany, Iceland, Norway. It's all just combined together.
Hundreds of industrial facilities in dozens of countries employed thousands of workers, and it all started right here.
Was this a fucking bomb test?
In the Northern Territory of Australia, the Alcongove mine extracts 12.5 million tons of bauxite every year.
What the fuck is bauxite? See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Everything you use on a day-to-day basis, you know nothing about. Bauxite? What is that? Plastic?
Australia is
for aluminum ore?
The largest producer of this raw material in the world, and this mine is one of its biggest. The operation is simultaneously so remote and massive that it's actually the 4th largest township in a region roughly twice the size of France. This is particularly impressive since the permanent population of the outpost is actually less than a few hundred people. Almost everybody here at a given time flies into work at this—
But you never meet a motherfucker with this job! You never meet a motherfucker who does that! That's what I'm saying, bro. No. Everybody I know, yeah, I work at Walmart. I'm an electrician. I'm a plumber. I work for an airline. I'm a nurse. I need to meet a motherfucker that's like, yeah, I work at a fucking carbon factory. Cause who the fuck works there? But there's so many, because why are you screaming? Bro, because that's like so many jobs in the world, but I know no one I don't even know somebody that knows somebody that works at a fucking, like, I know people that work at Amazon factories. I don't know anybody that works at like a fucking coal mine or some shit. Now, I know a lot of that's like out of country, but even then, like other random niche things, I'm like, who the fuck, like like somebody that works at like a trash mill, or like a recyclable place. Or a water plant. I don't know anybody who works there. I don't know. Fucking random people.
Mine and then flies out back to
It's automated? Bro, a lot of it's automated, but there's still people there.
Civilization once their roster is complete. And if you
know less than 0.08% of the world, dude, I know less than 0.0000001% of the world. Even then, though, I'm saying, like, in your region, there are people that have jobs, not around mining in Australia, obviously, unless you live in Australia. But, like, you know people, or there's people in your area that work at, like, a nuclear fucking facility.
The mining process that takes place here is almost astonishingly simple. Most of the material that they're after is literally sitting on the surface, so instead of drilling deep into the earth, they just blow up the dirt and scoop it into giant trucks. This crude technique is highly effective and economical, but it does have one unintended side effect.
Bro, you want to know I need to meet somebody that runs one of these. What is that bucket? What is that bucket machine that's big as hell, and it's a circle, and it just goes roof, 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 and it picks stuff up. What's the name of that? It's like an excavator of sorts, but it works at, like, mines. Excavator, scoop, wheel, truck. But this on a bigger scale. I need to meet somebody that runs one of these. What a badass machine to fucking control. You own one of these diggers that just fucking picks up thousands of pounds of dirt and supplies.
Everything happens at the surface. The red dirt of this sprawling extraction site are easily visible from space. Either way, once it's collected, the raw material is moved along an 18-kilometer conveyor belt to a processing and storage yard at the very tip of the peninsula, where the alumina ore is separated from other impurities. It's kept here until a buyer sends a bulk carrier to dock at the mine's dedicated shipping port. And then it's back on another conveyor belt to a ship waiting almost a mile offshore. The vessels moving this material are some of the largest bulk freighters in the world. They're so large that they can't actually get that close to shore without a dedicated deep-water port, and those are expensive. The port only handles two particular products in bulk. Ships take out raw alumina and bring in heavy fuel oil, which is used in a self-contained electrical plant to power both the industrial mine site and the local township. Both raw ore and liquid fuel can be piped or moved on a conveyor, so it's easier to get the cargo out across the ocean to the ship than to bring the ship to the cargo at the shallow shore. Once loaded, this glorified pile of dirt will start a 3-week journey up the Malacca Strait, through the Indian Ocean, the Suez...
This stresses me out. Like, I understand this was all developed in specialized trade over generations and years, but this is the supply chain for one singular cog in a printer. One.
Canal and the Mediterranean to end up here on almost exactly the opposite side of the planet, in Iceland. This small country is blessed with almost unlimited...
Wait, they shipped it to Iceland?
Through the Indian Ocean, the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean to end up here on almost exactly the opposite side of the planet.
They're shipping aluminum from Australia to Iceland to probably go to somewhere else to make 1/50th of a printer. What? Dude, Iceland's literally on the opposite side of the world.
This small country...
What the fuck do they need to ship it to Iceland for?
...is blessed with almost unlimited geothermal power, which makes the energy-intensive process of turning raw alumina into refined aluminium very cost-effective and environmentally friendly compared to alternative plants that power their operations with...
Dude, deadass, imagine living right there. Is this a nuclear power plant? These are like smokestacks. Dude, imagine living... That house is 100 feet away from that.
Fossil fuels. Thousands of tons of raw alumina oxide...
They're safe? Bro, I know they're safe and they rarely explode, but imagine your outside view being a literal nuclear power plant.
Operations with fossil fuels. Thousands of tons of raw alumina oxide is loaded into massive furnaces and then electrolytically separated into pure aluminium. If you ever did an electrolysis experiment in science class separating out hydrogen and oxygen, the process is almost the same, only it's done with molten metal instead of water, and the energy requirements are an order of magnitude greater. To refine just 1 ton of aluminium takes approximately 15 megawatt hours of electricity. To put that into perspective, that would be enough energy to drive a standard Tesla Model 3 over 60,000 miles, or...
How is it $50 for the fucking printer? How is it $50 for the fucking printer? Why is it not 35 grand? Enough energy to make 1 ton of this? 2,000 pounds? Just one part of this machine? Enough energy to fucking drive a goddamn Tesla around the world multiple times?
This plant, on the other hand, smelts more than 1,000 tons.
What is the circumference of the Earth? I know it's mass production. Bro, you could drive the Tesla around the Earth 3 times.
Every day. The reason it's worth it to ship this raw material halfway across the world is because the energy savings of refining aluminium in Iceland with its cheap electricity pay for the increased shipping costs more than 10 times over.
And somebody figured that out. Nah. Somebody figured that out, bro. Somebody was like, what if instead of making the aluminum here, we shipped it all the way across the entire world where they could use lava to do it? And geothermal energy.
Once this process is completed, the molten aluminium is poured into ingot molds and then stacked into pallets, which can then be loaded back onto the same kind of bulk
Yeah, and watch this motherfucker say they ship that shit from Iceland back to China.
carrier that delivered the raw materials in the first place. Normally these ships are loaded with loose dry goods, but they're effectively just big floating boxes. If they can safely store something in their holds, they can ship it. From there, the next destination, back through the Mediterranean and the Suez, is up to the Chinese city of Foshen.
Stop. Dude, this is too much. This is too much. This is too fucking much. This is for one, dude, this is just aluminum.
This industrial city center across the bay from
Pre-watch, bro, everything's made in China.
Hong Kong and Shenzhen has become a trade hub for raw materials like copper, steel, and aluminium.
Copper-tubing.
Vendors like Henan Aluminium Industrial Company will buy these ingots directly from smelting plants and then ship them to their
I think I need to invest in Henan Xinte Aluminum Industry Co. Ltd. I think I want to invest in this company in Henan, China.
warehouses across the river. These businesses then wholesale these raw ingots, but also turn them
How do I buy stock in that company?
into alloyed sheets and plates to be sold at a slight markup to industrial customers throughout southern China. A lot of these products are sold through existing contact networks, but if you're inclined to buy industrial quantities of metal, they also post their wares on sites like Alibaba. Although
I can buy the aluminum sheets from Alibaba. What would I use? Minimum order 25 tons? What the fuck? Why would I ever order 25 tons of fucking aluminum sheets from Alibaba? Even if you're a business, there's no way they're ordering that from Alibaba.
Although you do need to buy 5 tons at a time, so
Bro.
it should last you a while. The 6061 grade aluminium alloy from Iceland can actually charge a slight premium over regular sheets because certain suppliers prefer the European manufacturer's quality control and green manufacturing process. Of course, most manufacturers simply don't care as long as the material gets the job done, so the marketplace between vendors and buyers is fierce. However, once a deal is made, 30 tons of cylindrical alloy beams are loaded onto a barge and floated another 1,000 kilometers up the Pearl River to a machining plant just on the outskirts of the city of Nanning. It's probably a city you've never heard of, but it's home to nearly
Oh yeah, but there's 80 million fucking people there. Hey, this is a random city in China you've never heard of in your entire life, but look how many fucking skyscrapers there are. This is where 1% of the world lives.
9 million people, and
that's like New York City. This is a New York City of people.
a major producer of the parts that make the products you interact with every day. Once the beams are unloaded into the factory warehouse, they're loaded into grinding machines to etch out a basic spoke pattern, and then they're sliced lengthwise to produce hundreds of basic standardized gears. Mechanical parts made out of aluminium are not nearly as strong as those made out of steel, but the lighter weight and easier machinability of this metal makes it very popular for low-stress applications in basic consumer machines. Once they're machined, the pallets of
Bro, this is like a hyper in-depth episode of how it's made. Because how it's made will start with the items used. They don't start with the production and manufacturing of said items. Because how it's made would start with the cog. This is an entire episode of how the cog's even made.
gears and then shipped back down the river to another buyer who ordered the parts in bulk a month before. At this point, the 1 ton of raw bauxite scraped out of the ground back in Australia has been turned into 5,000 little metal gears. The net material hasn't actually changed that much, apart from a few trace metals thrown in to form an alloy. However, as unrefined ore, it would sell in China for around $75 a ton. These basic gears, on the other hand, are now going to be sold in exactly the same city for $5,000.
I need to invest in this Chinese company. How do I do it?
A markup of 600%, which has so far justified every
Aluminum gears, chat. That's the business I'm getting into now.
step in the process, but it's not done yet. These gears are actually being forwarded from Guangzhou to another buyer in Vietnam. They're loaded onto a 20-foot shipping container and then into a small cargo ship, which will make the short 2-day journey from the Ocean Gate shipping terminal. No, not
2-day journey short.
that Ocean Gate. to the port city of Haiphong. Over time, as China has developed, it's actually started outsourcing a lot of its basic manufacturing the same way that the West has outsourced their basic manufacturing to China. Chinese workers and businesses have developed an array of highly technical industrial skills and expertise. Cities like Guangzhou are also not cheap to operate in anymore, and workers in these cities demand wages enough to compensate for this cost of living. What this means is that basic hand assembly is far more economical in Vietnam than it is back in China. Major manufacturers like LG, Samsung, Bridgestone, Yazaki, and Foxconn all have massive manufacturing plants in this city because it's one of the most competitive places in the world to put stuff together. It's still close to China, so technical pieces can be imported and assembled components can be exported with very few barriers, while line workers here simply earn about 1/5 of what similar Chinese workers would make a few thousand miles up north.
Damn. So we're buying shit from China, but China's outsourcing that to Vietnam?
In this
Or
case,
Thailand?
the gears end up in a smaller factory that specializes in low-end consumer hardware. Here, the gears are attached by hand to an electrical motor, which is then combined with lower stress plastic gears, a rubber belt, a stack of steel teeth, all held together by an injection molded plastic case. None of these components were made in this factory, just being put together here. In fact, each and every one of them have all taken a similar journey from raw material extraction to refineries, machining, component manufacturing, and assembly, in addition to all the warehousing and shipping that comes with it. But the journey is still not over yet. The technical components have all been assembled, but that package back on the doorstep in America didn't contain an EC43515 MCD P4 cross-cut electric shredder subassembly. It contained a user-ready paper shredder. Most manufacturers don't want to deal with the stress and persnickety requests that come from retail clients. So once this housing is assembled, it's shipped back to China to a warehouse that produces white-labeled consumer products for several retailers across the world. These generic internals will...
Dude, this is so much. I don't understand how they profit on that. You know what I mean? The 5,000 cogs are worth 5K, but like you're only using like fucking 10 of them in the printer. But then you have so many other products. How are they making money? Like, what do you think the profit margins on the printer are? Well, people are making money on the back end every time. Australia's making money shipping it to Iceland. Iceland's making money giving it to China. China's making money giving it back to itself in another city, giving it to Thailand, giving it back to China, assembling it, giving it to another company that then assembles that and gives it to the average consumer. But like, dude, why is it not more than $50? How is it $50? I understand its efficiency in mass production. That's what it is. It really just is mass production. Because those cogs are used, there's a standardized like set of, you know, rivets, nails, cogs, and they use a lot of the same things for, like, those cogs aren't just used for printers, they're used for a million things. So they're making fucking a million of them in a week. And then they're fucking putting those into a bunch of different products. But it's like the fact that there's one factory that just makes these cogs, there's one factory that just makes these things is insane to me.
Paper shredder, some of which will cost significantly more than others. The way it works is that a retailer from a country like America will design a plastic housing to go around the internal components and then sell their model to end users. In this case, the American retailer will work with the Chinese wholesaler to pick some injection molded shapes and colors which they think will work with their branding to best appeal to their target consumers in their home market. The Chinese factory produces large batches of these models for a fixed price and will also work with other suppliers on packaging. Additionally, a printed cardboard box and foam insulation is provided by a supplier in Thailand, and everything is put together and loaded onto specially compliant pallets, which are then placed into a 40-foot shipping container. From there, the Chinese wholesaler and the American retailer use a third-party customs broker who specializes in booking slots on container ships and making sure everything gets through customs at each end with minimal headaches. Since the boxes containing the paper shredders are not particularly large,
I used to be upset at myself. Like, the next philosophy video I'm posting is how, like, specialized labor is kind of crazy, but also really good. But I'm fully okay with the fact that I know how nothing works now. Because there's no point in me learning. There's no point in me learning how my printer works because it's too much. But I don't even think that, like, from each individual perspective, like, of the Icelandic people that are making the aluminum, they're not going, I need to know how this works with a printer. They're just going, I need to know how to make an aluminum. The one factory goes, I need to know how to make cogs. The one factory goes, I need to know how to assemble these cogs. So it's like they all know minimal things.
Large, heavy, or dangerous, they can be forwarded straight from the port in Los Angeles to the Amazon inbound cross-dock a few miles up.
But isn't that a little scary too? How if like one end of this production line faults, everything fails. You know? Like, obviously there's bigger ones further back. Like, if you don't make the aluminum, then obviously you can't make anything. But like, if the cog factory blows up, there's none of these printers for a little bit, unless they find a new supplier.
Trucks constantly drive this route 24 hours a day, taking containers from the dockside to this distribution warehouse in a process called dryage. From this, the containers are unpacked, and individual products are then organized and sent out across the country to strategically placed fulfillment centers where they'll await a midnight impulse purchase. This whole process was just one single branch of a very small basic product tree. Tracing the origin of every component in this shredder would literally take hours, and that's to say nothing of goods with thousands of far more technical parts. Even this cheap basic appliance.
Far more technical parts. I feel like I would love to see a video. I think the video of how an iPhone is made is probably 5 hours long. To go through every individual part of like a phone or a computer, like how your GPU is made, like how the fucking tablet you're watching me on, the fucking TV you're watching me on, a 4090 GPU. How the fuck is that made? The way CPUs are made is insane. Oh my god, dude, it's probably so technical. Yeah, CPUs, but aren't CPUs largely made... Is it CPUs or GPUs that are largely made in Taiwan?
Which will statistically...
I think it's CPUs, right?
...only be used about 12 times before being disposed of, traveled many times around the world, because that's the cheapest way to do things. Australia has resources.
I don't know. Chat's giving me different answers here. GPUs.
Iceland has practically unlimited energy. China has an
That's just Blue Lagoon in Iceland. This isn't even I don't think this is a factory. This is Blue Lagoon in Iceland. I've been here.
Unlimited energy. China has an unrivaled industrial network. Vietnam has a large, cheap workforce, and the...
God, dude, driving in Iceland was fucking terrible. Their roads are so nice, but they constantly have to, like, refix them up and shit. And I was driving past, like, freshly paved asphalt, and I just hear... just rocks hitting the bottom of the car, and I'm like, this is a fucking rental. This is a rental. And for like 5 minutes straight, just fucking slamming the bottom of the car. I'm like, dude, this shit's gonna explode.
USA has insatiable consumers. It's up to you to decide if you think this web of comparative advantage has really made the world a better place. But what it has done is made things cheaper and more convenient. Today, a paper shredder is an impulse purchase, but just 50 years ago, an electronic device like this would have been a family heirloom.
What the fuck is a paper shredder for? We haven't addressed that yet. What the fuck is a paper shredder for? Shredding paper, but why? Like important things, like documents and checks. Why not just rip it up like 15 times? It's like legal shit. Like if you're like a lawyer or something, or like a business, it's just easier to shred it. I guess that's why it's an impulse buy.
If there's one invention above all of that which has made this possible, it's the humble box. Most
why do more than 2 of you own a paper shredder?
Of these parts have been ferried around in along the way. So if you liked this video, go and check out the next one on
I loved that. I loved that video. It stressed me out, but I enjoyed it. Next video, chat. How the Super Bowl really works. I'm excited for this video. I know the Super Bowl just happened, but I went, so I feel like I could give my own personal insight on it too, so it'd be really cool to, like, you know, converse about it.
The Super Bowl isn't just a football game. It's a logistical monster. Behind one kickoff is years of planning, billions of dollars, and one of the largest security operations in the country. Entire cities compete for the right to host it. Thousands of workers.
Security's pretty lackluster, I'm not gonna lie. Snuck an edible into that bitch. got in there with weed. Well, I don't know if they were searching for that. They did have drug dogs. But I had that shit in my pocket. You walk through a metal detector and they wave you with a wand too. That's it. But they do have security guards everywhere. They had security guards, cops everywhere.
Volunteers, media members, and law enforcement agencies are involved.
They shut down all the roads outside of it. That was like part of my complaint was when I left through the west side, and I was supposed to go to the east side to get in my car so I could go back. Or not my car, get in the car. I had a driver. And we had to walk like 2 miles because every road was fucking closed. So I'm just walking on a highway all the way around the stadium, this big lap, because they close off every fucking road.
Private jets flood airports. Hotel rooms disappear.
Yeah, dude, booking a hotel was actually so painful in San Fran. The Super Bowl was in San Jose. There were about 0 hotels in San Jose. I didn't want to stay there anyway because everybody told me that was a dud city and there's nothing to fucking do there. And I was there for like a week. So I stayed in San Fran because it's only like an hour away. And even in San Fran, bro, the hotels were like $700 a night, $650 a night. It's horrible. And there was like 3 hotels that were open. Everything else was booked.
And for 1 week, everything in that city revolves around a single event. So how does the NFL actually pull it off? In this video, we're breaking down how the Super Bowl really works, from host city selection, Super Bowl week logistics, to broadcasting, commercials.
Bro, it was the perfect, I'm not gonna lie, like Levi Stadium in San Jose was the perfect fucking stadium for the Super Bowl. The amount of people that are showing up was not even a problem. Because there's San Jose Airport and San Fran Airport 45 minutes away from each other. 2 big-ass cities and Oakland across the water. You could, like, they had no problem holding that amount of people. Like, when they have the fucking World Cup in New Jersey. Cooked. C-O-O-K-E-D. Cooked. That shit's going to be terrible. Already overcrowded-ass state. And then on top of that, we're going to have millions of people flying in. You're on crack. Newark Airport, the worst airport in the fucking world. Newark Airport, worst airport in the fucking world, dude. We're going to have everybody flying in there. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Have fun getting your fucking flight 9 hours early to stand in line for fucking 6. Hell no. But I will say, I was worried that on the way home from the Super Bowl, I was gonna, like, be in a line waiting to leave at the airport. Bro, we left the next day at noon. We walked through security. There was no line. I was like, where is everybody? What happened to the 70,000 people that showed up?
And everything that happens once the final whistle blows.
At SFO? Yeah, there's nobody there. After party? Well, I left on Monday. Yeah, they used private jets. I was a chud. No, I wasn't, because there was an Eagles player on the flight with me.
The planning for the Super Bowl start with the selection of a host city. To host the Super Bowl, you first have to place a bid, which normally starts about 4 years out, and the NFL considers a multitude of factors to select a host city. The NFL...
I thought if you're the host city, you can't be in the Super Bowl. Am I wrong? When was the last time the Super Bowl was held in the city of a competing team? Yeah, in 2022. Oh, no, it's 2022. When the LA Rams... Yeah, the LA Rams hosted at their own stadium. And then the Bucks. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Well, I haven't been paying attention.
Considers stadium quality and capacity, obviously, but also many other factors like hotel inventory, airport capacity, the climate of the city if the field is in a dome, security on hand, and corporate infrastructure. To get the game, host cities will come up with intricate plans that cost millions of dollars to prepare. This may seem backwards, but it's actually an investment. For example, Las Vegas spent roughly $60 million preparing for the Super Bowl. But the return was massive, with an estimated economic boost hovering around $600 to $700 million, a 10x.
They made $700 million in their city in the fucking, like, 2 days that the Super Bowl, like, shit took place there. I'm not gonna lie, they were hyping it up all over San Fran. Like, when I was in San Francisco, I was there, like, a week before, And every business, every restaurant had like Super Bowl specials, Super Bowl themed things, Super Bowl this, Super Bowl that. There was like special events that were being held at Pier 39. Like they had stuff going on just trying to rake money in. And it was working, dude. Everyone was going to that shit.
Return. These investments are in a number of different things. Host cities will often renovate stadium locker rooms.
I didn't know the NFL doesn't pay for the halftime show. I knew that I learned that like 3 years ago, that the artist has to pay for it.
Improve
or their sponsors, but they get the money back. It's still, you're still in set. The idea is like, hey, we're not going to pay you to perform, but when you perform, your music's just going to fucking spike, you know? Like when Usher performed, I'm using Usher as an example because he's kind of like an older artist that, you know, regained popularity. When Usher performed, his music like tripled. Like motherfuckers start listening. Yeah, people start listening to you again. Like Ludacris and Lil Jon and all those people when he performed.
Broadcast capabilities by adding new cabling for cameras and a host of other things. Cities will tightly map out traffic plans, trying to find the most efficient ways for fans.
How much do you think Kid Rock got paid to do the All-American halftime show?
To reach the stadium. Another important
probably $10 and a wet napkin.
Consideration is airport availability. There are plenty of commercial flights that will be arriving for the big game.
And he went, oh yeah.
But an even bigger consideration is being able to house all of the private jets. The Super Bowl obviously is just as much a social event as
what a problem to have. We have too many private jets coming in.
It is a sporting one, with thousands of celebrities,
suck a dick, fly Spirit, bitch.
Athletes and business moguls.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, we have too many private jets coming in. Some of our clients, all of our billionaires aren't able to come in. Fuck off.
Given this, a ton of private jets arrive every single year for the Super Bowl. For Super Bowl 58 in Vegas, approximately 882 private jets flew into the city for the big game. The year before that, in Phoenix, a record 931 private jets. Insane. Super Bowl is labeled as an NSSE, short for a National Security Special Event. This means that a multitude of different security groups need to work together to ensure a smooth, safe event for everyone. That means a group effort and collaboration between the Secret Service, FBI, Department of Homeland Security.
Yo, I don't know if they had to do with it. There were so many homeless people in San Fran the day before and the day of the Super Bowl. None. I'm telling you, I would walk down an alley where there would be 9 homeless people on the sidewalk. When it was the day before the day of the Super Bowl, they were gone. I don't know where they were, where they put them, if they moved out or something. I moved out. I don't know where they moved them.
State police and local law enforcement. The exact number is tough to pin down, but it is estimated that the FBI, DHS, and Secret Service contribute anywhere from 500 to 700. State and local law enforcement between 1,200 and 2,000. And roughly another 200 to 400 from the National Guard. All told, well over 3,000 plus security members help secure the Super Bowl. To house everyone visiting, hotels work overtime. In New Orleans, it was estimated that 43,000 hotel rooms were roughly 90.
Yeah, hotels working overtime. Meanwhile, my hotel has one plunger that they pass around for each person when a fucking toilet clogs. I mean, you gotta be goddamn kidding me. Oh, we're really hyping up the Super Bowl here. Why do we not have a plunger in every fucking hotel room? I mean, what type of stupid shit is that? I have to call you? I call the guy. You'll see it in the vlog. I was getting mad. Like, I clogged my toilet. I try unclogging it with my foot. It doesn't go, okay? It doesn't go. And this is like a 20-minute process, right? I'm giving the double flush, the triple flush. We're on the brim, right? Like, the water's almost spilling over. So it goes down a little bit. And, you know, I end up getting a hanger, and I try mushing it down with that. It does nothing. And, chat, keep in mind, the poop's gone at this point. It's just toilet paper. It's just toilet paper. And I ended up washing my foot. It was fine. So I jam my foot in the toilet. Does nothing. So I end up calling them, and I go, hey, I clogged my toilet. There's no plunger in the room. And they go, oh, we'll bring up a plunger in a minute. I get a knock on the door, and this guy comes up. He's wearing a suit. He doesn't even look like a janitor. And he's holding the plunger in a trash bag, and he's like, can I come in? And I go, no. I don't say that. I go, I could do it. And he goes, are you sure? I'm like, what do you think? There's something alive in the fucking bathroom, dude? No. What? I'm a grown-ass man. I don't want you to fucking unclog my toilet. What the hell is this? So I go, give me the plunger. So I take the plunger, and I fucking shut the door in his face. I go unclog the toilet, and then I bring it back. I go, here you go. And he goes, thanks. I go, thanks. And then he walks away. I go, hey, this is an interaction we could avoid. All you got to do is put a plunger in the room. How much is a plunger? $5? $10? $12? And I tell Brooke this, and Brooke's standing there. She's listening to me talk to this guy. I go, who the fuck would want him to plunge their toilet? And she was like, you'd be surprised. And, you know, I ended up thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, there probably are some, like, really, like, richy people that are like, could you unclog my toilet for me? Fuck out of here. I want to unclog. I don't want somebody, like, you know how weird that would feel if I let this guy in my hotel room, and then he's just sitting there just fucking, just mushing. I know that looked weird.
3% occupied.
Gross.
In Vegas, that number was tenfold. 413,000 hotel rooms were booked between Friday and Sunday, the week of the Super Bowl. Although, this is expected for a city like Las Vegas, where many people probably visited to enjoy everything Vegas has to offer during America's biggest sporting event. Who makes up many of the people attending the Super Bowl? Volunteers, of course. 10,000 plus volunteers help every single year with the Super Bowl. This includes everyone from airport greeters to fan experience staff and traffic coordinators. Concessions.
I don't think I saw a single person he just mentioned.
And traffic coordinators.
Nope. Traffic coordinators, yes. None of the airport greeters.
Concessions are also incredibly important for the Super Bowl experience. People need food to eat while enjoying the game. There are roughly between 2
chicken nuggets and French fries. That's what they had.
And 3,000 core food and beverage staff working the game. But given this is the Super Bowl, they need a little extra help. To handle this, an additional 1,000 to 2,000 workers are brought in to help serve people food and drink. Most interestingly, the revenue gained from concessions alone is astronomical. It is estimated that anywhere between $6 and $8 million is grossed on concessions alone. That is
I feel like that's majorly from alcohol too, bro. They were charging fucking 19. Dude, no, it was $20 for a 19-ounce beer. I was like, wow, I'm paying $1 an ounce. $1 an ounce for fucking piss. For piss water.
A lot of food and drinks. Lastly, the most important attendees of the big game are, of course, the coaches and players. This includes the 53-man roster, plus 2 to 4 additional reserves, 20 to 25 coaches, 15 to 20 medical/training staff, and another 25 to 30 operations personnel, totaling 115 to 130 people per team. And believe me when I tell you this, their schedules the week of the Super Bowl are crazy. Super Bowl week is hectic, to say the least. Teams normally arrive Sunday before the Super Bowl to get settled and have a lengthy week of activities ahead of them. On Monday, the festivities begin, most notably opening night. On opening night, individual players and coaches from both teams are at podiums. Thousands of media members gather around them to ask questions and record viral moments, like this interview between Deion Sanders and Marshawn Lynch several years back.
You look good. Shit, you do too.
The event is also commonly open to fans as a ticketed event. The host stadium.
Do that many people watch opening night? I think I've only seen clips of opening night like once or twice ever.
Will often play hype videos for each team.
Yeah, clip farming night. That's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm like, I don't think anybody taps into opening night the week before.
Music, and entertain with team mascots. In total, it is about...
Joe screening out. I'm just sitting here, I'm like... You just see me pass out.
90 minutes and gets most of the media obligations out of the way early, allowing teams to focus on football later in the week. Tuesday through Friday are much more football focused. Teams hold full practices and media events are limited. While coaches and players will still conduct individual interviews on these days are way more tame than opening night and allow players to focus on what's important. Saturday is when things really tighten up and calm down. The teams normally hold light walkthroughs and media sessions are at a minimum, with only key players and coaches holding brief interviews. Most of the players' time is spent in hotels, reviewing film and mental...
Bro, Joe Burrow be getting injured so often. I could so see Joe Burrow making it to the Super Bowl one day, and then the day before, they're like, he has the stomach virus. Joe Burrow has contracted the Black Plague. And then every Cincinnati fan goes, "You gotta be fucking kidding me."
Prepping for the
But Joe Burrow somehow got a new case of Ebola.
next day.
He's gonna be out for the rest of the season.
On Super Bowl Sunday, everything is tightly scheduled and feels like it is timed down to the minute. Players are required to be up and at practice around 7 hours before kickoff. Teams will often hold a few additional meetings for position groups and then head to the stadium 3 to 4 hours before kickoff. For travel to the game, teams obviously have police escorts and NFL security to ensure a safe arrival, and teams have a fixed window of arrival set by the league. Upon entering the stadium, players will get additional treatment needed and then begin warm-ups 90 minutes before kickoff. After warm-ups, players will head back to the locker room for some last-minute speeches by captains and coaches before being introduced for the big game.
I feel like that's not that different from a regular game, though, no? Like, he's talking about how the Super Bowl really works. I feel like how teams, obviously it's a lot more serious because it's the Super Bowl, but how teams are treating their Super Bowl game is like a playoff, like any playoff game. Like, I think there is a little bit more rest probably in between because you don't want to be, like, at all lethargic and then you're going to put it out all out on the field, you know, because it's the last game of the fucking season or the postseason. But still.
And then the show really starts. To showcase the spectacle for those not in attendance, a broadcast is needed, of course.
I will say, I think that they are getting more and more geared towards TV viewers than stadium viewers. And I think they have to kind of get a mix in between there. Like, Bad Bunny's halftime show, I really liked, but it was clearly made for TV, right? Similar to, you know, last year's or any of the years before. Like, most people say, like, Rihanna, I think, had one that was, like, really good for, like, the in-audience and TV people. But it's, like, all of it's around TV-focused TV stuff. So it's like they do like fan shit, but like if I'm being honest, outside of the halftime show, the Super Bowl felt like any regular season game. Obviously, there's more shit on the line, so it's more hype, but there's no different feeling. You're in a regular stadium. It's the Levi's Stadium. Maybe they decorate it a little bit more. But it's just it's just a football. It's a football game. Like, you're going to a big football game. That's what it is.
4 major broadcast channels that retain rights to host the Super Bowl, rotating every year. They are CBS, Fox, NBC, and ABC.
That game was ass. I will say the game was very lackluster the first half. The second half, I thought it got good, especially in person. It was pretty hype watching like an interception and shit. But yeah, no, it was just straight 4 field goals.
Under the most recent deal signed in 2021, the first 3 channels have the rights to 3 Super Bowls.
Worst offensive line I've ever seen from the Patriots. Yeah, Drake May was throwing the ball like he was pooping his pants. I really thought he was locked into when they were showing him at the start. I really thought I was kind of getting nervous, man. I had my bet placed. I was like, wow, the Patriots look pretty good. And then I saw them hike that first ball, and I went, never mind. Yeah, O-line. I mean, their whole offensive team did bad. They had no yards, no ball possession. Like, one of the things that I saw from a Patriots fan was like, he was like, there's some solace or like some, I guess, closure in knowing that we got outclassed, is what he said, right? When you have a close game in the Super Bowl, it feels really bad because it's like, damn, we were right there. But like, they got dogged, right? Like, they did not deserve to win. And that was like, shown clearly. Like, there were no bad calls. It was just they played like shit.
The commentators for each are as follows. CBS's A-Team of Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, Fox's Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady, NBC's Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, and ABC/ESPN's Monday Night Football hosts Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. This year, we will get an extra dose of Tirico and Collinsworth, as it's NBC's Super Bowl to host. To make the broadcast happen, the hosts need cameras, and a lot of them. In last year's Super Bowl, Fox used well over 100.
Bro, did they show like fan clips with you guys on the TV version? Like, not in person. Were they panning to the fans a bunch? They have like 100 cameras at all times. 3 rows down from me, they gave a kid a sign and kept a camera on him for 30 Minutes. And he's just holding the sign, watching the game, waiting for it to cut to him. Never cut to him. And I saw the same shit, like, sprinkled around the crowd. Like, every section, they had a camera guy, like, panning between... They were showing a kid that was a Patriots fan and a kid that was a Seahawks fan. Kid that was a Patriots fan, kid that was a Seahawks fan. Never showed either of them on the screen. Like, they deadass... Like, you would think that they have, like, 4 guys that are just, like, kind of running around the stadium just showcasing a few people. No, they have, like, somebody every section. They have somebody all over the stadium, and they're only showing, like, 5% of the people they have cameras on.
100 cameras. And Sony added...
Why were they recording them? They're waiting for a good... What they were doing was waiting for something to happen, right? And because nothing happened, they never showed him. Because I think the kid had a Patriots uniform on, and so every time the ball went to the Patriots, they put the camera on the kid with the Patriots uniform. And they were waiting for the Patriots to score. And then I think they were going to pan to him. But they never scored. They were just never scoring. At least when he was there. So they just left. And so he just stood there.
An additional 250. 6,000 plus credentialed media members are at the Super Bowl. And while not all of them are operating cameras or microphones, many of them are.
They're going to take a look at that.
They are the unsung heroes of the production.
That fat ass camera. That's what it was. But I don't know. I don't think it was Fox. It was that big. There was guys with like shoulder cameras just walking around the stadium. That's what was really different. Like when I've gone to other football games, they have those guys, but not near. They had so many people.
They capture all of the important moments we see throughout the game and everything that fans tune in for, outside of those just watching for the halftime show and commercials. Speaking of which, another major draw to the Super Bowl are the commercials, which for many people are more entertaining than the Super Bowl itself. Throughout the duration of the broadcast, anywhere from 80 to 90 commercials are aired. 50 to 60 companies run these commercials, and while recent estimates aren't available, it was reported that 56 different companies ran commercials in 2022. Last year, Anheuser-Busch had the most runtime, with over 3 minutes. That was 30 seconds more than what they had spent.
Yeah, 3 minutes too. That probably, in 2022, that still probably cost a shitload. I think this year it was what, like, how much was a second? I think it's $300K a second. It gets more expensive every year. An average of $8 million for a 30-second spot. 2025, some spots sold for over $10 million. So it depends on the spot. I'm assuming certain parts of the game are more valuable. And it's harder, too, for companies. And you never think about it. But they have to market towards how drunk people are getting. Because, like, the average Super Bowl viewer, not only is the Super Bowl encompassing people that are, like, 4 years old to, like, 100, but it's also, like, the average viewer is hammered. So you have to, like, somehow captivate their view and also assume when you want to have your... Do you want your ad shown when they're more sober or more drunk? You know, are they going to be paying attention? Or are they going to be, you know, kind of tapping out? You know? Because near the end of the game, people are really locked in if it's close, but you also have to guess if it's not a close game, people might actually just turn it off. There's so many, like, things involved.
In 2024.
It's why they try to make them funny. It's why they try to make it funny. You gotta have it short, sweet, to the point, and you're done, right? Every time, dude, and I just this year's marketing was towards like older millennials because they were just like panning the nostalgia. I was watching a whole video on the ads because I couldn't see the ads myself because I was at the game, and I just always like knowing like what they're trying to market. What I'll say, Pepsi ad was good. Michelob Ultra ad was good. The Dunkin' commercial, vomit, throw up. It panned, or it did well. That experience. How Shohei Ohtani happened.
Run game, the dream matchup.
It's easy to see why someone might call this a dream matchup. It's the final out of the 2023 World Baseball Classic between the two best baseball countries, the USA, who invented baseball, and Japan, whose own baseball culture has thrived for more than a century.
Isn't baseball the biggest sport in Japan? By like a long shot. And baseball's not the biggest sport. People would say baseball is America's sport like 30, 40 years ago, but I feel like what is the U.S.'s sport now is most definitely football, right? Like I feel like people care less about the World Series than the Super Bowl. Super Bowl's big event. Super Bowl's a huge event in the U.S. What's Japan's biggest sport? Baseball. Often called the country's pastime with a huge number of fans who follow professional leagues and high school tournaments. Yeah, Japan, interestingly, has like one of the coolest tournaments in like baseball in general. I think it's like every high school team or like every participating high school team is like a one elimination tournament. And so it's like thousands of teams. Japan high school tournament number of teams. 48 teams from a prefectural qualifying system and National High School Baseball Championship featuring 49 teams. And dude, they get like stadiums full of people to watch like high schoolers play baseball. Like it is huge there, and I never even knew that until like 2 years ago.
1 ball, no strikes.
It's also a matchup between the two best players.
And I'm not even like shocked, I guess, that baseball's big in Japan. I'm more so shocked that like the best baseball players in the US right now, or at least the MVP, and like two of the best players on the Dodgers are not even from the US. Whereas you would assume the NFL, like how many foreign players are in the NFL? Why are there not more foreign players in the NFL? It's so weird to me how like baseball is kind of getting more and more full of like non-US players, but the NFL just has like largely US audiences. I feel like it's because there's like very similar sports worldwide, like rugby. Like rugby's big. Throw it in sub only. Like rugby's big or other shit that is like similar, I guess, like contact sport wise. And soccer is one of the biggest sports in the world. But I find it weird how more people from other countries wouldn't want to go to the NFL because so many foreign players play in the NBA, more foreign players play in the MLB. Why would not more foreign players play in the NFL? Because I feel like the contracts in the NFL are fucking absurd. They're some of the highest paying contracts in modern day sports.
Mike Trout, one of the best American hitters ever, and Shohei Ohtani. Mike Trout, one of the best American hitters ever, and Shohei Ohtani, the best Japanese pitcher ever, the best Japanese hitter ever, and some say the best baseball player ever.
The 1-0 pitch.
Didn't Shohei Ohtani just have the best baseball game ever played, where he hit like 3 homers and pitched like an insane game?
Swing and a miss.
I'm not a big MLB fan. Like I don't watch baseball that often, but I feel like even as a non-baseball watcher, everybody's heard of Shohei Ohtani.
A fastball at 100.
Recency bias, but I guess.
But I think this is more than a dream matchup between two great teams.
2-1. 2-2.
Or even two great players.
The count goes full.
It's the moment baseball's past met baseball's future.
Ohtani's ready. Trout's ready. 3-2.
And the future won.
He struck him out! Japan's back on top of the baseball world.
The at-bat symbolized the passing of the torch from baseball being America's pastime to baseball being a global game.
This is the story of
global game in the sense of two countries. Outside of the US and Japan, what other countries love baseball? I feel like cricket is much larger in other countries. Yeah, Dominican Republic, but outside of that, China likes basketball in terms of American sports. Canada maybe, but like even then Canada's main sport is hockey.
How Japan produced the best baseball player ever, and how he's paving the way to baseball's future.
Yeah, like global sports. What are global sports? Track and field, soccer. That's about all I would say is global. And I would say basketball is getting global. I think basketball is pretty big. Tennis, yeah. Like I'm more talking team sports rather than like singles or doubles, like solo shit. Yeah, swimming, but I'm saying more invented games. Like, yeah, there's events in track and swimming, but like it's just an athletic activity, you know, that's turned into a sport versus like a thing with rules. Sperm racing? Yeah, I heard that's on the rise.
For many years, the American pastime has been the Japanese pastime.
I hate hearing that accent. I hate hearing that accent because every time I hear it, I think about how it's not even a real fucking accent, and it's literally the transatlantic accent that was purposefully made for the effect of feeling fancy and rich rather than it actually being a way people fucking speak. Nobody talks like that. That guy, when he gets off the fucking mic, just sounds like me. Well, we have old Curly walking up to the plate, seeing if he'll hit this base. Oh, and he strikes out.
For many years, the American pastime has been the Japanese pastime.
Americans introduced baseball.
Football announcers still have that voice? I would not say football announcers have a transatlantic accent. They talk in an announcer voice, but not a transatlantic accent. That shit's fucking annoying.
To Japan around the 1870s. So it's no surprise that American and Japanese baseball share
They talk more professional. Like if I was commentating on an NFL game, they'd be like, and he takes it home. Or not an NFL game, not a baseball game. And he takes it home. Shohei Ohtani, one of the best players we've seen thus far this season. They like deepen their voice. They talk more obnoxiously.
a lot in common. First and foremost, it's an obsession. Here's a stadium packed for Japan's high school baseball tournament, 1920. Shinto priests.
Wild, too. 1920 packed for a fucking high school football game or a baseball game. Dude, no high school fucking baseball game in the United States is getting anywhere near that level of crowd.
Blessing home plate.
There's one set of bleachers with a drunk dad and an annoying divorced couple just sitting on the side. They really want to both see their son or daughter play softball or baseball, but they fucking hate each other, so they sit fucking 4 feet away from each other. No.
Opening day, 1931. And Babe Ruth.
Little League games do? Little League games do not have a crowd. Little League games have a crowd of parents and family members of the players. It's commonplace in Japan to go to a high school baseball game to watch it because it's entertaining. If you were just a random guy that pulled up to a high school baseball game today, people would be like, why the fuck are you here?
Ruth, swarmed by fans
unless it's literally like a high-level tournament. Like, if it's like a national level, that's different. Like, if you're at, like, it's the same thing with, like, other sports, like track events. Like, New Balance Nationals, people just pull up to.
Tokyo, 1934.
That's just not true. It's because you live in New Jersey. But it's baseball, man. I think the equivalent of Japan's high school baseball turnout would be Texas's high school football. Football in Texas is so big that, like, high school games matter. Like, people will go and rep their city's high school for a fucking football game, right? Like, that's different. But I feel like that doesn't happen for, like, what state does that for baseball?
The U.S. crushed Japan in World War II, but baseball helped the two countries become allies soon after.
This isn't big league stuff yet, but someday it may be.
Japan's Nippon Professional Baseball League was structured a lot like the U.S.'s Major League Baseball. Teams were divided into 2 leagues, and some even shared the same name. But the 2 leagues didn't always see eye to eye.
What's the hardest baseball name? Hold up. Or baseball team? Being on the Hawks would be pretty fucking sick. Colt 45s, Angels, White Sox, Braves, Tigers, Dodgers, Giants.
2 leagues didn't always...
Is Colt 45 still a team?
Some even...
The Dragons? Yeah, that would be the sickest.
...shared the same name.
The Dragons.
But the 2 leagues didn't always see eye to eye. In the mid-20th century, American teams often looked down on Japanese talent. And while some American players played in Japan, they typically were near retirement. Meanwhile, Japanese players were often pressured to stay in Japan.
Part of it was wanting to maintain Japanese culture and pride.
Jun Lee's been reporting on baseball for a decade. He was on ESPN. Now he runs one of my favorite YouTube channels.
It is swung on and foul tipped by Lee.
This was kind of where Japan was.
I truly believe facing a baseball is one of the scariest things. I would not be good enough to play professional baseball, but even if I was, I would be so scared to stand next to the plate while the pitcher on the mound's throwing fucking piss missiles. just fucking straight at me. Like, you get hit in the face, dude, you just fucking break your jaw.
Like, politically, over the course of, like, a lot of the 20th century, which was culture that was very inward focused.
It all came to a head over this guy, pitcher Masanori Murakami. In 1964, the Nankai Hawks sent him to the San Francisco Giants minor league team, just for some experience. But Murakami impressed the Giants, who started him on their major league squad. Murakami became Major League Baseball's first Japanese-born player and dominated the rest of the season. But when the Giants gave him a contract, the Hawks objected. The 2 leagues argued for months until reaching a compromise. Murakami would play with the Giants for 1 season, then returned to Japan. And from then on, MLB teams were prohibited from directly signing Japanese players, and vice versa.
Really? When did that fucking change?
It widened the gulf between the two leagues. American players continued to go to Japan, but no Japanese player appeared in Major League Baseball for the next 30 years. They stayed in Japan and developed a distinct style of playing. Very quickly, I want to show you something.
Do you think that's why, like, Shohei Ohtani and other players are really good, is because they get different training and play different than American players? So when they go against them, it's like a whole different spin of play or pitching or...
Pretty cool. Machinists at Henson
how they work.
Started out making aerospace machinery.
What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, is this a sponsor?
Your wallet too. Henson's line stays flat because when you over time, and turns out better for your wallet too. This chart shows the cost of razor ownership when you is really a razor
differently than American people, and so they
my
have
monitor
adapted
just
the
turned off.
Japanese game
My monitor
to
just turned off. It just randomly just tried to refresh. What the fuck?
kind of suit the physical strengths and weaknesses that Japanese people have, and as a result, stylistically the game is very different than what you would see in the United States.
Great American batters have power. They swing for the fences. While great Japanese batters have consistency. They hit more singles, doubles, even bunts to get on base. Great American
playing the long game versus fucking ripping it. Just trying. That's all I would do if I played baseball. Getting a single sucks. I'd want to hit that shit out of the fucking park.
Pitchers rely on velocity, throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs past batters. While Japanese pitchers rely more on craftiness, throwing forkballs, splitters, and sinkers to fool batters. In Japan, baseball players are also known to train far more often and with far more intensity.
This is just kind of the culture around the sport, that the repetition builds strength. It requires this intense level of discipline.
Still, many Americans doubted Japanese players would succeed in the U.S. if they could ever get there. Then in 1995, pitcher Hideo Nomo found a loophole. The Kintetsu Buffaloes owned his contract, but Nomo simply retired at age 26. Legally, a retired player could go anywhere, so Nomo went to the LA Dodgers.
That doesn't really seem like much of a loophole, no? All right, I'm done playing baseball. I'm going to go move to the U.S. All right, I don't really want to play baseball anymore. I'm going to go move to the U.S. Actually, I kind of do. I got a second wind. I think I want to start playing baseball again.
His twisting windup flummoxed American batters, and he went on to win Rookie of the Year and start the All-Star game.
Waved at and missed. And down goes Martinez. And down goes Bell. And who would have figured Hideo Nomo, last year pitching in Japan.
Nomo also got more Japanese fans.
Yo, that's actually so much aura, too, to fucking move countries to go play in another team's fucking league and then just maul them. Like, I always wonder how, like, Jokic feels. Or, like, any foreign NBA player that just dominates in the U.S. just coming over and just fucking literally just dumpstering everybody.
To start paying attention to American baseball. But his loophole made NPB owners worried their best players would leave. So in 1998, it made a new system where a Japanese team could do what's called posting a player to allow MLB teams to bid on him. Then the Japanese team could send him in exchange for a fee. Finally, a pipeline existed between the two best baseball leagues. And over the next 20 years, a steady stream of talented pitchers and hitters developed in Japan.
I don't understand though why they can't just go pro in the MLB straight out of like high school or college. I know a lot of MLB players in the US sign right out of high school, but it's like, why even go into the Japanese Pro League? Like, why go to the NPB if you could just go straight to the MLB?
Then went to the US, where they won awards and World Series, broke records, and made the Hall of Fame. All along proving that the Japanese style could thrive in the US.
Ichiro is kind of the ultimate manifestation of this, where he hit often less than 10 home runs a year, but he would get 300 hits in a season. I think they completely changed the perception of what was possible if we brought over Japanese players to the United States.
But Shohei Ohtani was different. He threw nearly 100 miles an hour, smashed home runs, and he was only in high school.
Nah, Like, how are there people that are just that good? Like, he's throwing 100 miles an hour in high school, and he's pitching and batting. People, like, when I talk to my friends that love baseball, they always just glaze the shit out of him. They're like, he's 2 players in one. So it doesn't matter that they're paying him fucking $800 million delayed. It's worth it because they're effectively getting 2 of the best players in both of the biggest positions.
Heard of Shohei Ohtani when he was 16 years old because I'm a baseball sicko and I was following what was happening in the Japanese baseball tournament Koshien.
The century-old tournament is watched by millions in Japan, and in 2012, everyone was watching Ohtani, including major league teams.
He was kind of unlike any player that...
Bro, imagine having an MLB team. Do you think, like, who's somebody in the NFL, NBA, or MLB right now that was, like, getting looked at when they were a senior in high school? Like, the first guy that comes to my mind, oh my God, what is his fucking name? I don't watch the NBA. Oh my God, what is his name, bro? He dunks like crazy. Not LeBron. Bronny also got looked at because it was like, you know, you're LeBron James kid. Who's the guy? Zion. Zion Williamson, I feel like, is the equivalent. I remember when he was in high school, because I was in high school. I was like a freshman when he was like a senior. And he was like the fucking news. Everybody was like, this kid's gone pro. Like, in a high school game, he would just fucking hit a spin dunk on people like it was nothing.
They had ever come out of Japan.
Yeah, fucking windmill that shit. Literally in a finals game, these just fucking, 80 to fucking 10.
And
the Yankees, Red Sox, Rangers, and Dodgers wanted Ohtani to skip the NPB entirely and sign directly with them as a pitcher. Ohtani wanted that too. In 2012, he warned NPB teams not to draft him, but the Nippon Ham Fighters did anyway. It put Ohtani in a unique position. He could refuse to play for the Fighters, or use his leverage to pressure them into letting him do something no American team ever would. Two-way players are a thing of the past. That's someone who's both a pitcher and a position player, like Babe Ruth. But since the 1940s, no one in the major leagues really pulled it off, and today, no one's really allowed to try.
Being a pitcher and a batter is like playing 2 completely different sports. They require 2 completely different skill sets, 2 completely different approaches, and that wear and tear really, really adds up. A major league team, if they had gotten Ohtani at 18 years old, would have just forced him to become a pitcher.
But the Fighters were more willing to let him try both. So Ohtani made the
wow, so if he got signed when he was younger, he never would have been able to bat?
Decision to stay in Japan.
If Ohtani had grown up in Arkansas, he doesn't become the player that he is. He was this massive power hitter. There's a video of him hitting a baseball into the roof of the Tokyo Dome. And the fact that he was also doing it while being one of the...
Does that count as like out of play or something? If you hit the fucking ceiling in a stadium, so it's still in play. It falls down, they could catch it and it's out.
Best pitchers in NPB was kind of blowing everyone's mind.
But after 5 years in Japan, Ohtani still faced doubts in the US. So in 2017, when the Fighters posted him, Ohtani turned down bids from big market teams and instead went to the LA Angels, where he again used his leverage to be a two-way player. In his first at-bat in LA, Ohtani did this.
That's out toward right center field.
Dude, first at bat, another team, nuke it. Bang! Just fucking rips it out. Stop. You know, right there and then, too, the dude that was, like, responsible for getting him signed was just like, yes. Yes.
Big fly!
Just fucking so happy.
In 2021, he hit 46 home runs and went 9-2 on the mound, becoming the first player to be an all-star as a hitter and a pitcher. Ohtani was fast.
Oh my God, how much do you think that ball's worth? I feel like that's got to be on the market. Oh my God. Shohei Ohtani's first home run ball price. It's worth at least $100,000. Oh, Shohei Ohtani's first run ball as a Dodger is worth $100,000. It could be worth up to $3 million. First run ball price as Angel. Just says over $100K. Dude, I feel like there's somebody that would pay like $1 million for that.
Becoming the most exciting player baseball had seen in decades. And by 2024, he didn't need leverage anymore. The LA Dodgers signed him for $700 million, nearly double the next highest contract, because he really was 2 players in 1. Actually, he was the 2 best players in 1. Wins above replacement measures a player's total value, and in the last 5 years, Ohtani has the highest in the majors. And just last week, Ohtani played probably the greatest game in baseball history. He struck out 10 batters and gave up only 2 hits over 6 innings. And
I'm not a baseball expert, but in the beginning, somebody was like recency bias. And I will say, yeah, like recency bias is true of a lot of things. But like people will still be like, well, Babe Ruth. I'm like, well, Babe Ruth was like a 50-year-old fucking chronic cigarette smoker that played in like what, the fucking 1920s or some shit. Expert. When did Babe Ruth play? Like, it's the same premise. Dude, yeah, he was born in 1895. Like, it's the idea of, like, yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges of, like, dude, the game's entirely different now. Ohtani is undeniably the best player of all time. That's what I would even say in, like, basketball, people still argue about that. About, like, MJ. And I feel like that's an easier argument to have where you're, like, trying to compare, like, MJ to LeBron or something. But some people, where it's like, dude, there's so many, I don't want to say unks, but there's people that like hardcore defend like old like MVP players. But I'm like, dude, they were also good in a time where everybody else was ass or much worse.
And hit not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs to send the Dodgers to the World Series. Ohtani's a new kind of baseball player, mixing
Barry Bonds. Wasn't Barry Bonds also on a drastic amount of steroids?
American style.
Or am I wrong? I'm not a baseball expert. Wasn't Barry Bonds like fucking juiced to the gills? Like at that point you could be like, yeah, okay, Barry Bonds, let's put Shohei Ohtani on steroids and he would be fucking insane. Like he would be even more good, even crazier.
Power and Japanese style consistency on both sides of the ball. But he only got the chance to do it because he started playing baseball in Japan.
Shohei Ohtani is America's
So do you think that Shohei Ohtani is going to change how the MLB recruits and places players, even not in Japan? Like, do you think the training regiment that like high school and college football team, or not football, baseball teams are going to do is like they're more open to two-way players?
Packed, reimagined, and then repackaged back to itself.
Yeah, they're going to want the next two-way player because that carries the teams.
Now Ohtani's bringing the 2 best baseball leagues closer together than ever.
Impossible.
Imagine getting force walked 10 times the World Series because other teams know you'll beat them single-handedly. Yeah, no, didn't they just, they would just keep purposefully walking him. Like, I didn't watch any of the World Series, but I did hear that he was able to pitch, but they wanted to cut out his capability of play. So they would just walk him, give him a base, which is much better than them potentially giving up a home run.
Theater. And in a 1-run game, the dream matchup.
Now, why was this moment so important? It's because it was the first moment.
I understand that's like a needed part of the game and it is a strategy, but isn't that a little lame, like that you're able to just walk players? I mean, in the same sense, it's like kneeling the ball in football. If like you're up and there's, you know, a minute left on the clock, you could just run the timer down. Like, I feel like every sport has some lame ass, you know, loophole where you could just fucking nerf people.
That Japanese baseball and American baseball shared a superstar.
You're giving them a base? Yeah, but you're giving them a base because you know that if you don't, they're going to fuck on you. like, if you don't give them the base, they're just going to maul you.
In the US, it was the most watched WBC game ever. But in Japan, 42% of households tuned in. Even though
42%? Oh my God, dude. What is that's the equivalent of like the Super Bowl for the US. What percentage of households watch the Super Bowl? 41 to 43%. It's bigger. In Japan, this was larger than the Super Bowl or just about the same.
It was 8 in the morning there. In 2025, MLB saw higher viewership across US TV and a 20% increase on Japanese TV, making it the most watched season ever there. Ohtani's also getting more Japanese fans to come to Major League games,
which is making American companies more money, so they're going to fucking start signing people like crazy.
I asked June to come on this episode. He texted back from Dodger Stadium, where he saw scores of Ohtani fans, Ohtani jerseys in English and Japanese, Japanese beer, and a giant homage to Ohtani on a Japanese-themed hotel. This is just the beginning for MLB.
I had a conversation.
Oh my God. Do you think Shohei Ohtani's on like everything in Japan? I would love to see that. Like the equivalent of how we have like Patrick Mahomes and other like quarterbacks just on so many adverts. Oh, he's got to be on like every product there. He's got to be the most known athlete in Japan.
An executive over Major League Baseball, and they said that Shohei Ohtani was their entire international growth strategy. They view Shohei Ohtani as their Messi and Ronaldo figure, the type of person who almost becomes bigger than the sport to get people in the door, to care and invest emotionally in it.
Ohtani may even give MLB an edge over its competitors. U.S. sports leagues are racing to become global leagues. The NFL is playing games in Europe and South America. The NBA is in Asia.
I think the NFL has, just as from my biased perspective, I think the NFL has a lot of weird rules that make it harder to get into, but the premise, NFL is the toughest road, but I think it has the highest potential because people like watching other people tackle the fuck out of each other. Like, it's like, the NFL, dude, even if you don't know, if you know none of the sports, you just love watching. Like, watching football is fun.
Sure.
You got rugby, though? Yeah, but, like, rugby as a competitor. I feel like the NBA is the most global, if I had to guess, out of the three big sports.
Hosting a league in Africa and talking about creating a league in Europe. They're competing to win over new fans in other countries. But nothing wins over fans in another country like a superstar from that country.
The lesson from Ohtani is that sometimes...
I think that's why the NBA is big, too. That's the problem with the NFL. If the NFL starts signing fucking random-ass European and fucking Asian and African players to the league, dude, oh my God, I feel like that'll start... Like, if you just had, like, some guy from fucking Germany as, like, an O-lineman... I feel like people would be like, I need to watch this. Like, if he's like the best, but they would have to be really good.
That means letting a player do something different.
Because Ohtani is an Ohtani if he's not a two-way player. And he's not a two-way player if he doesn't play first in Japan. And he doesn't play first in Japan if not for generations of players who perfected baseball. The Japanese way.
America invented baseball, but it has been elevated by someone who is not from the United States. He breaks all of the unwritten rules of what people thought was possible for someone to accomplish as a baseball player.
Wow.
Okay, thanks so much for watching.
I loved that video, and I'm not even that big of a fan of baseball, but I love keeping track of, like, the news in sports, cinema. Like, confidence is perceived as attractive, right? And I think the black pill community would say that confidence stems from attraction. But I would argue that confidence stems from inner belief of attraction, right? Not how other people perceive you, right? Like if you're weighing how their perspective of you, if you're weighing their perspective more than your own, then that's gonna shoot insecurity through the fucking roof, right? Like you have to care more about how you look in your own brain than how other people perceive you. And the people that you can see it, obviously, like if you're out in public, there are people that carry themselves in a way that they feel, even if they're not like, you know, chads in like the objective sense, they're more attractive because they carry themselves in a, you know, fucking confident manner.
I'm not trying to say like Adam Sandler.
Wait. Let me show you.
Danny DeVito. Oh my God. Oh my, yo, literally Danny DeVito. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying where it's like, yeah, he's short, you know, the hair, you know, it's its own thing. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Danny DeVito's a 10. But like Danny DeVito carries himself in a way that is more, it makes him more attractive than he would be if he was not confident.
So look at him owning this shit. Fucking Mauger.
Yeah, it's sick.
Holy fuck, dude.
Like that guy's old, but like Adam Sandler owns his shit. Like that's an attractive.
Yeah, bro.
Own the fucking baggy ass basketball shorts. He looks like a cornball. Like he wears cornball fucking clothes, but he owns it, and so nobody cares. It's not cringe. Like if you own your shit, people are like, fuck with that. Because
So owning your clothes, that's something in your head that doesn't even exist.
What? What?
That doesn't even exist. So how are other people going to sense it if it doesn't even exist?
Subconscious cues? So like how you hold yourself, right? Like how you what I mean by owning your clothes is like the confidence you carry within your style, right? Like you're dressing a way that you feel fits you regardless of how you think society perceives that fashion, right? Does that make sense? I think there are ways where it's corny, like Jaden Smith. I don't like his fashion. I think it makes him look worse. But that's like my opinion. Like some of the clothes Jaden Smith wears, it's not like, I don't know. I don't like certain things. I don't know what this is. This might have some meaning behind it that I don't know, but like, yeah, I get with this. It's like, okay, yeah, owning that's also just like, okay. But I'm saying in the sense of like non-basic, conventionally normalized clothing.
They're going to see your clothes. They're going to see your face. Are they going to see if you own your clothes? No, that doesn't even exist. Idiot.
No, but they're going to see how you're interacting with people, how you're having conversations. Are you enjoying yourself? Are you laughing? You know? Are you showing who you are at a bar versus the guy in the corner? Acting nonchalant, you know, tongue pressed against the top of his mouth. Fucking standing there. Like, bro, like if enjoying yourself, like, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, don't stop acting nonchalant, you know, like just be you, you know. I think that is attractive. Even if it's like not a physical thing, it's still shown. Your non-physical, I guess, personality traits show through physical action.
Level of authenticity, rather than trying to be somebody that you're.
People watch, bro. You see it. If you're 21, go to a bar, sit in a corner like a goblin, and just watch people. You will see more attractive guys, objectively, get less girls than guys that hold themselves in a way that is perceivably more attractive.
Oh,
people
okay.
recognize fakeness, and they don't fuck with people that are fake. And a lot of times, like BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be, rather than somebody that they are.
People or black people.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo.
What did I say? I zoned out. Sorry. I saw somebody say, "What drink do you get at a bar?" And I zoned out, and I was thinking about it. I mean, that also might be like a playing factor. Like, there's so many small things that, like, subconsciously register within people. So I get what you're saying, like, the physical attractive sense. It's like, that matters. But there's so many other things outside of that, too, that I would also say are prerequisites.
And a lot of times, like, BB community people are trying to be somebody that they feel like they need to be, rather than somebody that they are.
People or black people.
That's deep.
People. I've studied their behavior and learned their lingo. And really, I don't like what I found. And just to be clear, black people is more...
Well, you sound like a fucking moron, so we don't care.
Like an extreme version of looks maxing. Not necessarily all looks maxes, but, you know, drag making that distinction. The first place I looked to study these creatures was TikTok. There's a good chance that you come across a black pill editor, too. Normally what these consist of is a stitch of somebody's
No. The fucking music they use, though, is peak. I gotta say, if you see a BP edit, the video is fucking awful.
Wow, such a relatable normie take. Thank you.
But they edit it to where it's like, damn, this is like not convincing, but mildly interesting.
Why did that annoy him? What did I say that was? What did I say that? Like, he just like he like viscerally had a visceral reaction to that. He got like mad when I was like, oh, I like the music. He went,
saying
something like, oh, looks don't matter, or someone that's not seen as conventionally attractive.
Like, because it's cringe that I shared a take that is like basic.
Literally doing anything.
Yeah, but
because I'm a normie. Because I'm a fugly normie. I'm a stupid chud.
Kind, smart.
See, like, that's so fucking sad. Not like this guy's a cock. Commenting that Sub-Zero looking at me, bro. Like, nah, you actually work at Burger King.
Yeah, that's a little cringe, but yeah, she looks horrible.
Bro, you work at Burger King and you don't have friends. Like, and you're sitting here commenting on people that fucking. Like,
what is the importance of those things? Okay, they work a job, and then they don't have people they call friends. So now what?
And they don't have friends. Somebody with friends is always perceivably more attractive, because being social is how you find a partner. Because humans are like not pack animals, but societal based beings.
Actually, not.
You know what I'll do? I'll actually let the chat talk more. All right, here you go.
This motherfucker commenting against this woman, like being an absolute dick about her appearance.
Thoughtful and caring, and those are things that matter more.
What if you can create your
Shut
own
up.
website by saying this?
Bro, get an ad blocker. Fuck. You're a YouTuber. Or get YouTube Premium. There's watching the ads.
This is what I want.
Why do you cut this out?
What if you got a hair trim? No. All right.
You can't.
Why is this in the fucking video? He's watching the ad.
What if you did get a hair transplant? You would look better, wouldn't you?
What did this poor lady do to you? Literally anyone can get hit with a black pill edit and nobody is safe. And normally the people that make these edits obviously leave their face out because almost 100% of the time they look like this. But on the rare occasion where the editor includes themselves in,
He's giving you ad revenue. Facts.
it's so obvious every single time because you just see this ethereal looking
I just made 0.0001 pennies from that.
renowned model and then this nigga. Okay, just try and figure it out yourself. Let me show you an edit and I want you to figure out which one is the person that made it.
Okay, nice.
Did you?
Wait, so are you guys implying that looks is subjective because you can always identify who snuck in?
Valid point.
Interesting. Interesting Freudian slip there, Joe.
I feel like that one's a joke though. That one's a joke though.
Why would you think it's a joke? Based on his face, it's a joke or not? So you're telling me you can objectively assess if he's good looking?
Well, I think it'd be absurd to I think it's an absurd level of narcissism to relate yourself to people that you're picking out as objective 10s and then just wedge yourself into that regardless of whether or not you are a 10.
Ooh, interesting.
Did you find them? Let's try another one.
Attraction subjective. Attraction subjective on a multitude of things, but I think the black pill community kind of has an objective set of attractiveness items that are usually, by the majority of the population seen as, attractive. A symmetrical face, good bone structure. There's a few things.
Wait, if everyone can find them, that means it's objective, isn't it? Interesting.
I don't think that I'm disagreeing with the idea of a perceivably objective genetic attractiveness scale, right? Like I'm not disagreeing with the idea that a good bone structure is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that facial symmetry is objectively attractive. I'm not disagreeing that my fat ass forehead is a -3 points on my 1 to 10 scale. But it's like that's not it. That's not the only thing that matters.
Wait, so everyone can find them?
People in the comments are just flaming this nigga too. This guy just replied with this image. Fitting. I don't know where this nigga thought he was going with this. That's not a sneak in, that's trespassing. When being nice.
So you guys all just proved black pill. Good job.
Not cussed anything. Okay, but on TikTok you also find the higher ranking.
No. Because I think the argument for black pill is that is not just the prerequisite, but the main thing that matters. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing against their rating system. If you want to rate me a 5, that's fine. If I'm a fucking normie, I'm not going to be like, I'm not a fucking normie and get all fucking offended by it. It's fine. Like, the thing that, like, the points that he made about my face, I agree with, right? I just don't have an insecurity about them that I used to, right? Like, I don't fucking hyper-focus on, like, oh, my fucking forehead's fat as shit. Like, do I sometimes wish, like, my forehead wasn't as big and my cranium wasn't as wide? Maybe. But, like, I'm not gonna tweak about. I'm not gonna fucking not sleep about it.
BP people having mug offs.
Bro, like, what the fuck? This is
That's cringe as fuck.
A mog off, and they're getting
That's
donations
cringe, yeah.
to see who looks better. This guy's making
Is my audio good? Let me know.
like a weird rock smolder right
Yeah, the audio's fine.
now.
Yeah, this editing is truly cancer.
This guy, I feel like this guy got the mog off. Probably, I'd vote him winning.
But can we address the elephant in the room though? This BP business is kind of zesty. Really look at the facts here. All right? We have men editing other men.
Yeah, it's like full focusing on other guys' attributes and being like obsessive over how they look.
Are you guys implying there's something wrong with that?
If they look good. And I've looked at how these people act and speak.
No, but the black pill mindset is attractiveness is the main prerequisite for getting women generally when it is outward or like perceivably, obsessive over other men in like, I feel like it's kind of obvious. Like, why am I trying to explain this? You're doing a black pill thing to try and get women, but a part of the black pill, mindset is like constantly ranking and looking at other men's attractiveness.
Smiling like a deity because they like the way
and like comparing yourself to other men.
that he looks. I don't know about you, but that sounds a little sus to me. You know, if they're taking back shots or not, that's not really my
Okay, yo, that's sus.
concern.
I really do feel like Marlon has a very big BP community. Like, not even like he's trying to have it. It's just like, I bet Marlon
Do you feel that way?
has a lot of people that
I do feel that way. Yes. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking, Face IQ.
just like him because they find him attractive, but it's also like a lot of people that like want to look like Marlon.
I don't want to look like him. I want to look like other people.
So I say again. But these BP people like to throw.
You should want to look like you. That's the fucking point that I'm making. You know? I think you should always be like down to improve your health and your physical attractiveness, but you shouldn't like aspire to look like somebody else. You should just aspire to look like the best version of yourself.
Around the term female gaze, the whole goal.
Yeah,
of
like you should have an authenticity.
I guess is to capture the female gaze, and they actually do have a calculated way that they measure attractiveness.
Your editing is fucking brain rot. Just talk to the camera, dude. Like, put your face. How about you put your face on camera?
Not just, oh, I think this guy looks better. And this is known as PSL. And
Bro, I don't know, man. I really feel like it's personality, bro. I have seen so many guys, girls way out of their league at bars because they're just really good at talking. And I'm not even saying flirting.
Well, let's just trust your anecdote over all the statistics then. Yeah, you know, like, let me show you a little something.
Height at a he's gonna say that women tend to match with men that are over 6 feet. Regardless of you being 5'11 and a half, the number matters more statistically. Yeah. I'm not saying anecdotally that is the case all the time. You know, I'm saying like if you go up to a woman at a bar and you're a 9 and nip slip and you're a 9 and you fucking try and flirt with her, but you're like, you know, what's up, babes? Let me get them digits. Cringe. Now a 7 walks up and sparks a conversation, you know, mentions he's charismatic, you know, he mentions something about her dress or her clothing and, you know, transitions into an actual conversation. They have, you know, some sort of spark between them, and then he kind of, you know, moves from there to a more flirtatious conversation, I guess. Does that make sense? It's like the charisma and the personality are just as much a prerequisite for landing a woman as the looks are in a physical setting, right? Like what you say to them matters. Like they're not like you're dumbing it down to like women see hot guy, they go for hot guy. Like it's more than just, you know, this guy's hot. I don't care if he's dull as shit.
Let's just trust your little. Let's just ignore this, which this is millions of data points.
Yes. No, that is true. Women do filter out shorter men.
Millions of data points on one of the.
And I think that is a problem, you know. I think that does suck, you know. It's not it is unfair for shorter men. I will agree. And I think conversely it's the same thing for taller women, you know. Women over 5'9" have trouble finding men because tall men go for short girls, short guys go for short girls, tall women go for tall men. So it's like if you're a tall woman, you are actually struggling. I would say you're struggling in the sense of not struggling in the sense of getting matches more, because men, it's harder to get matches than women, but like actual relationships, it's harder for taller women to find, you know. I disagree. Well, I'm saying if you're usually tall men go for short women, short men go for short women. So who goes for tall women? You know, I'm not saying people don't, but like in the same sense, it's two sides of the coin. And I will agree, you know, physically, like I'm not going to disagree with this point. I won't. But I think this doesn't disprove my point at a bar. You know, like if you are able to show yourself in a charismatic way, that is perceivably attractive. Now, I'm not going to disagree, and this is what does suck. And I'm not trying to be like rude when I say this, but yeah, if you're like 5'3" and a guy and you walk up to a girl that's 5'9" and you try and hit on her, she might not give you the light of day, you know, and that sucks. But like, that's why you got to fucking shoot your shot for other people. You know, like it's not
top ways people meet based on height, and
it's not like just you're not doom and gloom if you're 5'5" and a guy. Like you could still find women, you know. It's just, yeah, it's guys that are like 6'5" are gonna have it the best.
Female users filtering the height. Let's ignore this because of what you saw at a bar. That sounds smart. Let's do that.
Holding a conversation. Like, the amount of my friend, like, I would say Brooke's out of my league, right? I would say that she's much more attractive than me. I don't think, when we started dating, I don't think I was like some savant at talking, right? But like, I think I got lucky, right? But I do have a lot of friends.
So you have a lot of subscribers and money, remember?
That I think are very interesting people. And I wouldn't say they're ugly.
I didn't when she started dating me. I've been dating my girlfriend for over 4 years now. I wasn't even really making a salary when we started dating. Like, I was making money on social media, but like, now I make money. But I wasn't rich when I started dating Brooke, like, by any means. Like, we started dating October of 2021. Like, I was basically just starting out. Like, I had done TikTok for, you know, about a year prior. And I started streaming for like, you know, maybe like 9 months or so. But I hadn't really made much. I hadn't made enough money for it to be like lucrative. I had just started kind of like tuning up in terms of like an audience.
But they outwardly say
so he's trying to like insinuate that like my clout and money got me a girlfriend.
Her girlfriends are like 4 tiers higher than them attractiveness wise. And it's like, it's not because they went on the BP route and they pulled her. It's like, no, they went up, had a conversation, found common interests, right? Liked each other. And it's like, then
I understand where he's coming from, but largely I've observed a pretty high SMV correlation between men and women. Like, you'll see, okay, the man, maybe he looks worse, but oh, he's tall, he's rich, he's this, he's that. You know, it's pretty paired up when you.
No, I'm not gonna disagree that having wealth makes you more attractive. But it's not in a like gold digging sense. It's like a security sense. Like you're probably less likely to find somebody being dead broke, you know, versus having money. Like, and not even in the sense of they're using you for that money. It's like you just have a sense of financial security. And a lot of finding a mate is desirable attributes that you like. Animalistically, you find a mate for somebody that you want to have kids with. That's not the case all the time now. There's people that have been married for 50 years, never have kids, you know. But like genetically and survivability wise, like a lot of you finding a mate subconsciously is like, I like this person. I could see them raising my kids, you know, and having money is an upside. Like, I'm not going to say it's not, right? Like, because you're more able to financially support children, you know, like if you have a kid, you could get them through college.
When you observe, but
that's how they find you.
You know, it's pretty paired up when you observe, but
that's how they find you attractive. Like,
alongside PSL, they also use the term appeal. Appeal is more just people finding you attractive regardless of your PSL. Now with PSL, this is where we get shit like this. This is what you call a PSL god.
No, it's actually not. You're in fucking complete brain rot.
Oh my gosh.
But a PSL god wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty
Is that a real photo? That's not a real photo. Chat, that's a real image? No. That is. That jaw structure is unreal though. But that's what I'm saying, like, I'm not judging this guy by any means either. I feel like why is like, I think it's just like the more like you look like a stone sculpture, the more attractive you are on a PSL scale.
It's uncanny. There's a level of facial symmetry and attractiveness that actually becomes unattractive in my opinion. Like, if you look so symmetrical that you don't look real. Like, there are people that are so attractive that it's like, oh, that's kind of like off-putting.
When we get shit like this is what
you... Well, no, you don't understand that at all.
Or PSL god, but PSL god wouldn't necessarily have appeal. Because again, look at this shit. So I guess PSL is purely for the male gaze then. My zesty theory is being proven again. And I find this is no better time than any to really dive into the BP terminology. First word, you probably already know, it's Chad. These are people that the BP community can collectively agree, you know, look good. So mainly like these 3 models. And then we have Chad Light. What am I talking about, cunt? But anyways, this is just a little lower. You wouldn't really be considered a Chad, but I don't know if you have to apply for Chad status. Is that something that they do?
No, I always thought that you can't move.
I know he's also making fun of St. Don's editing style, which is like very like brain rottish, but I think it's for attention span and I love it, man. Like, I know it's bad for like attention span of humans, but dude, he's just like image words, soundboard, image. There's people that do it too much. I think he does it normal. Like, there's people that do it more than him.
Fuck. Like far, right? In the BP community, well, you could like make yourself more attractive and move up, but like if you're sub 5, you're never gonna be a Chad in the BP community. But if you're like a Chad Light,
depends on your base. It's possible.
If you got like,
how? See, that's where I'm not. Now I really want to understand the BP community, because if you're a sub 5 in the BP mindset, how are you leveling up to a Chad? What? Because, oh, like if you're obese, well, like you don't have, like, so like what you're saying, like, oh, really bad haircut, terrible style, you know, you're not taking care of your skin, stuff like that.
With their haircut, maybe like they'll fucking up you. I don't know.
I don't know. But if you're an unidentified attractive person, you're what's known as an unknown slayer. Like this random ass kid in the back of this video, he went viral on TikTok for a little bit. People calling him unknown slayer. Another example is this one guy. I just wanted to point it out because of this comment. Nigga said, bro is real life Marlon.
Bro, what the fuck are you even real life Marlon? Like Marlon's
That implies Marlon's not in real life.
an anime character that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean, bro? I'm telling you, they worship this nigga Marlon like a deity. They don't even consider him real. And if you're the very pinnacle
Who's they? I don't worship him.
attractiveness, you're what's known as a true Adam. And this one guy they call a true Aladdin because he's Middle Eastern. There's not really a pattern there because that's the only
What,
example I-
like, what's like the average video this guy, private looks maxing school and face ratings? Oh, dude, he sells like a course. What's like his most viewed video? Ugliest facial features tier list. Your face decides who swipes right in real life. But that's like, yeah, yes, the majority of, you know, dating relationships start through online dating apps. But it's like the swipe, bro, you could ask anybody that's used dating apps, and the amount of swipes that have turned out to be duds is endless, you know? Like, you could have 100 matches. You might only go on a date with 3 of them, and 1 of them will be the person that you end up actually being, you know, the boyfriend or girlfriend to. Like, and I think that in itself is kind of showing that just because you look good doesn't mean you're going to match, you know? Doesn't mean that that person's going to mend well with you. I get it's the prerequisite. I'm more so just saying it's not everything. 4 years of looks maxing advice in 18 minutes. The ultimate 2025 food tier list. Is that for looks maxing? My full looks maxing surgery plan. Oh my God. Bro, like, I don't think he needs, you know, it's do whatever you want with your life. But it's like, I don't think this guy needs surgery. Like, I feel like he is just a good looking dude. Bit of a weird segment now. We're kind of just going to be watching a culmination of YouTube videos that are like 3 minutes long and really random, that you kind of like, that video that you see on your recommendation page at 3 in the morning. That's like the type of videos we're going to watch. We might click some other ones on the side tab. I kind of just gathered a bunch of videos. Some of them are probably, most of them are probably going to be pretty ass. But yeah, let's tap in. First one, a message from Arkham Knight's Riddler.
Hello, Riddle fans. It is me, Edward Nigma, super genius. I'd like to take this moment to do something I would not normally do.
Oh, you're not going to give me a riddle? I can't watch a Riddler video if you're not going to give me a riddle.
Well, you see, guys, I'll explain.
You see, guys, I'm all riddled out. I've lost my motivation to keep riddling. I've gotten addicted to riddling.
See,
that was a good one. I'm proud of that.
When the Arkham Knight showed up, my work wasn't really... Okay, it wasn't the best. I kind of stretched the whole meaning of riddle a little farther than I had anticipated.
Yeah, it wasn't really much a riddle, more so just like destruction.
They were car riddles, okay? Sorry, Arkham only lets me out a certain amount of time, and I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, you know, like, ever.
What?
As you can see from this grotesque beard I have got going here, time in Arkham hasn't exactly been kind to me, and I've had a lot of time to reflect.
Where's your masterful plan to get back at Batman? This is what I need to hear about the Riddler. You've been locked away for years. Now you're telling me you're out and you don't know what you're going to do next?
Yes, I admit, though it pains me to say, car riddles aren't really on brand for me. It was a hard time, okay? I was running out of things to riddle. I was burning out here. I promise you.
Him cosplaying as the Riddler and saying that he's having burnout as a problem is fucking hilarious.
You that my next riddles will come back to their golden age again. We'll have, well, I I'm not sure what we'll have yet, but I'm working on it, okay? Let it be known that the Riddler is not done yet. When I get out, the streets will run with riddles.
When you get out, oh, is he still saying that he's in prison? Dude, you have family photos in the... All right, I'm done watching this. We're going to the next one. Tiger moves. They live in the wilderness, don't have processed foods, and they're constantly fighting for survival. I don't think it's a yoga thing.
He doesn't lift weights, work machines, perform calisthenics or
it's genetics.
Aerobics, and he doesn't jog. Yet he can tear the head off a man. His power comes from his own exercise system. Far different.
Bro, Killdozer yesterday trying to say that he could fucking kill a tiger in a fight to the death 70% of the time actually shocked me. I know he's 6'5", 250, but you're not killing a tiger. A tiger. They weigh like 400 pounds.
His own exercise system. Far different from man's, and also far superior. It is the ultimate exercise system, which I call...
What the fuck are we watching? Did you have to take an edible? Oh, you think I'm high because I'm watching Tiger Yoga?
Tiger Moves.
Tiger
Ironically, when man sets about to improve his health and physical fitness through exercise, he devises systems which lack the simple wisdom of the tiger. Low-impact aerobics has far less injuries than high-impact, as does belly dancing, with its smooth and completely natural...
Are you trying to tell me that I'm gonna have the body of a tiger if I start belly dancing? What the fuck? I do low-impact jazzercise, and I'm gonna get fucking ripped? No.
Natural
I'm gonna burn 30 calories, eat 2 Oreos, and I'm already gonna be in a... I'm out of the deficit.
Tiger Moves. The best and most natural exercise system man can use. I'm John McSweeney, and I'm going to cover 7 of these basic tiger moves. Inhale back with tension.
Yo, is he just like in boxers right now? Like, what am I feel like I'm watching like an old grandpa that's just crazy telling me I need to start doing tiger exercises to up my testosterone levels.
Exhale forward.
Love the nipple cam.
Try to reach for the stars. Reach as high as you can. With tension. Great tension. Go forward with great tension.
Yo, who the fuck is filming this? Feel the tension in the tricep muscles. Yo, he's just flexing.
Think into those thigh muscles, the quadriceps, the hamstrings. The next tiger move.
Do a squat. Stomach roll.
Is the stomach roll. This exercise now from the
When does a tiger do this?
side, I push down and roll up. Flex, force it down. Come up. You've just learned in this tape
I love how he's in a suit and tie now.
3 critical areas of life and self-defense.
Self-defense. I've learned three needed things for life and self-defense. They're gonna enable me to defend myself if an oncoming attacker approaches me.
You with one thought. It pertains to nations, it pertains to the individual. First a warrior, or all else is folly.
A warrior. Next, we're gonna be learning Wario moves. First, a warrior, or all else is folly. Old people fighting.
In the cart, and you'll be at the other end of it.
Ooh, cold.
Oh.
Ooh, cold. Try to make him flinch. But he's light on his toes. Because he's got that big dog energy. Don't matter, he's 85.
Oh.
Wow.
As soon as you turn your back, she hits you with a trap. I'm standing beside you and for you. What's that? She does it again. Hit her over the head. I'll take yours and hit her over the head.
I'll never come back here again, and I'm going to advertise this. There's a bastard here.
Would you keep using...
Wow, that's angry. That's an angry grandma there. The word bastard. I feel like that's an old person insult. To be like, you're a bastard child.
This terrible word. What does it mean to you? Does it make you feel good, or what does it do to you?
None of your
This guy just mogging the camera right now. I don't think he's there.
goddamn business. Now get going.
Going where?
Fall in your tracks. Go on. Go.
Do you think I'm going to move because you're telling me? You've got something coming to you. Big time.
I hope it's not anything
I
like
love that the level of aggression is so weak because they're so old that it just kind of sounds like they're talking, but they're basically using like old term fighting words.
you. Anything. There's not another person in this world like you.
That's great.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. Would that be nice?
That's wonderful.
We have to get rid of that bastard.
No.
Is that the only word you know?
Yo, he keeps walking away. He keeps walking away. She calls him a bastard. He comes right back. He's like, you really think you're going to tell me where I'm not allowed to walk?
Why don't you go and have your lunch?
Yeah, go eat.
Oh my God, do you think he's actually going to like hit her?
You might feel better after you eat.
Keep your hand to yourself.
You hit me and Jesus, I'll knock you right out.
What with? Your imagination, that's what's
Yeah, you tell him. You tell him.
hitting you in the head.
Oh, he's getting up. Give it a minute, bro. We got to fight here in about 5 minutes.
Please go, Allie.
5 minutes. He's standing up. Is he sitting down? Is he standing up? I don't know what's happening.
You say that once again, I'll really
He's coming
let
up.
you have it.
He's
So
getting
far,
up.
I have laid a finger on you.
You better not, either.
He's getting up.
Why? What do you mean I better not?
You better not
This
put
guy still hasn't moved.
a finger on me, either.
Jeez.
I wouldn't want one of your goddamn fingers on me.
Oh, he's
Or
back
your-
down.
Anything of you. I hope you fall and break your nose.
Oh, here we go again. Fall and break my nose.
Oh, wow. Watch it. See if you'll do it.
Close your mouth.
You know, old people in nursing homes have like the highest rate of STDs because they just have sex all the time. And when you have, if you have a family member in a nursing home and they have sex, they have to call their family. There's like, there's like orgies and shit that go on there. It's like that bad because they're having like unprotected sex and most of the women are through menopause, so it's like they can't have kids. No, it's true. And so like say it's like say you have your grandpa or grandma, they might call you and be like, Grampy got into a bit of activity. He might have to get tested for syphilis. You got to come pick him up.
You shut up, too.
He comes storming back in. Oh, you think you could... Oh, you think you could tell me to shut up? You have another thing coming. Worst job interview, Odisha guy. March of 2012.
Hi, so tell me about yourself.
Ooh, it's like a Zoom interview.
Sir, I am sitting in front of yourself, myself Rakesh Mohanty, and I am technology mad. But if you will ask me what is my passion, I will say hardware. But this is for the first time I am doing on Spiky.
Skype.
Wait, so is he applying to do like a Geek Squad position or something? Hardware, what, with like technology?
Pardon, sir?
Okay, go on.
Sir, I am from Jharsuguda. I studied 10th Saraswati Sishu Vidya Mandir, graduate Cambridge Institute, Ranchi, not from England, note it. And I am putting my screwdriver everywhere and seeing what is happening. I am a hidden scientist.
Okay, so what experience?
I feel like this is like a like an application to like a university. Putting my screwdriver everywhere, seeing what happens. I'm just like a curious soul.
Okay, so what experience do you have?
Sir, I am working with BSNL telephone company. Whenever the line goes up, I ride the telephone khamba and make the line good. And during my spare time, I chat on girls on Facebook.
That is not But that is not part. Yo, first half, you know, you're answering the question here. You don't need to tell the interviewer that you flirt with girls on Facebook in your free time.
And also, I collect pan masala wrappers.
Okay.
I have a huge collection, almost 2,000.
And how do you see yourself progress in this career?
Sir, I will have a fruity career in your steamy company, and I will perform and reach the climax position.
Okay, and can you shift to Oman? Will you have any problems shifting to Oman?
Sir, I do not have any problem to
they have to move countries.
shifting abroad country, but I will not change my religion. Otherwise, I am very open-minded, and I am always happy, even when I am sad. And I am morally very good, morally very high. And I have also my resignation letter ready from BSN.
Okay, so then we'll get back to you.
Sir, I am getting the job now.
We'll get back to you.
Thank you very much.
That didn't seem real. That did not seem real. That did not seem real. I like that guy. No, he seemed nice, but I mean, he was a bad interviewer. He was like, yeah, I'll move. Not going to change my religion, though. Valid. I don't think that was being asked of you. Did he get the job? We'll never know. That was from 13 years ago. Bear attack. Man is trying to run away from attacking bear. On a bicycle? Cooked. Can't bears run like 30 miles an hour? Like top speed? And he just started riding? Oh no, it cuts. Wow, what a peaceful bike ride otherwise. If there's no bear in the region, this is why you gotta blast like fucking Lil Pump when you ride through the woods to scare the bears off. Oh, fuck no. Oh my God. He gets away from that? Oh my God, dude. The way I would fall off the bike. That's a good 10 feet away from him. That is a big ass brown bear right there. It's not even making noise. Holy fuck. This is CGI? AI? Chat, this was posted 11 years ago. I don't think this is AI. This was posted in 2014. This has to be real. Oh, he starts pedaling like a motherfucker. Yo, is that the best play? I thought you're supposed to like lay down and let it attack you. If I'm on a bike, though, I probably would try to run. He, like, whispered under his breath, oh, fuck. Yo, I would be pedaling as fast as I could. Yeah, you got to switch that gear up, bro. I'm going in 7th gear right there. Is that fake? I can't tell. It's oddly quiet. I feel like I would hear a bear growl. Is this real? I got to go in the comments. I don't know, man. This being from fucking 11 years ago makes me think it's real. It's just the quality of the video is so bad that I can't tell. Nah, it kind of does look like a PNG running. I feel like this is still probably a scenario somebody's been in where they're like riding a mountain bike and a bear starts chasing them. You know the one that I have seen? Actually, is it fake? Oh yeah, no, that's CGI. Oh my God. You know the one that I have seen that is real? Snowboarder bear. This is real. This is also fake? You're lying. No, this one looks so real. Oh my God, no, it's not. It looks fake as shit. Bro, when I was a kid, I fucking remember believing this. Oh my God, this is also fake? Nah, I'm about to get scammed when I'm older. Holy fuck, I'm gonna get scammed so hard. Stop. Touched by a wild mountain gorilla. mortified. Not from the small gorillas. That big motherfucker sitting there. Do you think he's not moving because he wants them to get near him, or he's scared? Oh, he's like protecting him. Holy shit. I think I'd start pissing myself. Look at him. He's fucking eyeing him down. Like how fast he'd kill him. He did pee his pants? No, that's a shadow. Oh my god, he's taking a seat. This guy's going to be hunkered down here for a few hours.
Oh, no way, John. No way.
The other guy's filming him, though. Where's the other guy? Like, is he sitting in a car or something? Or are these just, like, friendly gorillas? They're about to start picking... Dude, they're picking his hair. Oh, my God. Yo! He's happy. I feel like I'd be so nervous. I don't think I could do this. I think these might be on like some like more public like wildlife conservation thing. They're used to people.
Feeling now, John.
My heart is racing.
The silverback is just behind you. He sat a meter behind you. And there are 3 babies squashed between him and you.
Yeah. You just hear Josh. And he's like, what? And then he just gets his fucking head ripped off.
It's touching your hair. Bit of it's actually grooming. Here comes a female.
Oh. Yeah, like he can't see that one.
It's that black shirt of yours. And the silverback. Now the little one's climbing up.
Oh my god, they think he's a gorilla. Zombie survival quiz. Most people choose wrong.
It's a quiz to find out if you'd survive a zombie apocalypse. Not movie logic.
Y'all think you would survive? I think I'd at least I would last past the first stages. I'm not saying I would start a new civilization and like, you know, become governor of my own little town. But I don't think it would be like I'm not going out day 1 of the outbreak, you know? It depends what type of zombies we're working with. I don't know if she's going to address this, but that's kind of another big thing. I think when people talk about zombie apocalypses, it's generally assumed that you're referring to Walking Dead. Is that fair? Because World War Z, those ones, and they run. they run faster than they would if they were alive. Like that. No. Those I'm dead. Those I'm for sure dead. But I think I would live Walking Dead.
Not gamer instincts, actual survival decision-making pulled from disaster studies, urban collapse scenarios, and real-world psychology. It's 28 questions long. Some of the questions are easy, most of them are not. For each of the questions, you get 4 options to pick from, and I'll tell you the right answer, and explain why the others most likely will get you killed. As we go through the quiz, you should keep track of your score. You get 1 point per correct answer. And at the end, I'll tell you...
Oh, God. Is it like, hey, if you have 10 points, you live? How many points do you need to survive? It's probably unreal, like 20. You need to get, like, more than 2/3 of the questions correct.
Whether or not you'll last. So before we begin, I'm going to give you some context as to this world and also the scenario so that you can make informed choices. So this quiz, right, this scenario, it uses classic slow-moving zombies. So like classic infection type zombies.
There we go. Easy. What? I think that's not easy. The biggest problem's other people in an apocalypse. That, in my mind. World War Z, it's the zombies. But Walking Dead zombies, it's like other people that are malicious and want to kill you. I don't think the zombies are the biggest issue. They're just kind of like a hurdle in the midst of other shit.
Moderate hearing and smell. They have poor eyesight, especially.
Moderate hearing and smell. Poor eyesight, especially in low light. They will notice you if you're loud, fast, or bleeding. What are they, fucking sharks? They'll smell my blood. They'll notice you if you're loud, fast, or bleeding. So they'll be like clickers, but slow. Like, ah! Ah! They turn. More merch is here. You better not skip this, you fucking bitch. More merch. Carpe diem. Look at this sick-ass design. You better fucking look at it, dick. Seize the day. Carpe diem. Pluck the day. Same fucking thing. Follows the philosophy drops that we've always been doing. We were doing Memento Mori. We were doing Think for Yourself. Look at this sick-ass back. Peep it. Also got shorts. This time, they're shorter than the other ones. Different material. We're not going that thick cotton anymore. It's more breathable. We also got hoodies in other designs. Look at this fucking sick-ass one. No AI! Told the designer, no AI! They hand drew this shit. Or, well, not with, like, pencil on a computer. Anyways. Where's the fucking long sleeve? Another design. Here's the front. Here's the back. Check it out. There's more stuff as well. I'm just showing you small things. JoeBartolozziStore.com. I don't know why I'm out of breath. Editor. I'm sick. Joe Bartolozzi Store. I said my last name wrong. JoeBartolozziStore.com. Check it the fuck out. See ya.
Notice if you're loud, if you're fast, or if you're bleeding. In terms of how to defeat them, the zombies don't feel pain. They don't bleed out. The only tried and tested way to destroy them is by destroying the brain. And they don't stop unless you hit a central nervous system, so when you're picking weapons, that's what you're aiming for. In terms of how the virus spreads, or how people turn, the virus spreads fast. People say it's from bites, maybe blood. It's not airborne as far as we know, but if someone gets it, they turn fast. To give you some context of
So it's not like mushroom spores, but if they bite you, you turn.
Live in an urban area with 2 other people, so it's like
You live in an above ground floor apartment with 2 other people in a densely populated urban area. So like I live in a big city like New York or Boston. I live in like New York, Boston, Chicago, Miami.
medium-sized city, pretty densely populated area with like the
Worst start. Bottom tier starting area for an apocalypse. That's making me a little less confident. Best place to start out is just like Iowa. You're in Canada, but not in a main city. Oh, so I'm fine. Oh, I only have ever met 10 people in my life. So I think I'll be okay.
Infrastructure of what you get in an urban area, so public transport, accessible supermarkets, roads, etc. I hope you took some notes or you remembered those facts.
Iceland would be the best area to start if the virus didn't start in Iceland, because then you could just close off the country.
Because they may or may not be relevant in deciding what you'll do. So again, I'll set out each question in turn and then the options, and I'll give you a couple of seconds to pick your answer. I'll tell you the right answer after each question and give you an explanation as to why that's the right answer.
Bro, but is it going to be like the definitive right answer, or is it just going to be like, hey, this is the one that's most likely to keep you alive?
Feel free, obviously, to pause the video to take more time if you need it, and most importantly, keep track of how many answers you get right or wrong for your final score at the end. And without further ado, let's begin. So you've just confirmed it, it's a zombie outbreak. You live in the 2nd floor apartment in a medium-sized city, and it's the first 10 minutes.
What's a medium-sized city? Not New York, not Philly. Like, a medium-sized city, I would say like Austin, Texas. Is that? Yeah, like St. Louis, Missouri. Somewhere where there's not millions of people.
Immediately by car and head towards the countryside.
Hell no.
Option B, grab a backpack and head on foot to the nearest supermarket. Option C, wait a bit, gather information, and then leave before nightfall. Or option D, stay put and begin fortifying your home.
I think A's bad because there's going to be traffic immediately. Like, everybody's going to try and leave. That's the biggest play. If you're one of the first people, like 10 minutes, it's already cooked. I don't think you're getting out of the city. Grab a backpack, head on foot to the nearest supermarket. There's going to be panic on the ground level, so I feel like that's also bad. Stay put and begin fortifying your home. I think living in the city during an apocalypse is the worst play. Dude, I know A is bad because it's like you shouldn't want to leave by car, but I feel like A or C. Wait a while, gather info, and leave before nightfall. We don't know anything, so I feel like it would make sense to kind of wait. Not B. Well, grabbing a backpack, heading on foot to the nearest supermarket, there's going to be mass foot traffic on the city that you're in of people running around because they're scared and also infected on the streets. That's like immediately where people are going to be that are zombies. So, and people are already going to be looting supermarkets. I feel like that's not a problem right now. I'm thinking C, bro. C or A? I'm going to go C first answer, though.
So the correct answer is option D, stay.
Fortify my fucking second floor apartment in fucking Austin, Texas. I'm going to why the fuck would I fortify my apartment? Like somebody's going to try, bro. Nobody's going to try and break. The zombies don't have strength.
Put and begin fortifying your home. So the reason that this is the right answer is because leaving in the first wave is often one of the riskiest.
I think, okay, I agree with that. That's why A's trash.
Things that you can do. During the first wave of an outbreak, infrastructure breaks down basically instantly. The roads are full of accidents and abandoned cars, emergency services are overwhelmed or completely gone, and if you're in a vehicle, you're likely gonna get stuck. And if you're on foot, you're probably gonna be exposed.
You know what I'm gonna do, bitch? I'm gonna take a Lime scooter out of that fuck-ass town. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go download an app, and I'm gonna go fucking take a city bike, and I'm gonna fucking electric scooter my way out of the fucking town. There we go. Then I don't even need to get in a goddamn car.
Another reason to stay put is because you have more
services are down. Yeah, I'm taking a Lime scooter.
Control at home. You know your layout, your entry points, and what you have at
No Wi-Fi? What did the fucking satellites just fall out of the sky? There's gonna be Wi-Fi for a little bit.
You're able to block doors, ration supplies, and also reduce noise. All in all,
bro, ration supplies. What, the fucking 6 packs of ramen I got? Damn, dude. Ration supplies. Like I'm a fucking couponer and I just have fucking layers of canned corn. I'm just waiting to starve to death, bro. I'm gonna last 5 days. How to starve. No, I mean, my plan wasn't, I feel like C's good. Because it wasn't fortified, but it was like, all right, I'm gonna survey a little bit. Maybe I'll put a chair in front of the door. And then I'm gonna fucking leave in like 8 hours.
All in all, staying put has fewer variables and more you can control, and there's also just less visibility to the outside world and its threats. Public spaces during this time are basically chaos zones because supermarkets and gas stations are early hotspots for violence, looting, infection spread. The majority of
yeah, bro, but what if you're one of the first people there?
People that die early in disaster events do so because they go out thinking that they can grab more supplies. Another reason to stay is because waiting often gives
grab all the fucking Marlboro Reds! Grab all the cigarettes!
You more information. In the next 12 to 48 hours, you'll learn what's happening, where to go or avoid, and whether there's an organized response. And so people who leave immediately often walk into blind danger. The only exceptions where leaving might be the right choice is if your building is actually compromised, like if there's an infected person inside and there's no way to secure it, or if you have a clear escape plan with pre-packaged supplies and like a safe destination, or if you live—
What is that called? Like a go bag? There's like apocalypse people that have those. Like an already ready backpack to dip.
Somewhere that's completely indefensible. So for example, there's a glass storefront, or you're on the ground floor, or if there's wide entry points.
A bug out bag, that's what it is.
Other than that, the safest thing to do is to stay and fortify and wait. So you've decided to stay put and ride out the first wave in your apartment. You've locked the doors, you've pulled the curtains, and you've confirmed it's a real outbreak. What's the smartest next move? Option A, start moving heavy furniture to block entry points. Option B, fill bathtubs, sinks, and pots with clean water.
I love that. I love that. I don't know the other two answers, but right now I'm going B.
Option C, inventory your kitchen.
I feel like, bro, I feel like that's what you do during like a hurricane. Y'all ever do that? You or your family ever do that? Whenever you know the power, like your power's gonna get cut, the water, like it's not gonna work. Yeah, you always just fill the bathtub, sinks, pots.
Or option D, turn on
inventory your kitchen, make a ration plan. Turn on the news and call loved ones for updates.
The news and call your loved ones for updates.
Not. D. Hell no. Yo, honestly though, nah, maybe turning on the news might be good. See, I feel like I'm taking the fucking bar exam right now. Like all of these feel right. outside of A? A is like, bro, like, what the fuck? What are the zombies? Hulk Hogan running through the fucking, the door, man? It's not A. I feel like it's going to be B or D. I'm going to go B.
The correct answer is option B. Fill
Yes! 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 1 point on the board.
all possible containers with clean water. So the reason this is the right answer is because in disaster scenarios, especially when infrastructure is unstable, water is often one of the first systems to fail. City water might stop flowing or become contaminated within hours of an outbreak. And since you're at home and you have a bathtub, bathtubs can act as large reservoirs for washing or flushing, and pots, bottles, and kettles are drinking water reserves. Because the power might cut out at any time, this is definitely the most important thing to do, and you should fill any container while the water pressure is still on. So why are the other options not correct? So option A, if you barricade this...
Damn, bro, that's the biggest problem I'd have. I have no idea how I'd get clean water. What the fuck? I know you boil that shit, but it's like... I feel like in a survival scenario, I'm definitely dying of dehydration.
Is important, but time-sensitive utilities come first. For option C, ration planning, again, this is smart, but no food is a problem in 3 days, while no water is a problem in the first day. And option D,
facts.
Turning on the news and calling your loved ones. That sounds useful, but communication noise risks attention, and you can also gather that information after securing the basics. Okay, so it's 15 minutes in, containers are full, the pressure is dropping, the power is still on, but it could cut out at any moment. What's the smartest next move? Option A,
power's still on, can cut at any moment, containers are full.
Inventory food in order of perishability and set ration sizes. Option B, stand on the balcony to gauge how many people are on the street. Option C, drag a bookcase against your front door for extra bracing. Or option D, write a visible note on your front door saying, alive inside, uninfected.
Whack ass answer. D is terrible. I like B. I like B because then you get a gauge on, like, who's outside. But I feel like if you say B, she's going to go, incorrect. There's actually a sniper on the roof waiting for you to go outside, and it actually just domed you in the head. There's a red dot waiting outside of your window, just waiting for you to go outside. The second you reveal yourself, there's going to be a gang of crackheads that come up into your room and kill you. Woof, 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 roof, roof, roof. You have windows? Yeah, but maybe the windows are where the fucking balcony is, and I don't know how many people are outside. Inventory food in order of perishability and set ration sizes. Bro, what am I loser camping this out in the apartment? Nah, this is actually pissing me off, bro. What a bum-ass way to survive. Nah. Like, the zombie apocalypse starts, I'm not gonna, like, try and fucking make my way to a boat. I'm gonna fucking just bum in the apartment for fucking 8 weeks. That's cringe. I'm gonna go A. I want to do B. Power could cut at any moment. Oh, while the lights are on, you need to be able to read expiration dates. A.
So the correct answer here is option A, inventory
Yep.
and ration food. So the reason that this is important is because a calorie plan prevents panic eating and also using fridge power while you still have fridge power. Option B is incorrect because this makes you a visible target. Your silhouette against the sky is bait for both infected people and opportunistic survivors, and it's not worth.
Bro, no, it's... Yo, I'm telling you right now, this is a Walking Dead zombie. I'm walking out on the balcony. That motherfucker's going...
Is not wrong, but it's slightly premature. You're still gonna want flexibility to move between the rooms and also possibly scavenge from your neighbors or adjust sound or light control. And option D, the front door note, this might emotionally feel smart, but ultimately it's a liability. This is because it—
Option E, meet a guy named Carl and start practicing your Walking Dead voice when he dies. Carl!
Draws attention to your apartment, and it also gives away the fact that someone is alive inside and likely with resources. It also just increases your risk of being targeted by desperate people, and there's no guarantee who
when he dies, I don't know.
This note. So you're
I just know he says Carl all the time.
Hour into the outbreak, the supplies are counted, you share the space with your 2 flatmates. What's the next priority?
kill your roommates.
Option A, establish a silent alert or knock code for movement inside the flat. Option B, cook a large hot meal before the gas or electricity dies. Option C, assign one person to sit by the peephole and watch the hallway. Or option D, start binge charging every device you own.
Establish a silent alert / knock code for movement inside of the flat. Do I live in a fucking 10,000 square foot apartment, dude? What the fuck? I need to... Dude, I'm imagining that I live in like a 2-bedroom apartment where I can see everything at all times. Cook a large hot meal before the gas or electricity dies. No. Assign one person to sit by the people and watch the hallway. No. I feel like D is good to charge your device, but I feel like she's going to say the fucking knock code. So this is the best time where you're going to want to learn Morse code. I'm going to go, no, you know, I got to answer what I would do, not what this is what I got to do. I got to answer what I would do, not what I think's right. D. I think it's A, though.
So the correct option is option A, to have a silent alert system. So the reason this is
all right, guys, it's hour 6 of the apocalypse. I know all of our phones are on 10%, but let's not waste the time to go plug it in on the wall. Even though while I've been saying this, I could fucking plug in my phone. No. Instead, all right, okay, that means help. That means goat. That means Patrick Mahomes. That means corn.
the right answer is because having discipline in how you communicate can stop accidental shouting, accidental noise, and door opens later. Hot food and device charging matters, but all of these other things can wait until rules against loud mistakes, which are potentially fatal mistakes, are put in place. Okay, so you're now 2 hours into the outbreak. Communications are set and—
2 hours? This is 2 hours? I thought I was like a day in now.
It's still quiet outside. What do you do next?
2 hours in and I go stand on my balcony and that's bad? The apocalypse just started. Let's go loot their apartment. This person that probably lives on minimum wage in a fucking Austin, Texas apartment, let's go fucking steal their shit.
Option A, pick one windowless interior room as
communications are set. It's still quiet outside. What's the next sensible action?
the fallback or the sleep space. Option B, clear the hallway outside your unit of any loose objects. Option C, start boiling tap water to sterilize it while power remains. Or option D,
I thought tap water was already sterilized.
spread your stored water containers across different rooms in case of a breach.
Spread your stored water across different rooms in case of a breach? Bro, where are they going to breach this apartment? There's one entry point. Select one windowless interior room as the fallback sleep space. Where's option E? Dump your bag of marbles outside your front door to Looney Tunes cartoon prank, Home Alone style, any zombies that walk upstairs. Start boiling tap water? No. Spread your stored water across different rooms. I'm going to go A.
So the correct option here is option A, designate a fallback room. So the reason this is the right answer is because if the outer flat is breached, you need a last line of defense already chosen. So this is about prioritizing worst case preparedness before it's too late. By the 2 hour mark, we're assuming you've already secured water, you've already locked down and you've gone dark, and also the initial chaos has passed, but stability is still fragile. So option B, clearing the hallway of loose objects, is a good idea, but it's not really worth the risk of sound.
It's always A. Has it always been A? No, it wasn't always A. One of the times it was D.
Unless there's an active threat outside. Option C, boiling the water, sounds smart, but you've already filled containers at this point, and the tap water is still running, so it's not yet unsafe. The power right now might stay on for hours, or it might just cut suddenly, but even then, you can boil the water from the fallback room later. Boiling it right now just creates unnecessary heat.
Bro, boiling water? I'm still in a fucking city flat. I'm not thinking I need to boil my water until I'm fucking Bear Grylls drinking my own piss. Like, I'm not boiling water until I'm fucking grabbing murky water from a fucking pond And I'm like, yeah, this shit looks unsafe.
Noise and smell, which are all signals that you want to prevent early on. And finally, D, spreading the water containers around the room. This is like a good idea, but it's minor optimization. Obviously, if you're breached, you don't want all of your water in one place, but again, if you're breached that badly, the whole flat is essentially compromised. And the fallback room should already have its own mini storage. Okay, so you've made it to the end of day 1.
Bro, I really just feel like these people be bums, dude. I know she's basically giving the rundown of, like, this is how you should survive based on, like, actual research. And so I think that's valid. But in my brain, I feel like I'm imagining this ragtag trio. All right, guys, we got to set a fallout room for us to sleep in. Everybody move the open cans full of water. I feel like I'd kick that door down, fucking karate chop all of them in the neck, instantly kill them, and then steal their shit and walk out. Like, I really don't think this group's lasted more than a week. Based off the vibes that this is giving off, like the answers, if somebody's like, all right, got my bug out bag ready, it would be like loud sheet metal.
And misdirection. So the reason this is the right answer is because it has the best combination of both control of the situation and also momentum. Here, you're staying away from the action and you preserve your forward route, but you also don't trigger aggression. And you might be wondering now why a sound distraction is a correct answer in the alleyway, while on the previous rooftop question, I said that sound is unpredictable.
Bro, I'm gonna be going on the dumpster. Doom, doom, doom. I'm holding a pebble. It hits a fucking wall. I mean, bro, he's gonna go towards the louder noise.
This is because in the alleyway, you're in a contained space. So there's tight walls and there's...
I'm convinced she dies day 1. Bro, for all the people keep saying, bro, she's dead, these aren't her answers. I'm not trying to get mad at that, but for the people in chat that just keep going, dude, she's dead as fuck. These aren't her answers.
Short distance, and you can also see the zombie, and it hasn't seen you yet. So here you're actually able to direct noise without just hoping that the zombie will react like in the previous question. And you have immediate visual feedback on how the zombie responds. And most importantly, you have escape options, such as a dumpster, side door, or a fallback path. Essentially, sound is a good tool here because it's in a space that's controlled, tight, and you can control. Sound is dangerous on a rooftop in the previous question because that's a high exposure space, because rooftops offer no cover. You can't see what's in surrounding buildings or below you, and a thrown bottle creates echoes, which could travel downward and it could trigger zombies or other people on the street or in nearby buildings. Option A, fighting the zombie, is not the right answer because this is still too risky. You don't know if there are other zombies nearby or what's behind the zombie, and weapon or not, confrontation when you don't need to is high failure rate unless you're cornered. Option B, going to the side door and hiding, is a valid survival option, but you're now stuck in a closed building with its own unknowns inside. There's also no guarantee that the zombie will ever move on. So this option isn't wrong, but it's also not the best option. And option D, sprinting past, is also risky, because one wrong move and you could get grabbed. You turn a corner and you see another survivor. They're alone and they're—
Bro, but I also know my speed, you know what I mean? Like, I know how fast I can run. So if I see a gap and I'm like 8% sure I'm going to make it, no, I'm not going to do it. But if I'm like, nah, I'm definitely clearing that. I see the zombie like hobble walking.
Sitting on a curb. From your first glance, they don't look injured.
See another survivor, they're alone sitting on a curb eating something.
What do? Option A, approach slowly and ask if they're headed towards the stadium. Option B, cross to the other side and keep walking without making eye contact. Option C, turn back and take a longer route. Or option D, make brief eye contact and nod, and then keep moving.
Where's option E, like, hit him in the head with a crowbar? Why are we never getting an extra answer here? Approach slowly as if they're headed towards the stadium. Cross the other side, keep walking without making eye contact. C. You see, you want to avoid contact at all times. I'm going to go D. I'm going to aura check him.
So the correct answer here is option D, brief eye contact and keep
Love
moving.
that.
So the reason this is the right answer is because you need to acknowledge this person without becoming a variable. Making eye contact shows your confidence and the nod signals peace. Option B or C, ignoring or avoiding them entirely, could be read as weakness, and option A of approaching them is risky. You don't know their intentions or what they've lost. While climbing a fence, you
E, piss missile. Yeah, you got to show your dominance. You walk up behind him, you just start peeing on his sandwich. Then you give him the nod and you just keep walking.
Slice your palm open on exposed metal. It's not deep, but it's bleeding. What do you do? Option A, cover it quickly with whatever cloth you have. Option B, wash and disinfect it before sealing it up. Option C, ignore it because it's too small.
Chop off the hand.
To matter. Or option D, wrap it in plastic to keep the blood from dripping.
B.
So the correct answer here is option B, clean and disinfect it. So the reason that this is the right
Pouring fucking mouthwash on it.
answer is because any open wound is potentially an infection point, especially if you're touching surfaces or dead bodies. Every small cut matters in an unsanitary environment. And here you're protecting yourself from both regular and zombie-related infections. You find gasoline and a lighter in an abandoned garage. Do you rig a Molotov cocktail for
Yes.
zombie defense?
Yes.
Option A, yes, because it's an explosive distraction and it destroys the zombie on contact. Option B, yes, but only as a last resort.
B.
Option C, no, because fire spreads unpredictably and it draws attention. Or option D, no, it's better saved for sterilizing tools.
Ooh, D. D. What? Oh, lost audio. Fire spreads quickly, unpredictably. Fire rarely instant kill zombies. That is true. It would be better for, like, people.
When your route was blocked. It's a small space with one door, no
You're taking shelter in a back room of a corner shop after your route was blocked. It's a small space with one door, no window.
windows, and a zombie has just stumbled in from the front. Inside this room with you are a metal drawer, a kitchen knife, duct tape, and a narrow closet with slatted wooden doors. You have seconds to react. What do you do? Option A, tape the knife to a broken broom handle and prepare to fight. Option B, hide silently in the closet and hope it passes. Option C, climb onto the metal drawer and prepare to strike from above. Or option D, make noise to lure the zombie fully in and then try and slip behind it and escape.
Oh, God. These all seem bad. These all seem really bad. I'm stuck in a room with a zombie. I either make a shitty weapon, hide, make a lot of noise, and strike from above. I'm going to go C.
So the correct answer here is option C, use elevation and timing. So the reason this is the right answer is because standing on the drawer gives you both height, force, and also angle to strike the zombie. As established
Yeah, because you're going for the head.
before, these zombies are slow moving, so if you wait for it to enter and then drive a downward strike where it counts, this is probably your best bet. Option A, making the DIY spear, is not a good idea because makeshift spears often are not going to hold.
Did YouTube just break? YouTube's down? You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding.
Standing on the drawer gives you both height, force, and also angle to strike the zombie. As established before, these zombies are slow moving, so if you wait for it to enter and then drive a downward strike where it counts, this is probably your best bet. Option A, making the DIY spear, is not a good idea because makeshift spears often are not going to hold up in real pressure. A taped knife is
Well, yeah, dude, it's fucking taped. You're not going to get through somebody's skull with that. We don't need to know why those answers are bad. I know those answers are bad. You fought off a zombie at close range. You're unbitten, but it blood spattered on your mouth and hands. What do you do first? Oh, God.
What do you do first? Option A, wipe yourself down with a towel or cloth. Option B, rinse with soap and water immediately. Option C, disinfect your skin with hand sanitizer. Or option D, wait and see if symptoms appear.
C.
So the correct answer here is option B, rinse with soap and water.
What? I would have thought, dude, like alcohol, like just get rid of it.
The reason this is the right answer is because if the virus spreads through blood, then you have to treat it like a biohazard. Soap and water removes infectious material better than alcohol. And sanitizer can't neutralize any contamination in the eyes or the mouth. Speed matters here, so waiting to see if symptoms appear is also a terrible idea. So by this point, all of your clean water is gone. You find a puddle of murky water next to a corpse that's clearly been mauled by zombies. What do you do? Option A, boil the water because heat kills everything. Option B, filter the water with cloth and then boil it. Option
Why is the music getting louder?
C, avoid it unless you have proper filtration. Or option D, dilute it with cleaner water and hope it's safe.
Boil like the music's like 200% right now. Boil it, filter it with a cloth, then boil it. Avoid it unless you have proper filtration. Dilute it with cleaner water and hope it's safe. C.
So the correct answer here is option C. Avoid it.
Yeah, bro, the fucking dead zombie. A dead zombie's in the water.
Without proper
Or
filtration.
next to it. Oh, fuck no.
So the reason this is the right answer is because while boiling is effective against bacteria, it's not effective against all viral agents or chemical contaminants. And you don't know enough about zombie blood to know if it contains persistent infection particles. Option B, filtering with the cloth and then boiling, is also a bad idea because filtering only removes debris but not pathogens. You're inside a store with broken glass on the floor. A group of 4 zombies wanders in from a side entrance. They haven't noticed you yet, and you're crouched behind the checkout counter. What do? Option A, crawl quietly against the back wall to the emergency exit. Option B, stay completely still until they pass, even if it takes hours. Option C, throw a metal object to the far corner and sneak out the front. Or option D, try and separate one from the group and take it down.
B. Because there's glass everywhere. Any distraction won't work.
So the correct answer here is option C, use noise tactically. The reason this is the right answer is because zombies react to sound, and you don't want them investigating your section of the store. Throwing an object quietly obviously creates false noise distraction, and it also gives you a chance to exit.
Yeah, but there's glass everywhere. Why are you saying there's glass on the floor? I'm getting baited.
Option B, waiting, was a valid answer, but it's a gamble on your time. And option A is a bad idea because if you can remember from the scenario, there's glass on the floor, and crawling on glass is just risk. Option D, engaging one, is dumb. You should probably know that by now. You should always avoid confrontation if possible, and remember there's a group of zombies.
Unless I got a fucking gun with a silencer.
Other ones will hear.
Dead.
So you continue making your way to the stadium. You're almost there. When you're 2 blocks away from your destination, you realize that someone is quietly following you at a distance. They haven't called out yet. What do? Option A, call them out and ask them to identify themselves. Option B, pick up your pace, make several turns to test if they're tracking you. Option C, stop abruptly and wait for them to catch up so you can confront them. Or option D, turn around and start walking towards them to intimidate them.
Stop abruptly and wait for them to catch up so you can confront. B.
So the correct answer is option B, change your pace and test if they're following you. The reason this is the right answer is because if someone's following you silently, you should never confront them directly. Change your pace and take sharp turns, and if they match you, it's deliberate. Once you establish they are in fact following you, then you can break the line of sight and change direction. Talking to them or walking
Break line of sight, bro. I'd be charging their ass at that point.
towards them gives them control, and you need options here that minimize risk. So you've just changed pace and you've made several
Bro, I don't know. I feel like the fear factor on humans is so different, bro. Some guy's following you from a distance in a zombie apocalypse. You just turn at him and just fucking run at him like a maniac. Like he's gonna imagine somebody does that to you. Like you're planning on attacking that guy and that's how he reacts. You're now vulnerable. You're running away. Like he's not getting you.
Sharp turns and they match every move. So now you know they're deliberately following you. You're still 2 blocks away from your destination. What do?
Like,
Option
that'd freak
A,
me out.
duck into a building, break the line of sight, and then exit via a back route. Option B, run the final 2 blocks to lose them and reach the evacuation point as fast as you can. Option C, hide in a shadowed spot and ambush them when they pass. Or option D, shout at them that you know they're following and threaten them to back off.
A.
So the right answer here is option A, break the line of sight and exit from another route. So the reason this is the right answer is because breaking the line of sight is power here. Once this person can't see you, you regain tactical control of the situation. Entering a building also gives you many alternate exits, angles, and barriers. And most people that are following you don't expect sudden lateral movement. Most likely, they're watching you for forward momentum. And if you break the line of sight, you now have options to either double back, wait it out, or have a more controlled confrontation on your own terms. Option B, running to the evacuation point, is a bad idea because it shows desperation, and more importantly, you're going to lead them to your only safe haven and potentially compromise it. Option C, ambushing them, is also a bad idea because even if you win, you risk injury or noise. and you don't know anything about this person, so it's very unlikely that you're going to control the fight. Option D, threatening them out loud, is also a bad idea because aggressive posturing only works if you have leverage in the situation. Otherwise, you're escalating a situation where that person might feel cornered or it provokes violence. So you've successfully evaded this person and you're now 1 block away from the evacuation zone. A lone zombie is blocking the gate entrance. It's slow, but it's fully alert and squarely in your path. You have a crowbar, a flashlight, a water bottle, and a cracked riot shield that you found earlier. What do you do? Option A, use the riot shield to push it aside and run past. Option B, blind the zombie with a flashlight and strike it over the head with a crowbar. Option C, wait for another person to draw its attention and then move. Or option D, throw your water bottle to the far side of the street and then rush through.
Blinded with a flashlight? Bro, what is this, a fucking CS lobby? Wait for another person to draw its attention and move. Well, I don't know if anybody's going to do that. I'm going to go A.
So the correct answer here is option A, push through with the shield. So the reason this is the right answer is because bypassing is always smarter if you have the option, and here disabling the zombie is not necessary. A riot shield gives you both force and direction. Option B, fighting the zombie, again risks too much noise and injury, and you're this close to the destination. Combat is unnecessary here if you have the option to redirect and move on. For your best chance of survival, you should always avoid fights unless they're absolutely required. We've seen you the zombie guards earlier, and so now you're panicked looking
Sorry,
crowd.
I'm trying to get through this last question here. You arrived near the evacuation site, surrounded by high fencing with guards and fatigues.
Nearby. You accidentally drop your crowbar fencing, guards, and you can see a panicked looking crowd nearby. You accidentally dropped your crowbar during the encounter earlier, and so now you're unarmed. What's the most strategic way to approach? Option A, push through the crowd because urgency signals that you need help. Option B, wait nearby and watch how the guards treat incoming people. Option C, call out from a distance and raise your arms. Or option D, walk directly to the guards, show your hands, and stay silent.
D.
So the correct answer here is option B, observe before approaching.
Damn it! What, like they're just gonna shoot you right in the head? They see you got fucking cut?
So the reason this is the right answer is because evacuation zones are often unstable. You don't know if the guards are armed or overwhelmed. Option A, pushing in, could get you mistaken for a threat, and option C draws attention to you, again without you having further context. Option D, walking up silently, can also be seen as evasive or again potentially confrontational. The safest thing to do is still to watch protocol and then mimic it calmly. So that wraps up the last of the questions, and hopefully you made it. So count up how many of the answers you got correct.
How many did I get right, chat? I feel like I got like 15 right.
You should now have a score out of 28. So now I'll tell you what your score means and whether or not you would have survived the zombie apocalypse. So if you scored between 26 and 28, you would have survived. You're calm under pressure.
Oh, I'm fucking cooked. Maybe I got 17 to 21.
You're tactically sharp, you're rare, and you're adaptable. Most likely, you would have lasted months into this outbreak, maybe even years. And you're the kind of person that other survivors want to follow. If you scored between 22 and 25, then you most likely survived the initial outbreak and you navigated long-term danger pretty well. You made some mistakes here and there, but luckily it was nothing fatal. With a good group, you're likely to survive. If you scored between 17 and 21, you'd likely scrape through the first wave, but stumble very often. You probably wasted unnecessary energy and you took unnecessary shortcuts. Survival for you is possible, but you'd need luck and good alliances.
That's the gamblers section. All or nothing.
If you score between 12 and 16, your chances are unlikely. You're likely a liability to your group, you burn through supplies, you draw noise, and you probably also
a burden to the group. Okay.
Yourself. Unfortunately for you, surviving past the first few weeks is unlikely. And finally, if you got 0 to 11, then you're a casualty on day 1. You probably wouldn't make it through 24 hours, maybe not even the first hour. Most likely, you'll be one of the first bitten and also first remembered in the what not to do in survival briefings. Thank you for watching this.
Remembered, bro. They're gonna forget your ass if you die fucking day 1. It's like an actual god.
Wrote a lot of things down, and thankfully a lot of them have survived over the centuries. Like the 7th century physician Sun Simao's essential formulas worth 1,000 gold pieces. It was basically this manual for longevity and physical refinement.
Editor, throw up a picture of Killdozer.
And if you're familiar with the European concept of balance,
whoa! No!
Simow describes the body as this chemical system that can be balanced or enhanced with specific substances. This idea went even further with the medieval Chinese concept of naidan, or internal alchemy, which taught that the body was composed of three main ingredients, qi, jing, and shen, that could be forged into a golden cinder if you were locked in enough on your physical discipline. Locked in is a good term to use here because this sounds just like the trend of locking in that has been popular with Gen Z for at least 5 years now. If you're not familiar, it just means cutting off outside distractions and focusing intently on some kind of personal goal. So maybe getting your side hustle off the ground or working out more regularly or whatever. It's become sort of a cult online, especially among the
Yo, can I say I hate the word entrepreneur? Because I feel like so many people claim to be entrepreneurs when they just sell, like, they have, like, an affiliate link for, like, Celsius. I'm like, bro, like, entrepreneur, you could say you're an entrepreneur if you're on fucking Shark Tank. Like, it's become a buzzword. It holds no meaning anymore. Like, saying you're an entrepreneur, you could literally be a guy that's just, like, into crypto and never made any money from it. Yeah, I'm kind of an entrepreneur. I create a lot of coins. I'm just kind of paving a new path in this space, you know? And at some point, people are just going to be... I'm kind of early to the train, you know?
gym community, and based on what you see from these fitness influencers, it's like your pump and your physique are proof of an internal moral victory. Like a victory of the will over the lazy...
Bro goes to the bins in Goodwill and then sells the clothes on Depop. You're not an entrepreneur.
Of your base body. A medieval naidan practitioner literally thought the same exact way. They knew that their physical health and their outward radiance was proof that they had successfully cultivated their soul in a way that others couldn't or hadn't. Young people seem way more into fitness now than they did even 10 years ago. I'm not sure if that's a COVID thing, but I love to
no, that is so true. I think it's a mixture of COVID, but it's also becoming like a new standard. I think it's social media kind of skewing what the average person looks like. But it's like, I'm genuinely not trying to, I'm not glazing myself. I'm being real. My physique 60 years ago was like crazy. Like if you look, I have a very normal just gym physique now. Like most guys at the gym are probably my size or larger if they've like continuously worked out for years. But I'm saying if you look at like fitness magazines from like way back, the average guy that was like ripped just looked like a regular like athlete.
There seems to be a lot of conversation around the idea that your
I'm not
body
saying
is
me 60 years ago. I'm saying my physique.
the one status symbol you can't really buy.
Do you hit legs? Yes.
You can buy a Bugatti or a nice watch or whatever, but you can only achieve a truly amazing physique through countless hours in the gym, so it's really the most impressive thing you can have. There's also this quote from the video game Disco Elysium where a bouncer says to the main character, "Your body betrays your degeneracy," and that always sticks in my head when I don't want to go to the gym. I just felt like including that. I like tossing random tidbits into these videos.
Yeah, I think physically, like, outside of, like, monetary status, yeah, being in shape is usually perceived as good. I think another side thing is, like, if you have some sneaky talent, like, if you're able to just play the guitar or, like, the piano or some instrument really well, that, like, socially, like, ups... Like, I feel like not many, like, all the... It's very weird to me that, like, Clav and all these looks maxing guys so heavily focus on, like, the looks part of, like, attraction and what makes people like you versus, like, yo, if you're able to, like, hit a crazy guitar riff, people fuck with you. You know what I mean? Like, if you could fucking play, you know, a Metallica song on the guitar, people are like, yo, that's, like, badass. That's awesome. Like,
now, most of what I've been talking about so far has come...
And it ups your personality.
...from the Song Dynasty, which lasted for a few centuries right smack dab in the middle of what we would consider the Middle Ages. But the Middle Ages lasted almost 1,000 years, so what about the rest of medieval China? You know what? I'm really glad you asked that. First of all, the Middle Ages happened differently in China than they did in Europe. Basically, even though there are quite a few Song Dynasty parallels, Gen Z is actually in more of a late Ming phase. That's right, I said it. In the earlier Tang Dynasty, which lasted from 618 to 907 AD, your identity was defined by your clan or your rank in the military, basically how people's identities have been defined for most of human history. You were a cog in the great chain of being, and the same thing was true in medieval Europe. You existed within a feudal system put in place by the divine mover. By the late Ming period, which went all the way into the 17th 19th century, there was this rise in individualism that started to run so deep that it turned into the same kind of identity crises and obsession with labels that we see among Gen Z today. You see, Chinese society had reached a level of complexity to such a point that people started to define themselves by their personal quirks and not their family or job. So instead of saying, I am a soldier, a late Ming youngin might say, I'm a connoisseur of rare incense who suffers from melancholy. In a similar way,
Oh my god, yo, we're literally reaching that now, bro. Holy.
you'd be hard pressed to meet a young person today who primarily identifies by their profession or their
Yeah, nobody, you usually intro that and then you immediately want to talk outside of it. I feel like it's usually frowned upon in today's society to be somebody that only cares about the profession. I will actually agree with that too. If somebody only is able to talk about their job, that's lame. Like, there's a lot of social media. I always talk about social media to other social media people, but the biggest sign that I fuck with somebody that I've met through social media that is an influencer is their capability and capacity to talk about things beyond social media. Like, if I can only talk to them about influencer shit, then we're very surface level friends. Like, other people that I've met and talked to, like Sneeg and Zeusy, I mean, Chris was already my IRL friend, or like, even like Jinxie, like, I'll just have conversations with him. Like, it's not just, hey, what do you think about this streaming idea or some shit? Same thing with a job. Like, if you meet somebody and they're a carpenter and all they could do is talk about work, it's like, I don't give a fuck, right? In any sense, it's like, let's have something that's shared ground that we both like. Because most people don't want to just talk about their jobs because your job doesn't define you. It does in some way, and I think there's a level of like lack of care entirely is like, whoa, like there is some attachment, you know? Like if your job is you're a fucking doctor, you know, that's a part of your goddamn life, similar to any job that you have. But it's like, it shouldn't be the only thing that matters to you.
Find me a 22-year-old who introduces themselves as Garrett the American Plumber, and I would genuinely be...
So is being unemployed the way? No, because then conversely, being unemployed is your personality. It's like, if you have a job, people that make their job their personality is lame. But when people have a job, they usually reach for other things that become their personality. Whereas being unemployed, it's like, oh, like unemployment is the personality.
Shocked. I'm sure Garrett will now show up in my comments to prove me wrong because that's how YouTube works. Instead, just like the Ming youth, young people now might identify as a neurodivergent creative with a hyperfixation on looks maxing. It's this obsession with self, and it can be dangerous because...
What would my call tag be, chat?
You stop viewing yourself as part of a wider community and start squeezing yourself into these ever smaller and more specific boxes. The late Ming period was a kind of renaissance that ultimately failed.
Autistic chud. Okay.
It was this explosion of individual expression and art and looks maxing and everything else, but it was cut short by the Manchu conquest in 1644. I honestly think we're going to see something similar with Gen Z in the coming years. They're in this period of extreme self-expression and pursuit of individual destiny right before a massive systemic reset comes. Maybe that's AI, maybe it's something else, only time will tell. Anyway, we just briefly stepped outside of the Middle Ages, so let's bring things back a few centuries for our next comparison. I want to go back to those Song Dynasty third spaces we talked about earlier. One of them was the Watsi, or the Pleasure Precinct, which sounds pretty good already. Basically, during the Song Dynasty, the government moved away from these strictly managed residential wards and allowed for the growth of pleasure precincts, or Watsi. If you've ever seen The Wire, this was kind of like the medieval Chinese equivalent of the Amsterdam experiment. The Watsi were these chaotic 24-hour zones where all the basic social rules were temporarily suspended, kind of like the medieval equivalent of the unregulated internet. Now, if you let a bunch of young men loose in an area with no rules, the first thing they'll be interested in is prostitution, but in the modern day, you...
Oh my god. Wait. Literally, bro.
Already checked that
like the red light district or some shit.
Box with online adult content and gooning. After those urges are satisfied, literally the very next thing they want is to gamble. It's a tale as old...
Wow. Yo, dude, all right, now we're simplifying men to very dumb. Oh my god, wow, that makes men really seem fucking stupid. Oh my god, yeah, you throw a guy down, you throw like a 23-year-old guy in Amsterdam, he's going, let's go to the red light district, gamble, and then take drugs. That's like that's the big three. Let's go pay to have sex, lose money and then get high.
This time, and it was a big problem in the Song Dynasty pleasure districts, and it's an even bigger problem now on private gambling Discord servers and even huge publicly accessible apps like DraftKings and BetDSI. I see so many young people now who are almost turning online gambling into a sort of career path. And guess what? They did the same thing back in the day too.
Yo, it's fucked. There are guys that it's like a very, very small percentage. There's guys that make money on like sportsbook shit. You know how there's guys that like sell those Discord? I think that shit's stupid. I think there's guys that like min-max the betting odds really well and they can con the system a bit. But those guys start Discord servers where it's like $50 to join. And there's so many chuds that are like, I'm just going to tail this guy's bets and win money. I'm like, yeah, you know, you might be up like $200. But like, I feel like you could learn what they're doing yourself without just tailing their bets and paying them. Because I'm like, the guy that you're paying is making millions of dollars because he has 20,000 Discord members and they're all paying fucking $50 a month to get his tailed bets. Like, holy shit, that guy that owns that server is making genuinely like $40 million a year.
All kinds of criticisms from the Song Dynasty officials.
My friend does that. I have so many friends that do that. Whether they do it themselves or they're the one that pays the server, whatever.
Like Sima Guang, who laments that young men are abandoning the plow and the book to chase the flip of the die. There's also this modern sociologist named...
Dude, just bet $100 in minus 2,000 odds and win. Yeah, Curzy, the problem with that, I'm a big fan of sports betting. I promote DraftKings. I like sports betting, right? The problem with betting $100 on minus 2,000 odds is you're going to win like $2 back. You're going to win like $1, bro. If you bet $100 on something that's minus 2K odds, you're literally going to get $101. Like, you're going to get nothing back because it's just like basically a 99% chance of hitting.
Beverly Yuen Thompson, who writes...
And then if you lose, you lose the $100.
Great stuff about subcultures. And she's noted that fringe groups usually start to form when the mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the Song Dynasty...
Like, did y'all see during the Super Bowl, there was that one guy that he made like $1 million bet on something that was like minus like 1,000 or 2,000 odds or something crazy. He bet like $1 million to win like 100K. And I was like, wow. Like, yeah, 100K win, that's crazy. And it's like the odds are there. But I'm like, in the back of my head, I'd be like, damn, dude, if I lost $1 million on a bet to win 100.
Your ticket to success was passing the Imperial exam, but you could study 30 years. Dynasty, your mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the Song Dynasty, your ticket to success was passing the Imperial exam, but you could study 30 years just to fail an exam that only had a 1% pass rate. That's a bad bet. Young people now are seeing the same thing. Their parents bought houses and supported an entire family on a modest single income, and now they can barely afford their rent. In this kind of paradigm, why wouldn't you open up DraftKings and put everything you own on some ridiculous parlay? Why wouldn't you dump your whole portfolio into some meme coin in the hopes it'll take you to the moon? We might think of this younger generation of gambling addicts as just irresponsible kids whose frontal lobes aren't fully developed yet, and that's definitely part of it, but they're also making...
I mean, I think that any young man, even earlier in time, would still gamble if the opportunity presented itself. It was just like far and few between. You know, you're going to a horse race, you're at a casino that you could actually physically gamble at. But like, people like betting money in any instance, in any situation, regardless of financial stability. And today it's just like day trading, meme coins, and like stake.com. Like, those are like the big ones. Like unregulated gambling sites and like faulty betting schemes that are just either going to hit big or you lose everything.
A desperate, calculated attempt to exit a system that has already failed them. Going back to the WotC, the pleasure precincts, the reason they never fully took over...
Gambling's for fun, not a way to get rich. I agree. That's how I perceive it. There are guys that get rich from gambling, but I think most people that partake in gambling, even if they're frequent DraftKings goers or FanDuel goers or somebody that does sports betting a lot, sports betting's a little bit different because people tend to be less addicted than like online gambling, like stake.com or Bet or like RainBet or one of those. But like, even so, if you're sports betting, you're usually going, I want to bet $100, I'll make $300. Nobody, like the guys that are doing sports betting and putting $10 on a fucking 20 leg parlay with plus 15,000 odds are idiots. You know, Like, those guys win 1 out of 1,000,000 times, and one of them posts their bet slip on Twitter of them winning, and everybody goes, oh my God, no fucking way. But it's like, it's just like hitting the lottery in that sense.
Society is because you had to physically go to them. There was a spirit of anonymity. Basically, what happens in the WotC stays in the WotC, but you still had to go engage in these acts in a somewhat public place and deal with the internal shame of that. Now,
Horsey game? Yeah, Bart Bucks, channel points. My chat is addicted to betting fucking Bart Bucks which have actually no physical value.
With the internet, young people can indulge in all of their most base desires without ever even getting off the couch, and it can literally cost them their entire future. It's worth noting too that when you have a bunch of young, desperate people gather—
Let's run a coin flip. They already did it. Yo, they did it as I said it. As I said that shit. All right, heads or tails? Heads or tails? Okay, one coin flip. I'm gonna flip it first. This one doesn't count. It's gonna be the next one. Right, so whatever it starts on, it'll be next one. Wow, why is 70% of people on heads? Oh, we got like 8 million channel points on the line. 10 million channel points on the line. Almost 50-50 odds here. You realistically, chat, if you want the sneak pick here, there's around 50-50 odds on a coin flip. If it was IRL, I think it's like 49.5, depending on which side it starts on. But you want to bet on the one with lower odds, because that's how you win more money on channel points. But it's like almost even. Okay. We have 20 million channel points on the line. Good luck. Tails. Tails never fails. That's what they always say.
Gathering in one place for a set objective, it can create a sort of ideological powder keg. So in the WotC, these guys formed gambling brotherhoods, and the Song Penal Code tried constantly to break them up because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the Emperor.
No more mods, no more, because chat will actually freak out about it. See, this is the point that I'm trying to prove. Chat is addicted to this shit. We're not doing any more. That was the one for the day.
Now you might get into a private Discord server, ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good—
What? You join a betting Discord and then you become a terrorist? What are we talking about?
Because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the Emperor. Now you might get into a private Discord server, ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good place to land the plane, because the main point I want to make with these videos is that time is a flat circle, and we're essentially repeating the patterns of the past over and over again. There's the old saying that those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it, but it seems like even when we do study history, we're powerless not to make the same mistakes. The difference now, of course, is that these things are happening on a massive global scale with the full weight of tech companies and government institutions behind them. A soldier in the Song dynasty might drunkenly head to the WotC and lose his monthly wages, and that was it. A young 20-something now might obsessively bet his entire savings on an app on his phone and ruin his whole life before it's even started. This is why we need to pay attention to these trends and recognize that even though human behavior hasn't changed, how we respond to it can. But what do you think? Has this video found you at a very medieval Chinese time in your life?
Yo, I'm really liking this relation of medieval China to Gen Z. I feel like he was spitting facts actually the entirety of this video. Medieval mindset. Does he make videos all about this stuff? This was like one of the best videos I've seen in the last like 6 months, actually. Something that makes me feel confident in the future is that humanity's been doing the same weird thing since the beginning. Yeah, it's through, dude, I feel like humanity goes through like fluxes. We have like the way that I perceive it is like humans go through like a 500-year reset period. Things become lame, they become cool, they become lame, they become cool. They become lame, they become cool. Not normal, normal, weird, not normal, normal, weird, not normal, normal, weird. It's just like all just repeated. Not like law or like moral-based shit. I'm more so talking like fashion trends, activities, things that are exciting, war even, fetishes. I don't know, man. Were there people that had foot fetishes back then? Maybe. Turn Zessie from poop. You won't believe it. Can't wait for this watch.
On tomorrow's teachings.
No, Bobby, don't do it. Billy would never do that. What are you talking about?
That was a sneak peek. I have no idea what that was just a bunch of B-roll clips. What was that? Steak was unbuckling his pants. Somebody was getting choked out.
Hey, little bro. Just want to let you know I went on a date with your ex-girlfriend last night.
Get out of my room, Billy.
Hey, What's this?
Dating your brother's ex-girlfriend? Is that how? That's got to be more up than like dating your friend's ex, right? Dating your that's not even like a bros thing. That's like genuinely fucked up to try and date your siblings like ex or talk to somebody that your sibling used to speak to.
Kid discovers mom is actually an alien. You won't believe it. Bobby, this is the dumbest crap I've ever read.
You don't understand storytelling, Billy. It's a really compelling story, and I'm gonna shoot it soon. I'm gonna make it.
Ow. You don't even know.
This is so hand.
A camera, Bobby. You don't even know where to begin. And even if you did, nobody would watch it because you have 0 followers, 0 subscribers, and nobody would ever want to watch your stupid, pathetic little channel.
I have good ideas. I just need the right opportunity.
You know what, Bobby? I'm gonna show you what I think of your brilliant script.
What are you doing?
Oh, is he gonna poop on the ideas? Have you guys ever taken like not in a toilet? I did. Maybe when I went when I went camping. No, even then, I've always pooped in a toilet. I pooped in a bush. I think if I had a shit really bad, I could just fucking straight up squat and poop. But I would need to wipe my ass with toilet paper. People that are wiping their ass with leaves, bro, you got shit in your ass. You got shit in your ass. What the fuck? That's a really perfect turd. I think that actually might just be like a crushed up candy bar. That's actually a script for... I think that's one of their other videos. Oh my god, he rubbed it. That has to be... Yo, that has to be like a biohazard. That's like a biological warfare attack right there.
Oh!
Oh! Isn't that actually a crime? Okay, I don't want to say I was actually soft pitching the potential of throwing a possum in a nightclub, but I'm pretty sure that's like actually a real, like, if you threw a dead animal with diseases or something like in a public area, that would be like a genuine, borderline like terrorism crime. Yeah, it'd be like bioterrorism.
Being me nonstop and I can't take it anymore. He just pooped on my new script.
What are you talking about, Bobby?
Mom, I'm serious. He literally came into my room, read it, and defecated on it.
Billy would never do that. What are you talking about? He's been here the whole time helping me with dishes.
I'm not making this up.
Yeah, Mom, I would never do that. Bobby, are you okay? Why are you making up lies about me? I'm your brother. I love you.
The script is right there. He is Steak is reading his lines in front. I can see it.
I'm not making up lies. He just ruined my script. He's a liar. He pooped on my work.
Okay, go to your room now. Stop accusing your brother of nonsense. Billy,
they're all reading their lines. Bro, this had to have been made in one cut.
Would never do that. No wonder your girlfriend left you if this is how you act.
But Mom!
Go to your room until you have an apology for your brother. Go to your room now!
I hate their shirts, bro. Who would... dude, okay, I'm not trying to clown on that. Who would buy that? Content creator? I would buy the fucking, not a McGriddle. What is that? Sausage, egg, McMuffin? I would buy that shirt.
But Mom!
Now!
Why don't I go check on him and make sure he's okay?
You're such a nice brother. Thanks for doing that.
I know. Listen up, little bro. Don't you ever try to rat me out again. Next time you try to expose me like that, I'm gonna film me and your ex-girlfriend making out and make you watch every single second of it.
Why are you being so cruel to me? You're supposed to be my big brother. You're supposed to support me.
Dude, you know what's crazy, though, is there's actual instances of, like, people dating two different siblings in Stakes here. Steak, how long did this Steak? How do you know the Tomorrow's Teachings people? You're in like all of their videos. Did this take like a day to film?
Cruel to me. You're supposed to be my big brother. You're supposed to support me, not tear me down.
You really want to know why I hate you so much?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because of what you did to Dad.
It was supposed to be a simple moment.
Who the fuck throws a football like that?
It was supposed to be a simple moment. A dad and his son playing catch in the yard, laughing between each throw, until one moment changed everything.
Oh my god, he was texting and driving and ran over his dad.
That was 2 years ago.
Wow.
You're still holding on to that, Billy?
Still holding on to it? Bobby...
He would not die from that. You're driving in a rural neighborhood. How fast do you think you need to get ran over for you to... Okay, I don't know if this is a conversation that I want to have. I feel like if you hit me with a car going 20 miles an hour, I probably wouldn't die. Unless the wheels ran over my body. Like, if you just hit me, I think I would break a bunch of bones. I think you would need to be going like 40.
Me and Dad can't play catch anymore because he's a vegetable now. All he does is sit on the couch and look out the window.
Is he watching these AI videos right now? What the fuck?
He just sits on that couch staring at nothing because of you.
It was an accident.
I don't care if it was an accident. I'm gonna make it my personal mission to ensure you never become successful. You destroyed our family, now I'm gonna destroy your dreams. See you later, loser. I got a date with your ex.
Everything seemed to fall on him at once, especially since he always felt like his PP came up short compared to his brother in everything.
That was not mentioned anywhere else in the fucking video. What are we talking about dick size now? What does that have to do? Also, why does he know the fucking length of his brother's penis? That's not, what the fuck? Why would you know that? Why would he know that?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, hey.
Your brother told me you were some YouTube script writer wannabe.
So?
You're a loser. Script writing? You're such a loser. Why don't you get a real job?
So what?
That face was looking real punchable in third period. Smell that?
No.
Piece of poop.
Why is there just poop everywhere? There's just fucking shit everywhere. Now he just keeps getting shit rubbed in his face.
Please don't.
You're gonna eat this.
Oh my god, bro. I'd rather die. I would rather die. A bully tries to force you to eat fucking feces, bro. I'd go, no. Just kick my ass.
If you don't, your sister's gonna eat it.
No, Bobby, don't.
Oh my god. What are we in a saw trap? What the fuck is this? Is this, am I talking to Jigsaw when he was in high school? If you don't eat the shit, your sister's gonna have to.
Do it! Bobby, no.
Eat up.
She could just walk away. She could just leave. I mean, I'd at least ask for like a piece of bread. You know, make it a shit sandwich. Damn, dude, you think you could? I think I could get down a shit sandwich. Oh my god, I don't know. I feel like if I had to eat a shit sandwich, I would most likely want it to be like cow poop. Rather than my own shit, what would be like the best poop to eat for a shit sandwich? Like the least disgusting. I feel like cow poop's mainly grass, so it's not bad. You know what I mean? Have you ever been in cow poop? Okay, not. Have you ever walked in a field that has cow poop? It's like rabbit shit. Rabbit shit kind of looks like Cocoa Puffs.
No! No, don't do it! Bobby! Bobby! Bobby, ew!
Oh!
At this point, he was done and tired of feeling this way. He was ready to make something happen for himself, looking for any spark of inspiration, until an idea unexpectedly popped into his mind.
Is he baking poop right now? Like, what is this video turning into? Kind of looks like a cosmic brownie. Oh, do not eat. The reverse psychology.
Billy loved sneaking bites of his brother's food. He hadn't eaten in almost 6-7 hours, and the cake on the counter had a pull he couldn't ignore. Something about it just called to him. When Billy was hungry,
You would know it's shit! You would know it's shit! This is like reminding me of that William Osmond video of how much sawdust you could put in a fucking Rice Krispies treat before somebody notices. I would say, how much poop could you put in a brownie before somebody noticed? 20%. I think you could make a brownie 10% feces and no one would know.
nothing could distract him, especially not when there was something sweet in front of him.
The second you would smell the poop. You know what would really give it away is if there's just like a corn kernel just in the brownie.
Cake is cake. How's the cake, Billy? Sorry, little bro. Sigma's gotta eat. Tastes a little funny, but cake is cake. Yeah, that's probably because it's made of the same ingredients you put on my script earlier.
Billy! What are you doing?
He made me eat his poop! He tricked me into eating actual human feces!
You did what?
Yeah, only because he pooped on my work first. He defecated on it. He ruined everything. And he smashed it in my face.
What? Billy, is this true?
Yeah, he's lying! Mom, he's been torturing me. He humiliated me. He ruined my work. He destroyed my scripts. And you never believe me because he always acts perfect around you.
Oh my God, Billy! Is this true?
He deserves it. He ruined this family.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. That's it. That's enough. This behavior is unacceptable.
But, Mom!
No buts.
Behavior's unacceptable, but she acted like a teacher. Yo, the brothers are making each other eat their own poop. I feel like this is more than a sit-down conversation. What do you do as a parent in this situation? No, actually, if you were the mom and your brothers, or not your brothers, your sons, were making each other eat their poop, what's the belt? Bro, that's like, I'd be like, we need to go to like some sort of guidance counselor. We need to go somewhere. Ask ChatGPT. You know, actually, that's a great idea. That's a serious situation, even if hypothetically, and it needs a very clear, calm, protective process or response. Children making each other eat their own feces is unsafe. It could be A sign of distress, lack of boundaries, or a need for adult guidance. Here's the appropriate safe course of action in that scenario. Stop the behavior immediately. Not with anger, but with firmness. Separate them and make sure they both wash their hands and mouth thoroughly. Check for any signs of illness, cuts, or distress. Make it clear that the behavior is not safe, and explain in an age-appropriate language that poop contains germs, and that can make people very sick. Eating or making somebody else eat it is not okay. Try to understand why they're doing it. Lack of boundaries. Can you tell, where did you get that idea? Reestablish clear rules, monitor for symptoms. Consider speaking with a pediatrician or child psychologist. I think that's step number 1. Your kids are eating each other's poop.
You are going to Camp Redemption Monday morning.
What? Not gay camp!
What?
Camp Redemption Monday morning.
What? Not gay camp! Gay camp?
It's a behavioral correction facility where they redirect young men's aggressive energy. They use intensive therapy, role-playing exercises, and an immersive experience to help young boys explore alternative lifestyle choices. Most of the young men, by the time they graduate, develop attractive relationships with other men.
Oh, it's not gay camp to make you not gay. It's a gay camp to make you gay.
Instead of channeling their energy into violence and aggression.
But Mom,
it's actually gay camp.
I want to come back liking dudes.
That's it. I've made my decision. You're gone Monday morning.
Take that, Billy. Bobby?
Bobby, I'm headed off to gay camp.
Talk? What do you want? I wanted to apologize before I leave tomorrow. I'm going to gay camp, and when I come back, I'm probably going to be attracted to men instead of women. I appreciate that, but you're already zesty. I also found something that you might love. There's this YouTube channel called Tomorrow's Teachings, and they're accepting stories from fans.
Oh my God, what? They'll make a video from like a chat, like a comment.
They like your idea, they might actually produce it and put your name as the creator on their channel. It's in the link of all of their videos. They have this whole submission program where you can send them your story ideas and they'll turn it into an actual video. Are you serious? Yeah. I am. You really think they'd pick my stories? Bobby, your stories are incredible. I was just jealous because I knew you had more talent than me. You deserve to have your stories seen by millions. I think your alien mom story could be huge. It could be the next Spider-Man.
I don't know about that. I don't think the alien mom story is going to be the next Spider-Man.
Submit it. What do you have to lose?
So that's exactly what he did. He took the opportunity in front of him. A real chance for his name to finally be out there for the world to see. And as the months passed, everything began to shift.
What? 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 What?
His life changed in ways he never expected.
I actually did not know what? Oh, no, stop. Are they going to make my voice sound stupid?
Hello?
Yo, Bobby. I saw that video you wrote for tomorrow's teachings. That was spicy.
Dude, I'm a huge fan. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great idea. The chat was going crazy. Why don't you hop on my stream one day?
Yeah, for sure.
Why do I sound like an AI Morgan Freeman?
Man, just hit me up. I'd love to. Thanks, Joe. You're the best. What's up, guys? Steak here. What you just watched...
What the fuck? No part of me thought, oh, they were going to just include that.
That's actually how this works. That story...
Skip this part? Why?
Jack Green submitted it. They filmed it, edited it.
Oh, was this somebody submitted this idea?
...million views. Your name, spot or be real, next viral tomorrow. Go check it out. Hope you learned a very valuable dream and...
Oh, he's back from gay camp. Monday survival mode on. Dude, they bought like 6 different random shirts for this video.